The Audiobook Project, a decentralized anti-authoritarian-based initiative focused on creating a library of audiobooks for truth seekers and free speech advocates. All content on this channel is free to download, share, and repost. Your support is much appreciated. Truth, audiobooks, for the people.
Chapter 12. Crashed UFOs, Biowar, and the JFK Assassination, 1961 to 1963. One of the areas of controversy surrounding both Mj12 and crashed UFOs that is seldom discussed in a serious forum is that which posits a link between those same issues and the assassination of United States President John F. Kennedy on November 22, 1963, at Dealey Plaza, Dallas, Texas. As fantastic as it may appear, there is a demonstrable body of evidence available that links numerous people to the JFK saga who are also allied to the UFO subject. More notably, all of those people with connections to the JFK story were specifically linked with crash saucer accounts, rather than just the UFO subject in general. It must be stressed that not all of the individuals in questions had personal and direct connections to the assassination. Some were merely acquainted with the president, or had an awareness of his UFO links and interests. However, a central core of characters in the story also had links to a number of the issues contained within the pages of this book, such as biological warfare, bacteriological warfare, and the United States cattle herd, and the secret work of Fort Detrick, the rumored home of secret research into alien viruses in the 1950s. A variety of documents that have surfaced into the public domain via researcher Timothy Cooper suggest that between 1961 and his death in November 1963, President Kennedy was trying, somewhat unsuccessfully, to determine the full story behind the intelligence community's involvement in the subject of UFOs. Most disturbing to that same community, however, is the claim that Kennedy wanted to completely open up the secrecy surrounding UFOs and share it with the public, with the media, and possibly even with the higher echelons of the government of the former Soviet Union. A top-secret document obtained by Timothy Cooper and dated June 28, 1961 from Kennedy to the director of the Central Intelligence Agency demands a review of Mj12 intelligence operations as they relate to Cold War psychological warfare plans, and adds, "I would like a brief summary from you at your earliest convenience." According to Alan Dulles, in a top-secret document dated November 5, 1961, entitled The Mj12 Project, the United States intelligence world was particularly concerned about the way in which Soviet air defenses perceived UFOs, or perhaps didn't perceive them. As Dulles noted, the overall effectiveness about the actual Soviet response and alert status is not documented to the point where U.S. intelligence can provide a true picture of how Soviet air defense perceive unidentified flying objects. As a result of this worrying revelation, the United States had been launching decoy devices to test Soviet radar and was planning on building and flying more sophisticated vehicles whose characteristics come very close to phenomena collected by Air Force and NSA elements. In other words, the United States government was concerned that Soviet air defenses were unable to firmly differentiate between what may have been a true UFO and an American spy plane, or worse still, an incoming intercontinental ballistic missile. Indeed, the nightmarish scenario that hung over the heads of the CIA and Mj12 was that the Soviets would mistakenly interpret a UFO over its airspace as an American missile and initiate a nuclear strike that would inevitably lead to Armageddon and the end of civilization. Of course, American intelligence was gambling recklessly by flying decoy devices and advanced aerial platforms over the Soviet Union. On the one hand, the United States needed data on how accurately, or not, the Soviets were able to track fast-moving incoming vehicles of unconventional design in the event that a Third World War broke out between the two superpowers. And flying devices that mimicked the movements of true UFOs offered the United States convenient camouflage and plausible deniability of involvement if the Russians protested. But there was also the ever-present danger that initiating such actions might have led the Soviets to panic and launch a strike against the West. Kennedy, realizing that this was a highly reckless way of trying to establish the extent to which Soviet air defenses could correctly track fast-moving objects in its airspace, privately began to formulate a plan to share real UFO data with the Soviets in an attempt to ensure that the Russians were fully able to interpret the difference between a UFO and an American ICBM, and therefore avoid triggering an accidental war. 10 days before his death, according to a document secured by researcher Timothy Cooper, JFK wrote to the director of the CIA stating that he had instructed NASA's director James Webb to develop a program with the Soviet Union in joint space and lunar exploration. In that document, too, Kennedy made it clear that the Soviets needed to be aware of the differences between bona fide UFOs and classified CIA and USAF sources, or as Kennedy succinctly put it, the knowns and the unknowns. Interestingly, a handwritten note at the foot of this document states, Angleton has MJ directive. Equally controversial is an alleged National Security Agency intercept of a telephone conversation that Kennedy had on the same day with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev that Timothy Cooper secured. Titled UFO Working Groups, the document reads as follows. Kennedy, Mr. Premier, a situation has developed that affects both our countries and the world, and I feel it necessary to convey to you a problem that we share in common. Khrushchev, Mr. President, I agree. Kennedy, as you must appreciate, the tension between our two great nations has often brought us to the brink of showmanship with all the tapestry of a Greek comedy and our impasse last year. Note from the authors, a reference to the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, was foolish and deadly. The division that separates us is through misunderstanding, politics, and cultural differences. But we have one thing in common, which I would like to address to your working group on the UFO problem. Khrushchev, yes, I agree with your assessment. We nearly tied the knot that divides us permanently. Our working group believes the same way as yours. The UFO problem presents grave dangers. Kennedy, then you agree, Mr. Premier, that we should cooperate together on this issue. Khrushchev, yes, Mr. President. Kennedy, Mr. Premier, I have begun an initiative with our NASA to exchange information with your Academy of Sciences, in which I hope will foster mutual concern over this problem and hopefully find some resolution. I have also instructed our CIA to provide me with full disclosure on the phantom aspects and classified programs in which I can better assess the situation. Can you persuade your KGB to do likewise? Khrushchev, Mr. President, I cannot guarantee full cooperation in this area, but I owe it to future history and the security of our planet to try. As you must know, I have been somewhat limited in my official capacity as party chairman to order such cooperation in this area. We too feel that the UFO is a matter of highest importance to our collective security. If I can arrange for a secret meeting between our working groups at a secret location and at a time designated by you, I feel that this much on my part can happen. Kennedy, Mr. Premier, if a meeting at this level can convene, it will be an important first step. It will lead to more dialogue and trust between our countries and reduce the ever-present threat of nuclear war. Khrushchev, yes, Mr. President, it will. Kennedy, then we are in agreement. Khrushchev, yes. Kennedy, yes, until we talk again. As the above transcript demonstrates, Kennedy's desire to inform the Soviets of the phantom aspects and classified programs strongly suggests that the worry that UFOs would be misinterpreted as secret U.S. Air Force and CIA reconnaissance aircraft and could result in an all-out war was still on Kennedy's mind. Hence his wish to provide Khrushchev with the facts, and JFK's comment that the sharing of data would lead to more dialogue and trust between our countries and reduce the ever-present threat of nuclear war only reinforces that fact. Of course, this was all completely unacceptable to Mj12 and the CIA, and the inevitable countdown to Kennedy's assassination at Dallas on November 22, 1963 began. And the fact that, as will now become apparent, many of the alleged players in the assassination had links to the crashed UFO controversy suggests strongly that there was a pressing desire on the part of this small cabal to not only terminate the president, but to protect themselves from public exposure by Kennedy and to maintain the secrecy surrounding Mj12's crashed UFO program. Guy Bannister, a character that turns up in most of the books on the JFK assassination, is Guy Bannister, a former FBI agent who, at the time of the killing, was running his own detective agency, Guy Bannister Associates, in New Orleans. Bannister had been the subject of an investigation by the Warren Commission that investigated Kennedy's death, but he was the subject of a much deeper investigation by New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison, portrayed in the movie JFK by Kevin Costner. Bannister's detective agency was based at 531 Lafayette. However, the building had a second entrance at 554 Camp Street, which was the location of the anti-Castro organization, the Cuban Revolutionary Council, created by E. Howard Hunt and Bernard Barker of Watergate infamy. It was determined by the Warren Commission that investigated the assassination of JFK that Lee Harvey Oswald used the 544 Camp Street address for the Pro-Castro Fair Play for Cuba Committee. After Bannister died, his widow found Fair Play for Cuba Committee papers at Bannister's office. Similarly, Bannister's secretary confirmed that Bannister and Oswald were acquainted. Bannister employed as an investigator a man named David Ferry, about whom more later, and his other acquaintances included the World Anti-Communist League. During his FBI years at Chicago, Bannister worked with Robert Maheu, a consultant to Howard Hughes, who planned various assassination plots against Fidel Castro. Bannister also worked as the Louisiana coordinator for a group known as the Minutemen, a militia-style organization that was looking for communist infiltrators and supporters in the United States. In March 1957, Bannister had testified before the Louisiana Joint Legislative Committee and confirmed that during the time of his work with the FBI, he had worked in the fields of counter-espionage, counter-sabotage, and counter-subversive activity work. Only a few hours after JFK was shot, Bannister drunkenly beat one of his investigators, Jack Martin, with a gun, concerned that Martin was going to reveal David Ferry's role as getaway pilot for the real assassins of Kennedy. As far as UFOs are concerned, Bannister was one of the first FBI agents that investigated crashed UFO events for J. Edgar Hoover, when Hoover instructed his agents in the summer of 1947 to assist the Army Air Force in its UFO inquiries and studies. The most notorious UFO event that Bannister investigated occurred in Twin Falls, Idaho, in July 1947, and ties Bannister indirectly with the crashed UFO controversy. The following is extracted from the Tacoma News Tribune of July 12, 1947. Butte, Montana, July 11th, AP, FBI agent W.G. Bannister said an object which appeared to be a flying disc was found early today at Twin Falls, Idaho, and turned over to the federal authorities there. Bannister, special agent in charge of the FBI in Montana and Idaho, said the Bureau had reported the discovery to the Army at Fort Douglas, Utah. An FBI agent in Twin Falls inspected the saucer and described it as similar to the cymbals used by a drummer in a band, placed face to face. The object measured 30.5 inches in diameter, with a metal dome about 14 inches high on the opposite side. anchored in place by what appeared to be stove bolts. The gadget is gold-plated on one side and silver, either stainless steel, aluminum, or tin, on the other. It appeared to have been turned out by machine. Reports from Twin Falls said the FBI declined to elaborate further. This case was almost certainly nothing more than a hoax. However, there is a point worth noting. Bannister had behind-closed-doors meetings with the Army at Fort Douglas, Utah, to discuss the nature of the object. As this alleged crash and subsequent meeting occurred during the time of the New Mexico UFO recoveries, it is not implausible that Bannister, being the original custodian of the object, may have been exposed to the truth about the genuine crash saucers, particularly if there had been initial confusion about the real nature of the object, as indeed there was. Fred Chrisman, one reviewer of Ken Thomas's authoritative book on the events of June 21, 1947 at Maury Island, titled Maury Island UFO, wrote that it contained information rich to the point of saturation. True. However, there can be little doubt that Thomas's research has provided what is certainly the clearest picture of the curious events at issue. As Thomas has revealed, the Maury Island story began on June 21, 1947, 3 days before what is widely regarded as the first modern UFO event, pilot Kenneth Arnold's sighting of a number of elliptical-shaped objects over Mount Rainier, Washington State. So the story goes. On the morning in question, a lumber salvager named Harold Dahl, his son, and two still unidentified individuals witnessed 6 disc-shaped craft, one in the middle, wobbling in a strange fashion, while the remaining objects surrounded it, flying in formation over Puget Sound, Tacoma, at a height of around 2,000 feet. Dahl described the objects as being shaped like donuts and with 5 portholes on their sides. Suddenly, the central disc began to wobble even more and dropped to a height of no more than 700 feet. The remaining discs then broke formation, with one of them descending to the same height as the apparently malfunctioning disc and then proceeded to touch it. Without warning, the malfunctioning disc then began to spew forth what appeared to be 2 different substances: a white-colored material that Dahl described as a thin white newspaper-like metal that floated down to the bay, and a black substance that also hit the water and that was reportedly hot enough to cause steam to rise. Indeed, sections of the black substance allegedly hit both Dahl's son and his pet dog that were also on the boat, and reportedly killed the animal outright. According to the story, Dahl reported the events in question to a man described as his superior, Fred Chrisman, a man with a long and complicated life story, and suspected ties to the murky world of American intelligence. Since Dahl had supposedly retained samples of the recovered debris, he convinced Chrisman to go to the Maury Island shore and take a look for himself. Chrisman would later claim that he saw on the shore an enormous mound of both the black and the white material, and recovered some of it for his own safekeeping. Chrisman duly reported his experience to the publisher Ray Palmer, of Amazing Stories fame, who hired none other than Kenneth Arnold to investigate the Maury Island affair. Arnold, whose own historic accounter came 3 days after Dahl's encounter at Maury Island, delved deeply into the story, and was later joined by 2 Air Force investigators, Captain William Lee Davidson and First Lieutenant Frank Mercer Brown, who were working under General Nathan Twining to collect information on the then-current wave of UFO encounters that was being widely reported across the United States. Chrisman would turn over samples of the mysterious debris collected at Puget Sound to the Air Force investigators, who intended to fly it to their final destination at Wright Field, Ohio. Fate would have another outcome, however. Shortly after Brown and Davidson departed from Washington State, their plane crashed, killing both men. A team was dispatched to clean up the site. Reportedly, however, the strange debris could not be located, including Captain Edward Ruppelt of Project Blue Book fame, have stated that the entire Maury Island event was nothing more than an unfortunate hoax that had a tragic outcome for Brown and Davidson. Ken Thomas's intense and dedicated research, however, has shown that the affair might not be so black and white as has previously been assumed. Most significant are Chrisman's links with the intelligence community. In 1968, Fred Chrisman was subpoenaed by New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison as part of Garrison's investigation into the assassination of President Kennedy. In a well-known report titled The Torbett Document, Chrisman is named as one of 3 hobos picked up in the rail yard behind the infamous grassy knoll at Dealey Plaza, Dallas, where some maintain a second gunman was located during the killing of Kennedy. The fog of time has effectively resulted in certain aspects of the Maury Island case remaining unsolved, and perhaps, unfortunately, permanently. For some, the case is still nothing but a tragic hoax. For others, however, it is seen as one of the most important cases of all, involving the actual recovery of debris from a malfunctioning UFO. The involvement of shadowy players on the periphery of the intelligence community, the possibility of the deliberate murder of Air Force personnel in possession of strange materials recovered at Maury Island, and even both direct and indirect links to the JFK assassination all serve to ensure that the controversy surrounding the Maury Island affair continues. Clay Shaw. According to the Mj12 first annual report, some of the debris from Maury Island was turned over by Chrisman, described in the document as a counterintelligence corps operative, to a CIA agent named Shaw. Ken Thomas suggests this was Clay Shaw, one of 3 people that Jim Garrison attempted to indict during his quest for the truth surrounding the JFK assassination. And although Shaw was eventually acquitted, his role as a CIA asset has since then been well documented and finally admitted officially by the agency. For his part, Garrison claimed that the prosecution of Shaw was a toehold to a larger conspiracy in which Fred Chrisman may have been an assassin working on behalf of the aerospace industry, which had its own reasons for wanting JFK dead. Shaw himself died on August 14, 1974. Jim Garrison. Jim Garrison, the New Orleans District Attorney, the author of the book On the Trail of the Assassins, and the man portrayed by actor Kevin Costner in Oliver Stone's film JFK, is one of the most talked about figures within the assassination controversy. Although UFOs do not appear in Garrison's book, he had identified key players with links to UFOs and biowarfare as being implicated in the assassination. Plus, Garrison had pre-assassination links with FBI agent Guy Bannister and may have been aware of the Maury Island case. Consider the following in Garrison's own words from his book On the Trail of the Assassins. Upon my return to civilian life after World War II, I followed my family's tradition and went to law school at Tulane, obtaining both Bachelor of Laws and Master of Civil degrees. Shortly thereafter, I joined the FBI. As a special agent in Seattle and Tacoma, I was very impressed with the competence and efficiency of the Bureau. On his pre-assassination days with Guy Bannister, Garrison stated, "I knew Bannister fairly well. When he was in the police department, we had lunch together now and then, swapping colorful stories about our earlier careers in the FBI. A ruddy-faced man with blue eyes which stared right through you, he dressed immaculately and always wore a small rosebud in his lapel." As this shows, Garrison was acquainted with Bannister. He was based in Tacoma, where the Maury Island incident occurred, and he had identified several key players in the JFK assassination who were also involved in the recovery for official UFO debris and materials. The possibility that Garrison and Bannister discussed some of the UFO investigations that Bannister was implicated in during his time with the FBI is something that cannot be dismissed lightly, given Garrison's admission that they swapped out colorful stories from their FBI days. Michael Ricano Sciuto was a key player in a saga that investigative journalist Danny Casolaro was pursuing for his proposed book, The Octopus, the subject matter of which was a shadowy, powerful group of people within the military, government, and intelligence community. The octopus of the book's title that was deeply involved in a host of issues, including UFOs and biological warfare. Casolaro was found dead under very dubious circumstances in a hotel room on August 10, 1991. Sciuto worked with people tied to the shadowy Octopus, a group that also had ties to Iran-Contra, the Lockerbie, Scotland, Boeing 747 crash in 1988, gun running, and the so-called October surprise controversy. Interestingly, Michael's father, Marshall, was a close business associate of Fred Chrisman. Sciuto claims to know the true story behind Maury Island and Fred Chrisman. He also claims knowledge of Mj12 and to have witnessed an alien autopsy. Ken Thomas and the late Jim Keith's book, The Octopus, tells the whole murky saga and reveals that Sciuto made cryptic comments about Chrisman and the JFK assassination to Thomas that he, Sciuto, declines to elaborate upon. However, Sciuto does offer the possibility that the Maury Island UFOs were some sort of advanced radar platform flown by the military, and that they were either nuclear-powered or had nuclear materials on board. Colonel Philip Corso, the author of the book The Day After Roswell, that detailed his alleged secret knowledge of the Roswell UFO crash of July 1947, Colonel Philip Corso was an investigator for Senator Richard Russell, who was on the Warren Commission that investigated the assassination of President Kennedy. At the time of his death, Corso was planning a follow-up book with the working title of The Day After Dallas that would, he said, reveal the truth about the JFK assassination. How curious that someone who claimed to know the truth about Roswell also maintained intimate knowledge of Kennedy's death. Senator Richard Russell. Russell had a major UFO sighting while visiting Russia in 1955 that was subsequently investigated extensively by both the CIA and the Air Force. It is known from cryptic comments that he made that Russell received a classified briefing on the UFO subject from the CIA. Interestingly, Russell was the one member of the Warren Commission who believed that a conspiracy lay behind Kennedy's death. William Holden. Formerly with the United States Air Force, William Holden served aboard the presidential aircraft Air Force One during Kennedy's tenure as president. Nick Redfern interviewed Holden in 1997 when he, Holden, was visiting England. Holden told Redfern that he was aboard the plane at the time that Kennedy was due to give his famous Ich bin ein Berliner speech and saw Kennedy reading a newspaper that contained an article on UFOs. Kennedy, Holden told Redfern, saw him looking at the feature and asked him what he thought about UFOs. Holden replied to the president that he believed they existed. Holden further advised Redfern that Kennedy told him he was correct. UFOs did exist. Holden stated additionally to Redfern that Kennedy wanted to tell the public the truth about UFOs, but that, ominously, his hands were tied. Dorothy Kilgallen. In 1955, gossip columnist Dorothy Kilgallen was clandestinely fed a crashed UFO story by a still unknown person attached to the British government. She also leaked parts of the Warren Commission report on JFK's assassination in 1964 and was the last person to interview Jack Ruby, the man who shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald. Kilgallen was, she said, going to blow the JFK assassination out of the water with some startling new information. She died in 1965 under circumstances that many view with suspicion, and before she had a chance to reveal her story. Marilyn Monroe. The UFO author and researcher Linda Moulton Howe has uncovered information from two scientists that relate to a visit to Area 51 by President Kennedy shortly after becoming president, allegedly to view the remains of recovered alien spacecraft. This may be connected to a story related within an unauthenticated CIA document on Marilyn Monroe that asserts that JFK, who had an affair with the actress, had secretly told the details of his visit to a secret Air Force base for the purpose of inspecting things from outer space. Monroe died under controversial circumstances in August 1962, at the exact time when she was threatening to reveal classified government data which she had recorded in her diary of secrets. The biological warfare angle. According to Mj12 documents secured by Timothy Cooper, in the period leading up to his assassination, Kennedy had been making inquiries with NASA, with James Angleton, with Alan Dulles, and with others in the intelligence community about opening up the classified UFO files of the United States government to the public, and possibly even to the Soviets too, and that this prompted those implicated in the secrecy to insist on the president's termination with extreme prejudice. There is another interesting piece to this jigsaw. On November 21st, 2 days before the assassination, a planned event was organized at Brooks Air Force Base, Texas. JFK was to dedicate 6 new aerospace medical research buildings there that were said to be vital to the American space program. Interestingly, there have been rumors that JFK may have seen other things during his visit to Brooks, chiefly the biological remains of alien cadavers recovered from a UFO crash in New Mexico in 1947. This story is made all the more intriguing by the fact that among those that JFK was scheduled to meet at Brooks, one was Major General Theodore C. Bedwell, Jr. Born in Texas in 1909, he attended Southern Methodist University in Dallas and received his Doctor of Medicine degree in 1933. His first assignment was Fitzsimmons General Hospital, Denver, Colorado, where he served until 1939. He served at various locations and in various positions during the Second World War. Notably, however, from 1946 to 1947, he served as Deputy Surgeon and Chief, Industrial Medicine, Air Material Command at Wright Field, Ohio. He also spent time at the School of Aviation Medicine at Randolph Field, Texas, a military base that appears on the distribution list for a 1947 air accident report dealing with a collision between an aircraft and an unidentified object. In other words, only 48 hours before he was shot, JFK was about to meet someone who was arguably in a prime position to see the bodies brought into Wright Field in 1947. Also during the visit to Brooks, an arrangement was made for Kennedy to meet with Colonel Harold V. Ellingson, USAF, who had received a Bachelor of Science degree in bacteriology in 1935. Ellingson held a number of posts, the most interesting being that of post surgeon and hospital commander at Fort Detrick, where, according to a number of Mj12 related papers, research into alien viruses was being undertaken. The 6,570th Aerospace Medical Research Laboratories. Another part of the itinerary planned for JFK on his visit to Brooks AFB involved the president receiving a briefing from the staff of the 6,570th Aerospace Medical Research Labs, which happened to be based at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Their work centered upon the feasibility of putting a man into space from a medical and biological perspective. Is it only coincidence that 2 days before he died, and at a time that he was at loggerheads with James Angleton, Alan Dulles, and the CIA about releasing Mj12 data to the public and to the Russians, JFK met with one man who held a high-ranking medical posting at Wright Field in the summer of 1947, met with another man who held a similar post at Fort Detrick, and received a briefing on aeromedical research undertaken at Wright-Patterson? Is it not an impossible that Kennedy was due to receive data at Brooks that would assist his efforts to break the secrecy barrier concerning UFOs? That Kennedy's life was ended only days later in Dallas may not be without significance. Interestingly, FBI agent and alleged assassination player Guy Bannister also had ties to biological warfare issues of a type that were of concern to Fort Detrick personnel such as Ellingson. At the hearings of the Louisiana Joint Legislative Committee on March 7, 1957, at the Louisiana State Capitol Building, Baton Rouge, Bannister discussed his knowledge of an outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease in cattle herds in Canada that was suspected of being a deliberate release of the virus. Similarly, he also investigated cases of wheat stem rust that attacked wheat in Montana and Dakota in the early 1950s, and it was suspected that this was another example of early biological warfare assaults on the United States by unidentified sources. Notably, on the issue of biowarfare as it relates to the two above examples, Bannister stated to the committee that he had personally consulted with the nation's leading pathologists. Here, then, is an example of a man linked with all of the key ingredients of the Mj12 papers. A. The Kennedy assassination. B. Crashed saucers. And C. Biological warfare operations. An intriguing character known to Bannister was David Ferry, a homosexual who typically wore a bizarre wig and had painted on eyebrows to hide the fact that he was utterly hairless over his entire head and body. Ferry was an investigator for Bannister. He was associated with Clay Shaw, and a tie-in can be found that links Ferry with Lee Harvey Oswald as far back as the 1950s. Ferry is known to have been involved in flying missions in and out of Cuba, and he has been identified by a number of sources as being involved in a plan to fly the real assassins of JFK out of Dallas. Ferry also had a fascination with both cancer cures and plans to induce cancer in people as a form of covert assassination. Ferry died under suspicious circumstances before Jim Garrison could call him as a witness in his trial against Clay Shaw. Edward T. Haslam's book, Mary, Ferry, and the Monkey Virus, provides a wealth of data on Ferry's cancer research, as does the unpublished manuscript of Judith Very, a woman who alleges she had an affair with Lee Harvey Oswald in the period leading up to the assassination of Kennedy in November 1963. And it should not be forgotten that there is a curious central theme to many of these JFK UFO links. For the most part, they all deal with not UFO sightings or general alien encounters, but specifically UFO crashes. Guy Bannister investigated a possible crashed UFO. Fred Chrisman handled unidentified debris. CIA asset Clay Shaw, according to the Mj12 papers, was provided with some of the Maury Island debris. Michael Reconasciuto claims to know the true story of Maury Island and claimed to have seen an alien autopsy. Dorothy Kilgallen was fed a crashed UFO story in 1955. Colonel Philip Corso allegedly worked with UFO materials recovered at Roswell and saw an alien body. Marilyn Monroe had knowledge of crashed spacecraft and bodies, and the staff at Brooks AFB that had arranged to meet JFK 2 days before his death worked at key locations, reportedly involved in the analysis of alien biology and viruses, namely Fort Detrick and Wright Field, later Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Shaw, Bannister, Chrisman, and Ferry may have had knowledge of the ultimate secret that Mj12 was hiding, and that Kennedy was trying to disclose. They may have also had a collective and vested interest in having Kennedy eliminated from the picture on that fateful and fatal day in 1963 to protect their involvement in the Mj12 saga. There is one more piece of data worth recording, too. On June 30th, 1999, Timothy Cooper received a typed one-page letter from a source who described himself as a retired CIA counterintelligence officer who worked for Jim Angleton from 1960 to 1974. It should be noted that the source misspelled Angleton's name. This may, of course, have simply been an error during the typing of the letter. However, the November 12, 1963 memorandum that refers to Kennedy's plans to share with the Soviets Mj12 originated data on the knowns and the unknowns also misspells Angleton's name as Angleton. It seems odd that two people who allegedly worked closely with Angleton should spell his name both identically and incorrectly. We should not, therefore, dismiss the possibility that the same person was responsible for producing both documents and that they may have been fabricated for purposes unknown. With that in mind, Related below is the content of the June 30th, 1999 letter to Timothy Cooper. Mr. Cooper, I am a retired CIA counterintelligence officer who worked for Jim Angleton from 1960 to 1974. When Jim died, it was my responsibility to go through his secret files and take inventory of sensitive files that would connect Mj12 to JFK's murder. The author forwarded to Cooper under cover of this letter a series of Mj12-related directives, explaining to Cooper that I literally snatched the directives from the fire and have kept them safe from review. To allow a review would compromise future directors and put the agency in a difficult position. He continued, I feel the time is fast approaching when the files of the Majestic project will be pried loose and the public's right to know should begin. We in CI, note from the authors, counterintelligence, have monitored civilian UFO research for a long time and have played a major role in keeping the UFO community busy. Selena. Note from the authors, allegedly the first name of Thomas Cantwell's daughter. Requested that the Mj12 directives be sent to you and hopefully be disseminated in a responsible manner. In conclusion, he wrote, I think your decision to work with Dr. Robert Wood was a good one. He has credibility and good science skills. I don't think you realize it, but you and Dr. Wood have started a shitstorm. Nixon's SCEO ordered all Mj12 documentation purged and destroyed. This one was not. Note from the authors, the same claim concerning Nixon is made by another source, whose account is related in a later chapter titled The Area 51 Revelations 2006. This carbon copy is the only link to Mj12, and don't expect any more in the future. Everything is now on computers, and there is no existing paper trail to my knowledge. If you play your cards right, you should make progress with what you have. I caution you to be careful about who you talk to and trust with this information. Interestingly, a handwritten note at the foot of the letter states, Not everyone has good intentions. Watch your ass. If only President Kennedy had done likewise. Chapter 13, The Big Thicket UFO Revival, 1964. One of the most intriguing but little-known UFO crash retrieval cases that has a direct bearing upon the alien virus data contained within the pages of this book occurred in February 1964 in a heavily forested area of southeast Texas known as the Big Thicket and involving the recovery of a small UFO by a combination of military personnel stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana, and at Fort Hood, Texas. Particularly notable is the fact that this was not the first time that Fort Polk was allegedly involved in the retrieval of a crashed UFO. Moreover, the area in which the 1964 crash occurred has been the site of strange and unexplained aerial activity for decades. Fort Polk is located in west-central Louisiana, about 250 miles from New Orleans and 180 miles from Houston, Texas. Construction of what was then called Camp Polk began on January 28, 1941, on the broad rolling plains that, at the time, contained little but pine forests, a few dilapidated shacks, and some range wire fencing. The camp's first commander, Colonel Otto Wagner, arrived at the post with a few soldiers in March 1941. In the wake of which thousands of wooden barracks were constructed to support an army preparing to battle Axis forces on the North African, European, and Pacific fronts. Camp Polk, named for Confederate Lieutenant General and Episcopal Bishop Leonidas Polk, was officially completed on August 1, 1941. After the war, the post, which had been scaled down in size, was opened on a fuller basis for the Korean War and then closed. It wasn't until the 1961 Berlin crisis that Fort Polk was reactivated on a more permanent basis, and it became an infantry training center in 1962. Subsequently, it was selected to conduct Vietnam-oriented advanced training. As soldiers prepared for combat in Southeast Asia, commanders made the most of Fort Polk's 198,000 acres, especially a small portion filled with dense jungle-like vegetation. For the next 12 years, more soldiers were shipped out to Vietnam from Fort Polk than any other American training base. The 5th Infantry Division became Fort Polk's major tenant in 1974, and the post became one of the most modern installations in the Army. In 1993, Fort Polk's 5th Division, designated as the 2nd Armored Division, moved to Fort Hood, Texas. On March 12, 1993, Fort Polk officially became the home of the Joint Readiness Training Center, which relocated from Arkansas. Fort Polk is also home to Warrior Brigade that contains several combat support units. Soldiers of Fort Polk have been called to serve around the world in recent history. They fought in Panama during Operation Just Cause and in the Persian Gulf in Operation Desert Storm. Currently, Fort Polk is supporting the war on terrorism by providing contingency training for the Army's light infantry and special operations forces, and by deploying home station and reserve component forces in support of Operations Enduring Freedom, Noble Eagle, and Iraqi Freedom. In his 1982 status report titled UFO Crash Retrievals, Amassing the Evidence, the late author and researcher Leonard Stringfield revealed the testimony of a source identified as Sergeant H.J., who saw duty in Korea with the Army's infantry and who claimed direct and personal knowledge of a crashed UFO event in Louisiana in the summer of 1953. According to H.J., he was stationed at Fort Polk at the time and was on maneuvers in the area on one particular day when, at around dusk, an egg-shaped object crash-landed close to them in soft sandy soil. H.J. added that the object was ovoid, large, and was surrounded by a fin-like protrusion at its equator. Top brass and medics quickly arrived on the scene, Stringfield was told, and a small body was removed from the craft along with 3 living creatures, each approximately 4 feet in height and displaying large heads. After having been placed in isolation, all reportedly died soon afterwards. The fact that medics were present and that the recovered creatures were placed in isolation suggests the possibility that they, like the entities recovered in the 1947 crashes in New Mexico, represented a potential biological hazard. With that in mind, it is decidedly intriguing that, a decade later, personnel from Fort Polk were involved in a similar recovery. The source of this account, Will, served at Fort Polk for a number of years in the 1960s and was involved in training troops in the jungle-style forested environment around Fort Polk for future deployment to Vietnam. One night in February 1964, Will was ordered by his immediate superior to prepare both himself and a small team of personnel for immediate deployment to an area of southeast Texas known as the Big Thicket. The Big Thicket truly lives up to its name, an 83,000-acre area of East Texas's piney woods. It is a sprawling mass of rivers, swampland, and incredibly dense forest land comprised of cypress trees, shortleaf pines, and huge trees of oak and beech, where, according to local legends, you'll find every critter in there from crickets to elephants. Not quite true, but the thicket is home to a whole host of beasts, including armadillos, alligators, panthers, bobcats, and an array of snakes. And had you been there 10,000 years ago, you would have come across bison, camel, tapirs, giant sloth, beavers, saber-toothed tigers, and ferocious packs of wolves. And the area of the Big Thicket where the 1964 crash retrieval occurred is home to something else, too. The Bragg Road Ghost Light. Bragg Road, or Ghost Road, as it is known locally, is situated in the heart of the Big Thicket. It begins at a bend on Farm to Market Road 787 that is 1.7 miles north of the intersection of FM 787-770 near Saratoga. In 1902, the Santa Fe Railroad hacked a survey line from Bragg to Saratoga, bought right-of-way, and opened the Big Thicket Forest with a railroad, and the Saratoga train began its daily trips to Beaumont, carrying people, cattle, oil, and logs. When the area's oil booms and virgin pine gave out, road crews pulled up the rails in 1934, and the right-of-way was purchased by the county, and the tram road became a county road. And tales of a ghostly light started to gather steam in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s as more people traveled to the road. Explanations for the ghost light are varied and descriptive. Some people believe the light is merely the reflection of car lights, while scientists believe it may be a gaseous substance. Other theorists suggest that the lights are similar to the so-called Marfa lights, also of Texas, while there are those who consider the Bragg Road lights to be indicative of a long-standing UFO presence in the area. And it is against this backdrop of collective weirdness that the Big Thicket UFO crash of 1964 occurred, according to Will, at around 9 p.m. on the night in question in February 1964. He and approximately 8 or 9 colleagues were driven in the back of a military truck from Fort Polk to an area of the Big Thicket which was literally only around a quarter of a mile from Bragg Road. They were met there by 2 men in suits who looked like classic CIA and 2 high-ranking military officers. Will and his team were ordered to remain vigilant in the area and patrolled the road in the outskirts of the woods in the event that anyone not cleared to be in the vicinity happened to stumble upon the military operation. Shortly afterwards, said Will, a team of 4, all dressed from head to toe in what looked like a biological protection suit or nuclear protection suits, as Will described the scene, headed into the woods apparently looking for something. A little less than 2 hours later, they exited the woods, carrying between them a sealed metal container that was about 5 feet square. The container was loaded aboard the back of a truck that was parked next to the one that Will had arrived in, and the truck exited the area with not a word spoken by any of the Fort Hood personnel. Will and his team were warned in severe terms not to talk about what had occurred, and were duly ordered back to Fort Polk. Inevitably, there were people at Fort Polk who had heard about the strange events in the Big Thicket, and gossip began spreading like wildfire. According to Will, he was told by a friend at Fort Polk that he had served with on a reconnaissance mission in Vietnam in 1963 that the team from Fort Hood had responded to a report from a military pilot in the area who had seen a small bright light descend slowly into the woods on the previous evening at around 11:15 p.m. Will speculates that the reason why the operation in the forest occurred on the following night, however, was because the original crash landing itself occurred on a Sunday night, and it was felt that there would be groups of teenagers driving around with it being a weekend night. So, by delaying the recovery until Monday when the area would probably be quieter, there was a better chance of successfully completing the mission without compromise or discovery. Again, Will stresses that this is merely conjecture on his part and is not based on anything concrete. Will states that he got the full story from the same Vietnam comrade who advised him, having himself received the story from his brother-in-law who was based at Fort Hood, that the object found within the Big Thicket was a circular, white-colored object that was basketball-sized object that looked solid, but that had a fluid outer coating which seemed to shimmer and move when touched. Will's contact said that his brother-in-law had said that this was the 3rd such identical device that had been recovered within the previous 5 years, the other 2 having been found, respectively, somewhere in Arizona in 1958 and in northern New Mexico near Taos in 1961. Most disturbing of all was the fact that, as the military had learned from its cost in the 1958 and 1961 recoveries, when the retrieval teams got within around 4 or 5 feet of the objects, they were overcome with nausea and dizziness, and at least 2 died of a flesh-eating virus, kind of like Ebola, as Will described the situation. In the Big Thicket case, the military took no chances, hence the presences of the team from Fort Hood garbed in biohazard protection suits. Significantly, Will was advised that the object was later shipped to Fort Detrick, Maryland, where it was placed in a sealed room. In the late 1970s, Will was told directly by his contact's brother-in-law that no investigation of the object was undertaken for approximately 4 years by personnel at Fort Detrick, who were highly fearful of unleashing a virus of unknown origins and power on an unsuspecting world. Most disturbing of all was the fact that personnel at Fort Detrick had come to the unsettling conclusion that these devices were being deliberated crash-landed by alien intelligences as part of an ongoing plot to poison the human race with unstoppable viruses of extraterrestrial origin. To this day, says Will, he wonders how many more of the spheres may have landed, unbeknownst to the military, and may have possibly unleashed such viruses upon the local population. Will remains intrigued by the fact that the strange device was recovered in an area of the Big Thicket that has for 4 decades been plagued by so-called ghost lights, and wonders if this evidence of the possibility that the UFO intelligences use certain areas as wormhole windows to enter our reality from other dimensional planes. He also remains highly concerned and troubled by the disturbing nature of the secrets that he learned as a result of the Big Thicket recovery of 1964. Chapter 14. Fort Detrick and the Andromeda Strain, 1972. In the latter part of April 2003, Nick Redfern posted a message to various members of an online Yahoo discussion group that he was subscribed to that focused its attention upon biological and chemical warfare. In an effort to try and determine the truth behind the first annual report, Redfern asked if any of the group's subscribers had specific knowledge of the term retrovirus and its potential usage prior to the 1960s. Redfern included his telephone in the posting. No one was aware of the usage of the term in the pre-1960s timeframe. However, Redfern received one telephone call from a man who asked if his question was in relation to the usage of the term as it appeared within the first annual report. Redfern confirmed to the caller that it was. As a result, the man said that he would be interested in speaking with Redfern, and an arrangement was made for him to call on the morning of May 5, 2003. For the purposes of this book, a follow-up interview was conducted on December 14, 2005. Redfern agreed to protect the man's identity and concluded that, from the sound of his voice, he was in his 60s or perhaps older. While Redfern is keen to stress that he is unable to validate the data imparted to him by the source, he does not believe that the man is himself being deceitful. However, in the Hall of Mirrors that is the subject of UFOs, the question of whether or not the source himself was deceived is open to debate. According to the man, from 1965 to 1975, he worked at Fort Detrick, Maryland, in an administrative position in its archives. He states that he was responsible in part for the security procedures concerning the dissemination of classified documentation. The source stated that the 1969 book, The Andromeda Strain, written by Michael Crichton of Jurassic Park fame, and the subsequent 1971 movie spin-off of the same name were of deep interest and concern to staff at Fort Detrick because of the central theme of the book, namely, a terrestrial space vehicle that returns to Earth containing alien microbes that subsequently unleash a lethal virus upon the population, and then current research being undertaken at Fort Detrick into biological warfare and both manufactured and modified viruses. Redfern's informant claimed that approximately 9 months after the movie version of the Andromeda Strain was released, a document came across his desk titled Andromeda, Fact or Fiction. Redfern's source was keen to stress that the document was not an officially sanctioned document. Instead, it had been researched and prepared by an employee of Fort Detrick in his free time. The man had reportedly submitted the document to his superiors in the event that it was deemed to be of interest to Fort Detrick employees, as well as for future research and consideration. Redfern's source further elaborated that the report addressed the Andromeda Strain scenario and looked deeply into whether or not such a nightmare could become a reality. The report ran to 194 pages, and while it did not discuss UFOs in any way, shape, or form, it did concentrate on two controversial issues. A. An alien virus finding its way to Earth, possibly on a meteorite, and B. Contamination of the Earth by an alien virus as a direct result of astronauts bringing back samples from the Moon or, perhaps later, Mars. The report allegedly dug deep into the way in which an out-of-control extraterrestrial virus could spread wildly and how world authorities might be forced to deal with it, what precautions would need to be taken if matters escalated, and how a viable vaccine might be created if, indeed, such a vaccine even could be created. The report also discussed how, in a truly nightmarish scenario, a possible vaccine might remain completely elusive, the resultant effect being that the virus would mutate into a doomsday virus for the human race. The report, he says, was placed into the Fort Detrick document archive and was occasionally pulled out and read by interested parties that were employed there. The interviewee stated that although the original copy of the document never left Fort Detrick, on one occasion something distinctly strange occurred. One of the three copies of the document that had been made was subsequently forwarded to the CIA's Office of Science and Technology and remained with the S&T people for several months. Interestingly, when the document was returned to Fort Detrick, it quickly became clear that its contents had been closely scrutinized, to the extent that various red pencil changes had been made to the document and certain sections had been underlined. Most notable of all, there was a red stamp on the front of the report that was about 4 inches wide and 1 inch high, and that read, Majestic 12-12-12 approved, Spikeback. The man advised Redfern that he asked his immediate superior what this meant, or what Majestic 12, or as the document stated, Majestic 12-12-12. His boss claimed not to know and advised him in strong terms not to talk about the annotated version of the document with anyone else. Redfern's contact added that this particular copy of the report was still held at Fort Detrick when he retired, and stated curiously that there were no security restrictions surrounding its usage to us. The man admitted that he knew, but declined to elaborate precisely upon how he knew, that all the copies are gone from Fort Detrick now. Today, I mean. The source stressed carefully to Redfern that he saw nothing else in his career that referenced Majestic 12, nor does he profess to know why the copy of the report should have been sent back to Fort Detrick when it only succeeded in making people, who presumably did not have need to know, curious about what Majestic 12 was. In what he claimed to be an effort to be helpful, the man stated that one person who knew it all about the document at Detrick was one Dr. Charles Rush Phillips, who, the man stated, definitely read the original document, but outside of Fort Detrick, and saw and handled the specific copy that had the Majestic 12 stamp on it. Dr. Charles Rush Phillips arrived at Camp Detrick in 1943 as a junior enlisted man, and his work with gaseous sterilization and decontamination techniques ultimately revolutionized applied science, according to Fort Detrick authority Norman Covert. His work between 1943 and 1969 made it possible for scientists to have and maintain the tools they needed to develop medical knowledge about microorganisms. The result has been the development of vaccines for a variety of diseases and an understanding of how disease spreads. Interestingly, Phillips died in May 1987, the same month that the so-called Majestic 12 Eisenhower briefing document surfaced publicly. Redfern's source openly speculated upon the possibility that perhaps the copy of the document in question had been returned in error to Fort Detrick by the CIA. As unlikely as such a scenario might sound, he said that as far as the document is concerned, there is nothing else that he can say or stress beyond one fact. In the early 1970s, he read a document that addressed the potential threat posed by alien viruses, specifically outside of a UFO context, and that the same document had a Majestic 12 stamp on it. He explained further that he had largely forgotten the term Mj12 until the late 1980s, and specifically until the Mj12 controversy surfaced. The source expanded on this and stressed that his interest in the Moore-Shandera documents was not prompted by the UFO angle, but specifically as a direct result of the fact that the documents asserted Detlev Bronk was a member of Mj12. Redfern was told that Bronk was kind of a hero of mine, and when Bronk's association with the Majestic 12 documents was brought to the man's attention, he began to dig deeper into the story. The source stated that he has shown the first annual report to about 20 former colleagues at Fort Detrick. None, he said, claimed any knowledge of the possibility that alien viruses or extraterrestrial DNA were held at Fort Detrick in the 1950s, and most, when questioned, said that the term retrovirus was not in use in any form prior to the 1960s. He also stated that unanimously, all those that read the report said it was absolutely false that the name Fort Detrick was in use prior to 1956, in any form whatsoever. Indeed, as detailed earlier, there are no officially declassified documents in the public domain that refer to Fort Detrick by that name before 1956. Redfern was further informed by the source that, in his personal opinion, Tim Cooper may well have acquired some information about lethal viruses held at Fort Detrick from one of his sources, and perhaps even received data to the effect that those same viruses were extraterrestrial originated. The man stressed, though, that he had seen no firm evidence in support of that hypothesis, and that it was merely his own opinion. But of one thing he is completely certain: in 1971, he had the opportunity to view a document that linked a group called Majestic 12 with the issue of lethal viruses held at Fort Detrick. Chapter 15. Bodies on the Berwins, January 1974. On the night of January 23, 1974, an event occurred on the Berwyn mountain range in North Wales that for some within the UFO researcher community has come to be known as the definitive British Roswell. As researcher Andy Roberts stated, prehistoric man lived and worshipped on the mountains, leaving behind him a dramatic ritual landscape dotted with stone circles. Folklore tells us that these mountains are haunted by many types of aerial phenomena, including the spectral hounds of hell. Those who saw them recalled how they flew through the night sky baying as though pursued by Satan himself. To the south of the Berwyns, at Llanhedr Yum Moknot, the locals were plagued by a flying dragon, intriguingly a common name for UFOs in times gone by. And as Roberts also carefully noted, it is against this backdrop of history and myth that on the evening of January 23, 1974, an event took place on the Berwyn Mountains that was to perplex locals and spawned a veritable cascade of rumors, culminating in an incredible claim that, if true, would irrevocably change our view of history and make us revise our plans for the future of both our planet and our species. The claim was that a UFO piloted by extraterrestrials crashed or was shot down on the mountain known as Cader Berwyn, and that the alien crew, some still alive, were whisked off to a secret military installation in the south of England for study. Since then, the issue of what did or did not occur on the Berwyn Mountains on the fateful night in question has been the subject of several books, intense controversy, heated debate, and, at times, unbridled fury. That something happened at around 8:30 p.m. on the night in question is not in doubt, however. "I saw this bright light hanging in the sky," said Mrs. Ann Williams of Brodium Landrio. "It had a long fiery tail which seemed to be motionless for several minutes, going dim and then very brilliant, like a dormant fire which keeps coming to life. It would have been like an electric bulb in shape, except that it seemed to have rough edges. It then fell somewhere behind the hills at the back of my bungalow, and the earth shook." That the events caused considerable excitement and concern was something also noted by Police Constable Gwilliam Owen, who was off duty at the time and having a pint of beer in the nearby Dudley Arms public house. He stated shortly afterwards, "There was a great roar and a bang, and the glasses shook. The sky was lit up over the mountains. The color was yellowish, but other people in the valley described seeing blue lights." 5 miles away, Police Sergeant Gwyn Williams was at home in Corwin. "The wall shook and the mirror swung away from the wall," he recalled. "My first thought was that a big lorry had hit the cinema. It was that kind of a roar and bang. Everyone ran into the street." At 8:38 p.m., the Global Seismology Unit of the Institute of Geological Sciences at Edinburgh, Scotland, recorded an earth tremor between 3.5 and 4 on the Richter scale. In response to questions posed by eager journalists, Dr. Roy Lilwall, the senior scientific officer at the Institute, said that he had been told that a meteorite had possibly come down on the mountain, and had it been responsible for the earthquake that had been recorded at Edinburgh, it would have to have weighed several hundred tons. Approximately 90 minutes after the events on the Berwins, Ken Houghton of Betwasee Coed viewed a luminous sphere some 400 feet across and traveling at an approximated height of 15,000 feet. It was Houghton's opinion that as he watched the sphere, it proceeded to descend into the sea in the area of the town of Rhyl, or possibly in the Dee estuary. On the following day, January 24th, a Royal Air Force mountain rescue team from Anglesey was dispatched to the Berwyn Mountains and, along with personnel from Gwynedd Police, searched the location for any sign of the object or its impact point. In turn, they received assistance in the search from the RAF station at Valley, Anglesey, who flew 2 aircraft to conduct a detailed photographic survey of the area. Nothing was reportedly found, and only hours later, an unusual aerial object was seen by David Upton at nearby Gabowen. As he went out of the back door of his home at about 7:15 p.m., he was immediately struck by the brightness of an object in the western sky and quickly ran back into the house for a pair of field glasses. To his complete amazement, these revealed a disc-shaped object that seemed to be divided up into 4 distinct sections, each of which was a different color: red, green, yellow, and purple. David Upton's sister, Elizabeth, a 20-year-old bank clerk, then took over the glasses, followed shortly thereafter by their mother, Mary Upton. Both verified David's description. "I had been watching it for about 10 minutes and thought perhaps I should tell someone about it," said Elizabeth Upton. She telephoned the local police, and they said that they would dispatch someone to the area. A minute or so after the call, the UFO disappeared behind a cloud. "We waited for the cloud to pass, and when it did, the disc had gone too," she explained, adding, "When I first came out of the house, the light from the object was dazzling, like a street lamp. When we looked through the field glasses, we could define its overall disc shape and the 4 sections." 2 people known to have been involved in the affair were Doctors Ron Madison and Enurin Evans of Keele University. Both expressed the theory that a meteorite was possibly the culprit. However, if the object was a meteorite, they said, then it had to have A. completely disintegrated upon impact, and B. not left a crater, as Dr. Madison noted carefully that the only changes we could see were recent disturbances of surface soil in some areas, but we were hampered to some extent by light snowfall. 2 days later, it was stated in the local press that police and RAF rescue experts had come to the conclusion that the strange lights seen throughout the area were due to meteorite activity seen, coincidentally, at the same time that a group of men were out on the mountain range hunting hares with powerful lamps. Any link with the earthquake was entirely coincidental. RAF search team leader Sergeant H. Oldham said that another search of the area was unlikely to occur unless further information surfaced that attributed the lights to another source. Perhaps not surprisingly, the hare explanation received short shrift with the local witnesses, as can be seen in the following extract taken from a letter sent to the Wrexham Leader newspaper. "Regarding your front-page article, Mystery Tremor, in the issue of January 25th, I find the explanation given absolutely ludicrous. The tremors shook houses over a 60-mile radius, and the lights were seen clearly miles away. This was reported by the national press and radio. I know nothing about hare hunting, but unless the hunters use aircraft searchlights and kill their prey by lobbing a small atom bomb at them, then I fail to see how anyone can accept such an explanation. So what exactly did happen on that fateful night of January 23, 1974? Did the strange lights provide firm evidence that a malfunctioning UFO was hurtling towards its doom on the Berwyn Mountains? And was the so-called earthquake evidence that the same UFO had almost immediately thereafter slammed at high speed into the bleak and harsh mountain known as Crater Berwyn? Or was the entire event the result of a large-scale misperception of a curiously synchronistic combination of a meteor shower, an earth tremor, and a group of men hunting for hares on the mountain and armed with powerful lamps, all in the same location and at practically the same time? Andy Roberts firmly believes the latter theory to be the correct one. He also cites the fact that some of the tales about a crashed UFO having been found on the mountain range may have had their origins in the 1982 crash in the same area of a Royal Air Force Harrier jet plane that was carrying top-secret equipment. Other British investigators of the case, such as Jenny Randles, Margaret Fry, Tony Dodd, and Matthew Williams, are less certain that Roberts has resolved all of the many and varied aspects of the Berwyn affair. Of the many controversies that continue to surround the Berwyn enigma, there can be no doubt whatsoever that the most sensational allegation is that 3 nights before the incident, on January 23, 1974, a number of alien bodies and several still living extraterrestrial creatures were recovered from the mountainside by an elite team of military personnel and were transferred under cover of tight security to an official installation in the south of England for study. Moreover, that official installation was allegedly Porton Down, the British equivalent of Fort Detrick. Of course, this sounds like a conspiracy theorist's wildest dream come true, and despite vociferous attacks from the more skeptical researchers in the UFO research community, it has steadfastly remained an integral part of the story ever since it first surfaced, publicly at least, in 1996. The original source of the story was the UFO investigator Tony Dodd, a retired North Yorkshire police sergeant with a quarter of a century of service in the force to his credit. At the time that the account was first revealed in the pages of the popular newsstand publication UFO magazine, Dodd refused to reveal the real name of his source for the story, as he continues to do this very day, and instead gave him the pseudonym of James Prescott. Dodd also claims to have seen Prescott's military records. According to Prescott, in January 1974, he was stationed at an army barracks in the south of England. I cannot name my unit or barracks as they are still operational, Prescott stressed to Dodd as he detailed how on 18th of January 1974, he and his colleagues were put on standby on short notice. 24 hours later, the unit was directed to make its way towards the city of Birmingham. We then received orders to proceed with speed towards North Wales, Prescott elaborated. We were halted in Chester in readiness for a military exercise we believed was about to take place. On 20th of January, the communication to us was hot. At approximately 20.13 hours, we received orders to proceed to Llangollen in North Wales and to wait at that point. On arrival at Llangollen, recalled Prescott, the unit noticed a great deal of ground and aircraft activity in the area. Extraordinary events were unfolding, but it was shortly after 11:30 p.m. when things really began to take shape. We, that is myself and 4 others, were ordered to go to Landerfell and were under strict orders not to stop for any civilians, said Prescott. The team soon reached Landerfell, whereupon they were ordered to load 2 large oblong boxes into their vehicle. We were at this time warned not to open the boxes, but to proceed to the Chemical and Biological Defense Establishment at Porton Down, Wiltshire, and deliver the boxes. A number of hours later, they reached Porton Down, and the mysterious cargo was quickly taken inside the facility. "Once inside," explained Prescott, "the boxes were opened by staff at the facility in our presence. We were shocked to see two creatures which had been placed inside decontamination suits." The staff at Porton began the careful task of opening the suits. When the suits were fully opened, it was obvious the creatures were clearly not of this world, and when examined, were found to be dead. "What I saw in the boxes that day," Prescott told Dodd, "made me change my whole concept of life. The bodies were about 5 to 6 feet tall, humanoid in shape, but so thin they looked almost skeletal with a covering skin. Although I did not see a craft at the scene of the recovery, I was informed that a large craft had crashed and was recovered by other military units." Most remarkable was what Prescott had to say next. "Some time later, we joined up with the other elements of our unit, who informed us that they had also transported bodies of alien beings to Porton Down, but said that their cargo was still alive." In conclusion, Prescott added that this was the only time I was ever involved in anything of this nature. This event took place many years ago, and I am now retired from the armed forces. Although work at Porton Down had originally begun in March 1916, it was not until 1940 that the installation became the central hub of British interest in biological warfare. Following the start of the Second World War, a highly secret and independent group, the Biology Department, Porton, was established by the War Cabinet with a mandate to investigate the reality of biological warfare and to develop a means of retaliation in the event that biological warfare was utilized against the United Kingdom. By 1946, the name of the wartime group had become the Microbiological Research Department. A decade later, the biological warfare research of Porton Down staff had become solely defensive in nature, and in 1957, it was renamed the Microbiological Research Establishment. By the 1970s, it was decided that the MRE should be placed under the aegis of civil authority, and on the 1st of April 1979, it became known as the Center for Applied Microbiology and Research. In 1995, the establishment became part of the Defense Evaluation and Research Agency, and 6 years later, DERA split into two organizations, Kinetic, a private company, and the Defense Science and Technology Laboratory, which remains an agency of the Ministry of Defense. Today, Porton Down is known as DSTL, Porton Down. Were live aliens really loose on the Berwyn Mountains? Did an incident that predated the key events of January 23, 1974, by 3 days occur? Can such claims be substantiated and corroborated, or should we relegate them to the worlds of myth and fantasy? Or can there be yet another, even more intriguing explanation? A whole variety of UFO researchers, authors, and investigators have looked into the claims surrounding James Prescott, including Matthew Williams. I spoke to Tony Todd at the Cardiff UFO conference just after the story came out, and I also spoke with him on the phone. Tony won't reveal the real name of James Prescott because he thinks that the guy will be traced back to the Army camp or the operational unit he worked for. So if Tony does reveal his name, he'll end up being given a very hard time by the government. But as I said to Tony, there aren't going to be many people who A, were at the UFO crash retrieval in North Wales with a specific set of circumstances, and B, who are now talking about it. I'm pretty sure that the government are going to find out who he is anyway, aren't they? The obvious problem was that if the Army or the government got to Prescott before he had the chance to speak with anyone else, he would be in a lot more trouble than if his name was out in the open. That way, if the Army did anything against him, they'd be seen doing it. If Prescott does exist, and I think he probably does exist, he'd be far better off talking to people. But Tony said that the guy was on an Army pension and was concerned that he'd end up losing it. Tony says that he's checked the credentials of James Prescott. How far that goes and what it means, I don't know, but he's happy with them. Tony was happy that after all the research he'd done, Prescott was who he said he was. From his conversations with Dodd, Williams was able to fill in some of the blanks with respect to what allegedly occurred between the time that Prescott and his unit departed from the crash site with the bodies and their arrival at Porton Down. The crates were loaded onto the back of an army vehicle. They eventually got onto the main road and headed onto the motorway. At one point, they decided to pull off the motorway and stop at one of the services, just for a cup of tea. They weren't particularly worried, because at that point, they hadn't been told what was contained in the crates. They stopped at the services, however. As they went to get out of the cab, they realized that they had been followed by another vehicle. The people in the vehicle came up to the cab and said, "No, get back in your cab and get straight back on the road. Don't stop. Just get straight down to Porton Down." And apparently, they were shadowed all the way to Porton. Researcher Margaret Fry also has strong opinions with regard to the Prescott controversy. "I think Tony Dodd definitely interviewed James Prescott. The military were definitely there that night between 9 and 11. That's definite. But the bodies, I don't know. Who would ever know? James Prescott isn't going to say anything, on the record. He'd be killed if he did. Tony told me that James Prescott said that his unit was parked on the B4391 road, and they were given the bodies. I don't know how. Either Tony has been told or he hasn't told me. But there were apparently some soldiers already on the mountain, and it was they who brought the bodies down to the little road. James Prescott was handed the bodies on the road. He didn't go on to the mountainside at all. Some people, some lorries took away pieces, debris. Others took away bodies. And according to this man, at least one was still alive. This is just evidence of one man, but all I can say is that everything I've collected since all points to the fact that this was correct." According to Fry, Dodd told her that after the story was published, Prescott was indeed contacted by officialdom. "Tony says that he thinks that Prescott is perfectly genuine, but he's very afraid. He's had all sorts of individuals from the Ministry of Defense coming to him. The MOD don't know for certain that it's Prescott who is talking, but they're hinting darkly of the things that can happen if he says anything. And now, Prescott has said that he wants to let it lie. He's sorry, he doesn't want to say anything further for the moment because he's too afraid. As I say, they don't know for certain that it's him, but his house, it's a military house. He got it by grace and favor when he retired. Now they're telling him that if it is him who told Tony, he could end up losing his home. He wasn't just your common or garden private. He was very high up in the military. He's got a hell of a lot to lose." But how had the military been able to access the alleged crash site with such apparent ease? According to Matthew Williams, Margaret Fry invited me up to North Wales, and I went through some of the witness statements. Where the event was supposed to have taken place, we actually went there. We drove up there, stopped the car, and had a look across the range to where the crash supposedly happened. It's quite a long walk, so I first looked at it from a distance through binoculars for 10 to 15 minutes. We looked at the topography to see whether or not it was possible to get somebody up there in such a short time, and Margaret's impression was that it would have to have been done on foot. It would have taken a long time to walk up there, possibly up to an hour or more. The fact that the military were already there to recover the bodies and maybe the UFO suggests that they must have had advance notice that the crash was going to happen. We know that James Prescott said that they had a couple of days' notice, so the things we found at the crash site did tend to support his account. While Williams and Fry appear convinced that the Prescott story and all of its attendant controversies is essentially genuine, not everyone who has addressed this aspect of the Berwyn affair is convinced that this is necessarily the case. Neither, however, are they of the opinion that this is evidence of a simple hoax, as the UFO authority and author Jenny Randalls explains. In 1995, I was lecturing in London at the Fortean Times Magazine Unconvention Conference. I gave a talk on crashed UFO incidents and mentioned the Berwyn case. It was at the end of my lecture that a man came up to me. He was attached to the science editorial team of the Sunday Express. He said that he was fascinated by what I had to say because of something which had happened around 1993. The Sunday Express had been approached by a doctor living in the area around Bala. This doctor had told the Express that he had been building up a dossier over the previous 20 years to indicate that there was definitely some cause of higher levels of childhood cancer in the area, and his thesis was that this was connected with a nuclear power station in the area. He'd reported it to the Sunday Express in that context. The science journalist who was at the unconvention had gone to North Wales to investigate it and spent a couple of days trying to find whether there could have been a scenario that might have caused this. He said that he couldn't find any substance to these allegations, and so the Express just simply wrote off the story. But as he said, of course, if you are now introducing another potential source of radiation in the area 20 years ago that might have provoked things which the doctor had never even known about, it might make the story more interesting. Indeed it might. And what of the account given to retired Police Sergeant Tony Dodd? Randall's views on this matter are illuminating. The whole scenario of this is curious. About 6 weeks prior to the alien body story breaking, I'd written a big article on the case for Sightings magazine. In that article, I mentioned the possibility that the UFO story could be a cover for a nuclear accident, as I'd always done when referring to the incident. Then, shortly afterwards, the story appeared in which the soldier came forward to Tony Dodd, and who told Tony how he had ferried the bodies from the area. But the very day on which that story appeared in the newspapers, there was a World in Action program on TV which dealt with a nuclear accident at Greenham Common in the late 1950s, in which radiation leaked from a nuclear weapon. Local doctors had since noted that this was apparently related to a rise in childhood leukemia in the area, and that they had been trying very hard to establish a link through government documentation. World in Action stated that they had been pressuring the Ministry of Defense for the last few weeks to admit things, and they were getting the runaround. So it did occur to me that in the period between July and September 1996, you had the Berwyn case brought into the open in a big way through Sightings magazine, which sold about 30 to 40,000 copies per issue, and linking it with a nuclear accident at the same time. By coincidence, Granada Television, the makers of World in Action, were pressuring the Ministry of Defense on another incident which might have been very similar in nature. It's conceivable that someone in the Ministry of Defense might well have got tetchy about this, and was fearful that if Granada Television made a case for the incident at Greenham Common in the 1950s, someone might start to dig into other possibilities. It might have been the ideal opportunity that the Ministry of Defense needed to try to emphasize the alien contact aspect of the Berwyn case by bringing out a story which reaffirmed that. Now, that is pure supposition on my part because I have no idea who this anonymous soldier is. I don't know if he believes what he's saying, but the timing was certainly interesting. If the only source for the James Prescott story about strange humanoid creatures being found on the mountainside was Prescott himself, then one might be tempted to dismiss it out of hand as nothing more than a fanciful hoax generated by some unfortunate Walter Mitty-style character. However, other sources, some with official backgrounds, claim to have heard of distinctly similar stories and rumors that link the Berwyn saga of 1974 with Porton Down, the British equivalent of Fort Detrick. Chapter 16. The Porton Down Story continues, 1974 to 1980. I spent 30 years in the Royal Air Force as an aircraft engineer, explains Bob Bolton. I had various postings, including at Akrotiri in Cyprus, RAF Honington, and at RAF Valley in North Wales from 1971 to 1974. My wife and her family came from Corwin. At the time that the thing on the Berwyns happened, they lived up on the side of the mountain, and her mom still lives there to this day. Corwin is part of the Berwyn Range. From where their house is, if you walk up the path that goes behind the houses, up and on the top of the mountains, you're talking perhaps a mile and a quarter away from where it all occurred, so it's not very far away at all. She still remembers what happened on the night of the 23rd of January, 1974. She said to me when I spoke to her about it just recently, "I saw aircraft and heard aircraft shot down during the Blitz, and it was like an aircraft coming down, but the sound was louder, bigger, heavier than anything you could imagine to do with an aircraft." They didn't know what it was. They heard the noise first of all and ran out into the road. They weren't the only ones. All the neighbors ran out as well. It got louder and louder and louder, and they couldn't see anything in the sky. But then they felt the impact where the houses shook, and she had things fall off the mantelpiece in the house. It was my wife's dad, who told me the story about bodies being found on the mountain. His real name was Harold Smith, but everyone called him Mick. He had a full-time job with Vauxhall at Ellesmere Port. He was a local counselor and was also a part-time sub-fire officer at Corwin. One day we got talking and he got onto the subject of UFOs, and he said to me, "Oh, well, you obviously don't know about the incident up in the Berwyn Mountains." I first heard the story from him around 1976. At that time, he only told me that bodies had been brought down from the mountain and didn't say anything more. Nothing about who brought them down or where they were taken. But from 1979 to 1982, I was posted to Germany, and Mick and my wife's mother came out to stay with us for a month, and it was here that he told us a lot more. I remember that the information that he told us had apparently come from another person in the North Wales Fire Service whose son was in the army, but it's not surprising that he would have been told. Mick was a well-respected man and knew people throughout the North Wales Fire Service, including at Bala and Wrexham. Mick told me that while the police weren't involved, the army was, heavily. I can't give you an exact date when they visited, and he told us this, but it was definitely between 1979 and 1982. He said that there were definitely lorries from Porton Down at the scene, that there was a lozenge-shaped object on the mountainside, and that bodies were taken off the mountain and driven to Porton. And to this day, his wife can also confirm that Mick told her the story about Porton Down and bodies too, either in the late 1970s or the early 1980s. I do remember Mick saying that when he had first told me this story in 1976, he didn't know that it was the army who had taken the bodies off the mountain, and he didn't know at the time that they'd been taken to Porton Down, so he must have learned that between 1976 and when he came to see us in Germany. One of the strangest and somewhat unsavory aspects of this affair surfaced in 1998 when rumors began circulating that the pseudonymous James Prescott was somehow connected with a very real James Prescott who lost his life in the Falklands War in 1982. It was May 17, 1982, when Staff Sergeant James Prescott of the Royal Engineers was killed while attempting to defuse a bomb on board HMS Antelope. He was later awarded a posthumous Conspicuous Gallantry Medal for his bravery. According to Max Hastings and Simon Jenkins, in the Battle for the Falklands, a broadcast from the bridge announced that the bomb disposal team would try a new method of defusing the bomb. Prescott and Phillips detonated a small charge, then walked forward to inspect the results. As they approached, the bomb exploded. Prescott seemed to be hit by a door blown free by blast, which killed him immediately. Needless to say, the fact that Tony Dodd had not related the tale until the mid-1990s effectively means that the James Prescott killed in the War of the Falklands 14 years previously could not have been the source of his story. Moreover, a former colleague of Dodd's and editor of the newsstand publication on espionage I Spy magazine, Mark Birdsall, has stated that while his brother, the late Graham Birdsall, believed that Dodd's use of the name James Prescott for his source did have some particular significance to it, Mark recalled that Dodd had told him that it had no significance and that he, Dodd, had merely conjured it up as a suitable pseudonym. In other words, the fact that there existed a real James Prescott in the British Army, and that Dodd decided to use that same name for his army source, was something that amounted to nothing more than an unfortunate coincidence. Curiously, however, there is a Falklands link to this story. Regrettably, it comes from another anonymous soldier who claims to have been told of the Berwyn UFO recovery by military personnel while traveling in the convoy of ships that headed for the Falklands when the war was declared. It is possible, as has been postulated, that Dodd's source for the Berwyn alien body recovery was involved in the Falklands campaign, and that the pseudonym of James Prescott was adopted as a tribute to his fallen colleague, and perhaps as a signal to other colleagues who may also have been told the story of the journey to the islands. To date, this is a question that remains unanswered. The James Prescott saga aside, another account links anomalous aerial phenomenon and strange humanoid creatures in the North Wales area on the night of January 23, 1974, From Anne Owen, who now resides in France, comes the following. We had bought 2 derelict 400-year-old cottages, which we were converting. This was on a mountain above Trefru and Landrest, near the River Conway. We'd taken a caravan up and a horse as well, and our 2 children. We had a friend of ours visiting us at the time, a lecturer and mathematician from Toronto University, and we converted a small barn into a bit of a house with a window for him. We were in the caravan with the children, as we couldn't move into the cottages yet. That night, January 23, the horse was very restless, so we put him near our caravan. But later in the night, he started rocking the caravan and was in a terrible state. Then we suddenly saw this thing outside the window. It was like a white ball, very slowly moving. It was difficult to know how far away from us it was, as it was pitch black outside, but it looked about 2 or 3 feet wide. Then suddenly there was an enormous bang, absolutely colossal. At first, we thought it had hit the place where our friend was. Luckily, it didn't hit him, so we weren't actually sure where it had hit. But in the morning, our friend was outside looking at a rowan tree that had been forced out of the ground. What was strangest of all was that the tree had been stripped of all its bark and had been uprooted and thrown 400 feet. The only other person who was local to us was an old lady who was staring at it too. Well, she came up to me and said that she'd been woken by the bang. She also lived on the mountain and had gone to her bedroom window and had seen these little men that were very small and all dressed in black, about 3 to 4 foot tall. She thought because she'd seen the military on the mountain before that this was something to do with them, but she found it rather odd that they were so small. She described a little gathering of them, about 4 or 5, very, very early in the morning, and near where the tree was. But she said that they didn't look too different, only smaller. When she went down to the village to tell the story, everyone thought that she was mad, and then when we asked her again, she wouldn't talk about it anymore. Although we did know of people in Trefru who had had their windows broken by this thing. But we had a group of people come from Cardiff University, and they started to photograph the tree and all around it. They said they had had some instances of UFOs in the area and had been sent to investigate what had taken place. This happened within 1 day of this taking place. They sent us a photograph that showed us a white cylinder where the tree had stood, and that wasn't there when the picture was taken. You couldn't see it with the naked eye. They asked us if we knew what it was, but we had no idea. The oddest thing of all, though, was how the people from the university knew what had happened. They were in their 40s and 50s then, so they weren't students. But the day before and the day after this happened, a weird mist came down out of nowhere. This was nothing like a normal mist, and I still remember it now. I wish I had the answers to it all, but all I can do is tell you what I remember. Having digested the witness testimony and the available evidence, can we come to any firm conclusions with respect to this particular aspect of the broader mystery of what may have occurred on the Berwyn Mountains 30 years ago? Certainly, there is now demonstrable proof, albeit in the form of second-hand testimony, that the alien body angle of the controversy, as well as the Porton Down allegations, had been quietly disseminated amongst the closed-knit North Wales community at least as far back as 1976, and were later elaborated upon by a respected figure in the North Wales Council and Fire Service, no less, in the early 1980s to a then-serving member of the Royal Air Force. In other words, Tony Dodd's informant, James Prescott, appears not to have been the original source of this account. It does have a precedent that the families of Bob Bolton and the late Harold Smith can attest to. Also, the account of Anne Owen demonstrates that the stories of live aliens being seen on the mountainside, as James Prescott asserted that he had heard was the case, also have some form of limited corroboration. Of course, questions remain. Why, for example, was James Prescott so adamant that the incident in which he was involved occurred on the evening of January 20th, when unanimously all the other available evidence points to January 23rd as being the correct date? Was this an error in recollection on his part, or were the events of January 23rd only a part of a larger and even more bizarre mystery? And what of Anne Owen's mysterious visitors, allegedly from Cardiff University, who turned up conveniently out of the blue to discuss her experiences? To this day, As is the case with so many crashed UFO incidents, we are left with a mountain of questions and very few definitive answers. But the controversy surrounding crashed UFOs, alien bodies, and Porton Down does not end there. Only months after the unorthodox aircraft file that is referenced in a previous chapter surfaced into the public domain, Nick Pope, who investigated UFO reports for the British Ministry of Defence from 1991 to 1994, wrote a novel titled Operation Thunderchild that centered around a hostile attack on the United Kingdom by alien forces. At the time, stories and rumors were in circulation to the effect that Pope was telling in a fictionalized format the truth that he was unable to reveal in a non-fiction book. Regardless of whether or not this is the case, in Operation Thunderchild, alien bodies recovered from a UFO crash are taken to the Chemical and Biological Defense Establishment at Porton Down, precisely the same location where it was alleged that alien bodies found on the Berwyn Mountains, North Wales, were taken in January 1974. When Operation Thunderchild was published, Nick Redfern questioned Nick Pope vigorously regarding the claims that the book was based more on fact than fiction. His comments were illuminating to say the least. "Even to you, Nick, I can't comment on that," said Pope. "But let's put it this way. Operation Thunderchild is going to be more controversial than Open Skies, Closed Minds, or The Uninvited, Pope's previous nonfiction titles. And indeed, the Ministry of Defense may have more of a problem with it, mainly because it's going to feature real locations, real weapon systems, real tactics, real doctrine, and real crisis management techniques. It's going to blend my knowledge and experience of UFOs with my knowledge of crisis management, such as my involvement in the Gulf War where I worked in the Joint Operations Center. Given that you won't comment on the hypothesis that Operation Thunderchild relates in a fictional format the sorts of things that you were legally unable to relate in a non-fiction book, are you saying that there is more going on behind the scenes than meets the eye?" Redfern asked Pope. Positively oozing uneasiness, Pope replied, "Well, it's very difficult to go into the details, but I'm a bit more inclined to think that there's perhaps more to this than meets the eye." "More to what?" pressed Redfern. Pope elaborated. "There are one or two things about the ministry's stance over the last few years that have caused me to question things perhaps a little bit more than I did previously. I do think that there's a little bit more going on than perhaps I previously thought. I have to be very careful with every single word I say, because I know that every word, every sentence, every nuance will be picked over by ufologists, the Ministry of Defense, and a number of other agencies." "Excuse me, Nick," said Redfern. "A number of other agencies? What do you mean by that?" "I mean a number of other agencies," was Pope's tight-lipped and only reply. Moreover, by Pope's own admission, he had a great deal of inside help when it came to researching the subject matter, as he stated in the acknowledgement section of the book. "Finally, but perhaps most crucially, there are those who, for a number of reasons I am not able to name. I was helped with this book by a wide range of experts from various different agencies who supplemented my own knowledge with their insights into the world of politics, science, military doctrine, and much else besides." Given this statement, it is of course interesting that Pope's novel included a section on alien bodies being taken for analysis to none other than Porton Down. Of course, Pope, a regular contributor to UFO magazine, would have been keenly aware of the James Prescott controversy, and may simply have included the Porton Down angle in his book to help perpetuate the air of mystery and intrigue about himself that he has been careful to cultivate since publicly announcing his belief in the existence of aliens. However, at the same time that A, the National Archive London was declassifying files on UFOs and biological warfare, B, leaked documents on those same topics were surfacing in the United States, and C, Nick Pope's Operation Thunderchild was released, the British Ministry of Defence, in an unprecedented move, gave a huge amount of technical assistance and support to a BBC television production entitled Invasion Earth that dealt with an attack on the planet by hostile aliens. Inevitably, This led to rumors that this was all part of a less than subtle attempt on the part of the British government to get the general public thinking about the possibility of humankind waging war with an alien species. Does the MOD know something that we don't? A defense source specifically referred to Nick Redfern by Nick Pope had a number of perceptive comments to make. "It's extremely strange," he began, "that on one hand, the MOD is publicly so dismissive about UFOs, and yet on the other, it bent over backwards to provide assistance to a TV company producing a science fiction drama which starts with the RAF shooting down a UFO. Normally," he continued, "the Ministry of Defense only helps film and TV companies where it believes that significant benefits will fall to the MOD in terms of recruiting, training, or public relations. This was the case, for example, with our participation in the James Bond film Tomorrow Never Dies. What, one wonders, did the MOD think it had to gain from helping to perpetuate a view that the Royal Air Force were virtually at war with extraterrestrials? Questions about participation in this project were raised at the highest level within the Ministry of Defense. And, most notable of all, in Invasion Earth, aliens from a captured crashed UFO were taken to Porton Down. And there is another final intriguing footnote to the Porton Down controversy. Although the famous UFO incident at Rendlesham Forest, Suffolk, England in December 1980 has been the subject of half a dozen books, and is considered by many to be an example of a UFO landing event rather than a crash, there are several indicators that something may have been retrieved from the forest. The basics of the account are that between December 26th and 29th, 1980, multiple UFO encounters occurred within Rendlesham Forest that involved United States military personnel based at the nearby Royal Air Force stations Bentwaters and Woodbridge. According to numerous U.S. Air Force personnel, a small triangular-shaped object was seen maneuvering in the forest, as well as strange, almost spectral alien-style entities. In a July 31, 1994 lecture at Leeds, England, Charles Halt, formerly Colonel Charles Halt, and one of those that witnessed the strange object, divulged his recollections of what had occurred 14 years previously. During the course of his lecture, Halt astounded the audience by revealing something that had been hitherto unknown. An unscheduled C-141 transporter aircraft arrived at Woodbridge just hours after the initial encounter, and a group of special individuals departed from the aircraft, headed straight out of Woodbridge's East Gate, and disappeared into the forest. It should be noted, too, that the C-141 is a huge aircraft, fully equipped to carry freight, vehicle payloads, or alternatively, up to 200 troops. Ample space to also secrete a relatively small object, as the Rendlesham vehicle was described, of unknown origin. It may be relevant that during its life as an active military station, RAF Woodbridge was home to a squadron with an intriguing history, as Captain John E. Boyle of the U.S. Air Force reveals. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, the 67th Aerospace Rescue and Recovery Squadron, stationed at RAF Woodbridge, provided standby rescue coverage for the American space flights. Of course, they were never needed to provide emergency rescue actions, but at the time, the unit was trained and available to rescue astronauts with their HH-53 and HC-130 aircraft. In early 1988, the 67th ARRS was redesignated as part of the 39th Special Operations Wing, their primary mission changing from that of rescue to supporting U.S. Special Operations Forces. Their secondary mission remains that of search and rescue, and they would provide any assistance necessary in future space missions. Although the 67th's rescue and recovery skills were not needed during NASA's space missions, the question has to be asked, were they implicated in the recovery of something that originated with somebody else's space program in December 1980? On this path, in her book on the Rendlesham Affair, titled You Can't Tell the People, British writer Georgina Bruni reported on a rumor that shortly after the events at Rendlesham Forest, a number of personnel from Porton Down were reportedly dispatched to the area and, dressed in some sort of full-body protection suit, entered the woods for reasons that remain unknown. Notably, however, the late British Admiral of the Fleet, Lord Hill Norton, who had a personal interest in UFOs, tabled questions at an official level with British authorities on January 11, 2001, in an attempt to resolve the issue of the Portendown allegations as they related to Rendlesham. Predictably, the response to Hill Norton's questions that surfaced on January 25, 2001, was to the effect that staff at the Chemical and Biological Defense (CBD) laboratories at Portendown had made a check of their archives, but had found no record of any such visits. Of course, it should be noted that this carefully worded statement does not state that such records did not exist, only that the specific personnel who made the search were unable to locate anything relevant. The controversy surrounding crashed UFOs and Portendown seems destined to continue. Chapter 17. The Chihuahua, Mexico Crash, August 1974. The following document, titled Research Findings on the Chihuahua Disc Crash, is dated March 23, 1992, and was mailed to researcher Elaine Douglas in July 1993. It was also sent to a number of British UFO investigators in early 1996, including Nick Redfern and Matthew Williams, bearing a Maryland postmark. If true, the document seems to have been written at an unofficial level by a source with deep knowledge of the incident at issue, and who desired the release of the official evidence to interested parties, which, in part, relates to the deaths of various individuals as a result of what may have been a lethal virus of the type described within the pages of the first annual report. The document reads thus: On 25th of August 1974, at 2207 hours, U.S. air defense radar detected an unknown approaching U.S. airspace from the Gulf of Mexico. Originally, the object was tracked at 2,530 mile per hour knots on a bearing of 325 degrees and at an altitude of 75,000 feet, a course that would intercept U.S. territory about 45 miles southwest of Corpus Christi, Texas. After approximately 60 seconds of observation at a position 155 miles southeast of Corpus Christi, the object simultaneously decelerated to approximately 1,955 mile per hour knots, turned to a heading of 290 degrees, and began a slow descent. It entered Mexican airspace approximately 40 miles south of Brownsville, Texas. Radar tracked it approximately 500 miles to a point near the town of Coyam in the state of Chihuahua, not far from the U.S. border. There, the object suddenly disappeared from the radar screens. During the flight over Mexican airspace, the object leveled off at 45,000 feet, then descended to 20,000 feet. The descent was in level steps, not a smooth curve or straight line, and each level was maintained for approximately 5 minutes. The object was tracked by 2 different military radar installations. It would have been within range of Brownsville civilian radar, but it was assumed that no civilian radar detected the object due to a lack of any such reports. The point of disappearance from the radar screens was over a barren and sparsely populated area of northern Mexico. At first, it was assumed that the object had descended below the radar's horizon, and a watch was kept for any re-emergence of the object. None occurred. At first, it was assumed that the object might be a meteor because of the high speed and descending flight path, but meteors normally travel at higher speeds and descend in a smooth arc, not in steps, and meteors do not normally make a 35-degree change in course. Shortly after detection, an air defense alert was called. However, before any form of interception could be scrambled, the object turned to a course that would not immediately take it over U.S. territory. The alert was called off within 20 minutes after the object's disappearance from the radar screen. 52 minutes after the disappearance, civilian radio traffic indicated that a civilian aircraft had gone down in that area, but it was clear that the missing aircraft had departed El Paso International with a destination of Mexico City and could not, therefore, have been the object tracked over the Gulf of Mexico. It was noted, however, that they both disappeared in the same area and at the same time. With daylight the next day, Mexican authorities began a search for the missing plane. Approximately 10:35 hours, there came a radio report that wreckage from the missing plane had been spotted from the air. Almost immediately came a report of a second plane on the ground a few miles from the first. A few minutes later, an additional report stated that the second plane was circular-shaped and apparently in one piece, although damaged. A few minutes after that, the Mexican military clamped a radio silence on all search efforts. The radio interceptions were reported through channels to the CIA. Possibly as many as 2 additional government agencies also received reports, but such has not been confirmed as of this date. The CIA immediately began forming a recovery team. The speed with which this team and its equipment was assembled suggests that this was either a well-rehearsed exercise or one that had been performed prior to the event. In the meantime, requests were initiated at the highest levels between the United States and Mexican governments that the U.S. recovery team be allowed onto Mexican territory to assist. These requests were met with professed ignorance and a flat refusal of any cooperation. By 2100 hours, 26th of August 1974, the recovery team had assembled and been staged at Fort Bliss. Several helicopters were flown in from some unknown source and assembled in a secure area. These helicopters were painted a neutral sand color and bore no markings. Eyewitness indicates that there were 3 smaller crafts, very possibly UH-1 Hueys from the description. There was also a larger helicopter, possibly a Sea Stallion. Personnel from this team remained with their craft and had no contact with other Fort Bliss personnel. Satellite and reconnaissance aircraft overflight that day indicated that both the crashed disc and the civilian aircraft had been removed from the crash sites and loaded onto flatbed trucks. Later flights confirmed that the convoy had departed the area heading south. At that point, the CIA had to make a choice, either to allow this unknown aircraft to stay in the hands of the Mexican government or to launch the recovery team, supplemented by any required military support to take the craft. There occurred, however, an event that took the choice out of their hands. High-altitude overflights indicated that the convoy had stopped before reaching any inhabited areas or major roads. Recon showed no activity, and radio contact between the Mexican recovery team and its headquarters ceased. A low-altitude, high-speed overflight was ordered. The photos returned by that aircraft showed all trucks and jeeps stopped, some with open doors, and 2 human bodies lying on the ground beside 2 vehicles. The decision was immediately made to launch the recovery team, but the actual launching was held up for the arrival of additional equipment and 2 additional personnel. It was not until 1438 hours that the helicopters departed Fort Bliss. The 4 helicopters followed the border down towards Presidio, then turned and entered Mexican airspace north of Candelaria. They were over the convoy site at 1653 hours. All convoy personnel were dead, most within the trucks. Some recovery team members, dressed in bioprotection suits, reconfigured the straps holding the object on the flatbed truck, then attached them to a cargo cable from the Sea Stallion. By 1714 hours, the recovered object was on its way to U.S. territory. Before leaving the convoy site, members of the recovery team gathered together the Mexican vehicles and bodies, then destroyed all with high explosives. This included the pieces of the civilian light plane which had been involved in the mid-air collision. At 1746 hours, the Hueys departed. The Hueys caught up with the Sea Stallion as it re-entered U.S. airspace. The recovery team then proceeded to a point in the Davis Mountains, approximately 25 miles northeast of Valentine. There they landed and waited until 0225 hours the next morning. At that time, they resumed the flight and rendezvoused with a small convoy on a road between Van Horn and Kent. The recovered disc was transferred to a truck large enough to handle it and capable of being sealed totally. Some of the personnel from the Hueys transferred to the convoy. All helicopters then returned to their original bases for decontamination procedures. The convoy continued non-stop, using back roads and smaller highways and staying away from cities. The destination of the convoy, reportedly, was Atlanta, Georgia. Here, the hard evidence thins out. One unconfirmed report says the disc was eventually transferred to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Another says that the disc was either transferred after that to another unnamed base, or was taken directly to this unknown base directly from Atlanta. The best description of the disc was that it was 16 feet 5 inches in diameter, convex on both upper and lower surfaces to the same degree, possessing no visible doors or windows. The thickness was slightly less than 5 feet. The color was silver, much like polished steel. There were no visible lights nor any propulsion means. There were no markings. There were 2 areas of the rim that showed damage. One showed an irregular hole approximately 12 inches in diameter with indented material around it. The other damage was described as a dent about 2 feet wide. The weight of the object was estimated at approximately 1,500 pounds, based on the effect of the weight on the carrying helicopter and those who transferred it to the truck. There was no indication in the documentation available as to whether anything was visible in the hole. It seems likely that the damage with the hole was caused by the collision with a civilian aircraft. That collision occurred while the object was traveling approximately 1,700 knots, 1,955 miles per hour. Even ignoring the speed of the civilian craft, the impact would have been considerable at that speed. This is in agreement with the description of the civilian aircraft as being almost totally destroyed. What was being taken from the crash site were pieces of the civilian aircraft. The second damage may have resulted when the object impacted with the ground. The speed in that case should have been considerably less than that of the first impact. No mention is made of the occupants of the civilian aircraft. It is not known if any body or bodies were recovered. Considering the destruction of the civilian light aircraft in midair, bodies may well not have come down near the larger pieces. Ultimately, what caused the deaths of the Mexican recovery team is not known. Speculation ranges from a chemical released from the disc as a result of the damage to a microbiological agent. There are no indications of death or illness by any of the recovery team. It would not have been illogical for the recovery team to have taken one of the bodies back with them for analysis, but there is no indication of that having happened. Perhaps they did not have adequate means of transporting what might have been a biologically contaminated body. Inquiries to the FAA reveal no documents concerning the civilian aircraft crash, probably because it did not involve a U.S. aircraft, nor did it occur over U.S. airspace. It should be noted that the above facts do not tell the complete story. Nothing is known of the analysis of the craft or its contents. Nothing is known about the deaths associated with the foreign recovery team, nor is it known if this craft was manned or not. Other questions also remain, such as why would a recovered disc be taken to Atlanta, and where did the disc come from? It was first detected approximately 200 miles from U.S. territory, yet U.S. air defenses extend to a much greater distance than that. If the object descended into the atmosphere, perhaps NORAD space tracking has some record of the object. Alternate possibility is that it entered the Gulf of Mexico under radar limits, then jumped up to 75,000 feet. Considering prior behavior exhibited by disks of this size, it is probable that the entry was from orbital altitude. The facts that are known have been gathered from 2 eyewitness accounts, documentation illegally copied, and a partially destroyed document. This was done in 1978 by a person who is now dead. Only in February of this year did the notes and documents come into the hands of our group. While the description of the crash and recovery of the unknown object broadly conforms to the data presented in other reports, the reference to an apparently lethal biological agent present at the scene is very worrying. However, as we have seen time and again, and via numerous examples, it is most definitely not at all without precedent. Chapter 18, The FBI and Cattle Mutilations, 1974 to 1980. As has been noted in the chapter titled Animals and Biological Warfare, 1947 to 1948, the cattle mutilation issue is one that has been linked with the key controversy contained within this book: lethal viruses of extraterrestrial origin that may have been designed to wipe out the human species. But first, in this chapter, some vital background data on this strange and grisly mystery. For the majority of investigators of animal mutilation incidents, the premier event was that of September 1967, when Lady, a 3-year-old horse belonging to Nellie Lewis, was found killed and mutilated under shocking circumstances on the ranch of her brother Harry King in southern Colorado. While the body of Lady was left essentially intact, the flesh from her neck and head had been completely removed in what seemed to be a surgical-like procedure. From his Alamosa home, Nellie Lewis's husband, Burl, commented on the sudden increase in UFO sightings, which accompanied Lady's death, said, "We see something. I won't say what it is, every night." A further account came 1 month after the events at the King Ranch from 2 witnesses who caught sight of a pair of high-flying, cigar-shaped objects, each about half the size of a football field, on a course that would have taken them over the southern Colorado area. In mid-1974, at least 5 cattle were found slain and mutilated in Madison County, Nebraska. In all cases, the genitalia of the animals were removed, and in one instance the cow was reported to be minus 1 ear and eye, as well as its nose, mouth, and tongue. Again, unusual aerial activity was reported. One witness, Harold Kester, described seeing an object that looked as if it had a bluish-green light on each side with a glow surrounding it. It was behind a tree and moved from one side of the tree to the other. We couldn't tell how close it was or how fast it was moving. In July 1975, 6 cows were found mutilated 40 miles north of Council, Idaho. Again, tongues, genitalia, and the udders of the animals were removed. In a series of similar findings in Colorado, the cattle had been entirely drained of blood. "We didn't find any blood at all," commented Sheriff Jim Heilman of Adams County. "It could have been washed away by rain, but I'd have to say that not finding any blood in this sort of a case is highly unusual." "I'm not scared, just uneasy," reported a citizen of Ellsbury, Missouri, following a series of mutilations that hit the town in June 1978. As in Madison County, Nebraska in 1974 and Council, Idaho in 1975, the animals were missing vital organs and body parts, including teeth, eyes, tongues, and ears. And more baffling, the animals were again drained of blood in some vampire-like fashion. Greeley, Colorado, was the target of the mutilators in September 1980. A Briggsdale rancher, Roland Ball, commenting on 2 cattle found slaughtered, said, "That's the first one I've ever seen this way. We found another west of the one that had been dead for 2 days, but it had been dead for quite a while. But it had 1 ear gone, and I could tell it wasn't a predator." In addition to the removed organs, one of the cattle had a 4-inch diameter circle of hide removed from the area of its navel. They had just taken the navel out and everything around it. "It was just as neat a cut as could be," said Ball. At 9:45 p.m. on December 13, 1993, Christopher O'Brien, a journalist of southern Colorado, received a telephone call from a Crestone resident house-sitting in the Baca Grants, who reported that a glowing white object had fallen to the ground south of the Baca, north of Hooper. The next day, a 1,700-pound bull was found dead on the Dale and Clarence Vigil Ranch in the nearby Costilla County. In addition to the usual signs of mutilation, broken tree branches were found where the animal lay, and 6 feet up. Red hair and blood were found on the tips of other branches, giving the impression that the bull had been physically lifted off the ground. What was certainly one of the most controversial statements made with respect to animal and cattle mutilations came in 1997 from the late Lieutenant Colonel Philip J. Corso, who served on President Eisenhower's National Security Council staff, the Operations Coordination Board, and the U.S. Army Staff's Foreign Technology Division. In the Pentagon from 1961 to 1963, I reviewed field reports from local and state police agencies about the discoveries of dead cattle, whose carcasses looked as though they had been systematically mutilated. Local police reported that when veterinarians were called to the scene to examine the dead cattle left in fields, they often found evidence not just that the animal's blood had been drained, but that the entire organs were removed with such surgical skill that it couldn't have been the work of predators or vandals removing the organs for some depraved ritual. Corso continued that the first thought on the part of the U.S. military was that this was the work of the Soviets. However, he added, this was not the case. According to the colonel, it wasn't the Soviets who were going after our cattle. It was the EBEs. Note from the authors, EBE is an abbreviation of extraterrestrial biological entity, a term allegedly used within U.S. intelligence circles to describe alien beings who were experimenting with organ harvesting, probably for transplant in other species or for processing into some sort of nutrient package, or even to create some sort of hybrid biological entity. Of course, the UFO mutilation link has been made on other occasions too, notably in the pages of the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit Summary of July 22, 1947. It states with respect to the issue of animal parts found in the vicinity of a UFO crash in New Mexico in the summer of 1947. The most disturbing aspect of this investigation was there were other bodies found not far from LZ-1, a designation for the Foster Ranch where William Brazel found unusual debris that has become a part of the Roswell story, that looked as if it had been dissected as you would a frog. It is not known if Army field surgeons had performed exploratory surgery on these bodies. Animal parts were reportedly discovered inside the craft at LZ-2, which was a site reportedly 20 miles northwest of the town of Socorro, New Mexico. But this cannot be confirmed. The team has reserved judgment on this issue. For some of the most fascinating data on cattle mutilations, however, we have to turn our attention to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. All of the currently available evidence suggests that FBI knowledge of the phenomenon began in the early months of 1973, when a cluster of reports surfaced in Iowa. Later that year, yet further incidents occurred in at least a dozen counties in Kansas, with more still extending into Nebraska. Many of the killings were associated with sightings of unidentified aerial lights, unmarked helicopters, and an absolute lack of any incriminating evidence to suggest who or what was perpetrating these disturbing crimes. With public anxiety rising, rumors began to circulate to the effect that the mutilations were the work of a powerful and extraordinarily well-equipped band of devil worshippers who were killing the unfortunate cattle and excising various body parts for use in their satanic ceremonies. To illustrate this, on September 4, 1974, U.S. Senator Carl T. Curtis wrote the following to FBI Director Clarence M. Kelly. This will refer to my previous letter of August 21st to you regarding the series of incidents stretching from Oklahoma to Nebraska in which cattle have been dismembered in some kind of strange witchcraft cult. Enclosed is a newspaper article which appeared in the Hastings, Nebraska Daily Tribune concerning these weird events. Articles similar to this one have appeared in many of the Nebraska newspapers. I thought you would want to see this article in order to substantiate the claims which have been made. I am wondering if your good offices have instigated an investigation into this situation, either in Nebraska or any of the other states experiencing similar acts of mutilation to livestock. I will appreciate hearing from you. The Daily Tribune article to which Senator Curtis referred made an intriguing revelation. Cattle killings aren't the only strange happenings in northeast Nebraska. There have been numerous reports of unidentified flying objects in both Antelope and Knox counties. This was something expanded upon by Sheriff Herbert Thompson, Quoted by the newspaper, he stated, "We don't know if they are helicopters or strange lights for the most part. There were several reported over the weekend. The people who reported them called them strange lights. Previously, we had 2 positive identifications of helicopters." Despite the phenomenal number of mutilations and the repeated sights of anomalous aerial lights, all of which suggested that some form of coordinated operation was underway, at the time, all the FBI was willing to state to Senator Curtis was, "It appears that no federal law within the investigative jurisdiction of the FBI has been violated, inasmuch as there is no indication of interstate transportation of the maimed animals." 4 months later, an airtel was sent from the FBI office at Minneapolis to the FBI laboratory, which played down the theory that the mutilations were the work of some unidentified entity, and asserted that, in all probability, they were caused by other varmints believed to be foxes. A report citing the testimony of Richard Hilda, chief agent with the North Dakota Crime Bureau, stated, Hilda said the dead animals in North Dakota had been found in scattered locations, and the Bureau believed they died of natural causes, and then small animals such as foxes had eaten the soft part of the animals. This does not account for the mystery helicopters, nor the strange lights reported time and again in the areas of mutilation sites. Nor does it explain why there was a total lack of similar reports prior to the late 1960s. And when there was an alarming outbreak of mutilations in Colorado in 1974 and 1975, it became more than apparent that this was the work of something far stranger than the local animal population. On August 29, 1975, Floyd K. Haskell, senator for the state of Colorado, wrote an impassioned letter to Theodore P. Roszak, special agent in charge of the FBI at Denver, Colorado, imploring the FBI to make a full investigation into the cattle mutilations in an attempt to resolve the matter once and for all. His letter stated, "For several months, my office has been receiving reports of cattle mutilations throughout Colorado and other western states. At least 130 cases in Colorado alone have been reported to local officials and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI. The CBI has verified that the incidents have occurred for the last 2 years in 9 states. The ranchers and rural residents of Colorado are concerned and frightened by these incidents. The bizarre mutilations are frightening in themselves. In virtually all the cases, the left ear, rectum, and sex organ of each animal has been cut away and the blood drained from the carcass, but with no traces of blood left on the ground and no footprints." Our old friend, the unmarked helicopter, was also out in force in Colorado, as Senator Haskell was only too well aware. He continued, "In Colorado's Morgan County area, there has also been reports that a helicopter was used by those who mutilated the carcasses of the cattle, and several persons have reported being chased by a similar helicopter. Because I am gravely concerned by the situation, I am asking that the Federal Bureau of Investigation enter the case. Although the CBI has been investigating the incidents, and local officials also have been involved, the lack of a central unified direction has frustrated the investigation. It seems to have progressed little, except for the recognition at long last that the incidents must be taken seriously. Now it appears that ranchers are arming themselves to protect their livestock, as well as their families and themselves, because they are frustrated by the unsuccessful investigation. Clearly, something must be done before someone gets hurt." Stressing that the loss of livestock in at least 21 states under similar circumstances suggested an interstate operation was being coordinated, Senator Haskell closed his letter to FBI agent Roszak. Thus, "I urge you to begin your investigation as soon as possible and to contact my office to discuss in more detail the incidents I have described. We stand ready to give you all possible assistance." In addition to contacting Agent Roszak, Senator Haskell issued a press release informing the media that he had asked the FBI to investigate the mutilations. This caused the Denver Post newspaper to comment on September 3rd, "If the Bureau will not enter the investigation of the mysterious livestock deaths in Colorado and some adjacent states, then Senator Floyd Haskell should take the matter to Congress for resolution." Aware of previous FBI statements to the effect that there was nothing to indicate that the killings were within the FBI's jurisdiction, The Denver Post stated firmly, "The incidents are too widespread and potentially too dangerous to public order to ignore. Narrow interpretations of what the FBI's role is vis-a-vis state authority are not adequate to the need." The issue of possible disregard for the law, should the Bureau not wish to become involved, was also something high on the Post's agenda. "There is already federal involvement. Consider this. Because of the gun-happy frame of mind developing in eastern Colorado, where most of the incidents have been occurring, the U.S. Bureau of Land Management, BLM, has had to cancel a helicopter inventory of its lands in 6 counties. BLM officials are simply afraid their helicopters might be shot down by ranchers and others frightened by cattle deaths." This certainly concerned the FBI, and on the day after publication, Special Agents Rosak and Shesta of the Colorado FBI made a visit to the offices of the Denver Post, where, in a meeting with 3 Post representatives, Charles R. Buxton, Lee Olson, and Robert Partridge, the FBI's position with respect to the mutilations was spelled out. Unless the FBI has investigative jurisdiction under federal statute, we cannot enter any investigation. 1 week later, on September 11th, Senator Haskell telephoned Clarence M. Kelly at the FBI to discuss the entire issue of cattle and animal mutilation and the possibility of the FBI becoming involved in determining who, exactly, was responsible. Again, the FBI asserted that this was a matter outside of its jurisdiction. Senator Haskell said that he understood our statutory limitations, but he wished there was something we could do, reported an FBI official, J.R. Gallagher. Haskell had additional reasons for wanting the mutilation issue resolved swiftly, as Gallagher recorded in an internal memorandum of September 12, 1975. "Senator Haskell recontacted me this afternoon and said that he had received a call from Dane Edwards, editor of the paper in Brush, Colorado, who furnished information that U.S. Army helicopters had been seen in the vicinity of where some of the cattle were mutilated, and that he, Edwards, had been threatened, but Senator Haskell did not know what sort of threats Edwards had received or by whom. He was advised that this information would be furnished to our Denver office and that Denver would closely follow the situation. Senator Haskell expressed his appreciation." The FBI ultimately determined that the unidentified helicopter issue was also outside of its jurisdiction, and that on this matter it was unable to proceed further. Curiously, however, during the same time frame, numerous reports of both UFOs and unidentified helicopters surfaced in the immediate vicinity of strategic military installations around the USA, and there is evidence that someone within the FBI was fully aware of this and was taking more than a cursory interest in these sightings. Proof of this comes via a number of Air Force reports forwarded to the FBI only weeks after its contact with Senator Haskell. Selected extract from these reports state, on 7th of November 1975, an off-duty missile launch officer reported that unidentified aircraft resembling a helicopter had approached and hovered near a USAF missile launch control facility near Lewistown. Source explained that at about 0020, 7th of November 1975, Source and his deputy officer had just retired from crew rest in the Soft Support Building, SSB, at the LCF, when both heard the sound of a helicopter rotor above the SSB. The deputy observed 2 red and white lights on the front of the aircraft, a white light on the bottom, and a white light on the rear. On 7th of November 1975, Roscoe E. III, Captain 341 Strategic Missile Wing, advised that during the hours of 6 to 7, November 75, 2 adjacent LCFs, approximately 50 miles south of aforementioned LCF, reported moving lights as unidentified flying objects, UFO. During this period, there were no reports of helicopter noises from personnel at these LCFs. This office was recently notified of a message received by Security Police MAFB, Montana, detailing a similar nocturnal approach by a helicopter at a USAF weapons storage area located at another USAF base in the northern tier states. Local authorities denied the use of their helicopters during the period 6-7 November 1975. That these particular reports should have been of interest to the FBI is perplexing, given the statements made to Senator Haskell that the unidentified helicopter sightings reported in Colorado were outside of the FBI's jurisdiction. One might be forgiven for wondering if a directive had come from on high in the U.S. government, ordering the FBI to steer clear of the mutilation and unidentified helicopter issues. It is also notable that a currently unauthenticated Mj12 document leaked to the researcher William Moore refers to the Northern Tier helicopter and UFO sightings of 1975, and expresses concern that, in view of the fact that the media had picked up on the stories, there was a need on the part of some authority to develop an effective disinformation plan to counter the developing interest that was surrounding the sightings. Could this be why the FBI professed no interest in the Colorado helicopter encounters? Moving on from the mutilations of 1975, the next indication of FBI involvement in the subject came in the final months of 1976. In September of that year, We magazine published a large and comprehensive article outlining the history of the cattle mutilations, the theories surrounding who or what was responsible, and the opinions of numerous persons one way or another implicated in the whole affair. Under the cover of the following memorandum, a copy of the article was sent to FBI headquarters at Washington, D.C. by the special agent in charge at the Springfield, Illinois FBI office. Enclosed for the Bureau is one copy of an article entitled The Mutilation Mystery, which allegedly appeared in We magazine, September 1976 issue. For the information of the Bureau, Sheriff Russell Cruz, Illinois, on September 30, 1976, furnished enclosed article to S.A. Donald R. Sorensen, since it pertained to widespread incidents such as those set forth in referenced Airtel. Note, the referenced Airtel has yet to be released by the FBI. This is furnished to the Bureau in view of numerous references in this article to federal investigative agencies, and also theories that these mutilations of cattle are only a forerunner for later mutilations of human beings. That the FBI should have taken particular note of a magazine article that, in part, referred to the animal mutilations as being a forerunner for later mutilations of human beings is notable for one particular reason. Don Ecker spent 10 years as a police investigator and is now a writer living in Los Angeles. Whilst looking into claims that human beings have been mutilated in a similar fashion that reported in animals, and predominantly cattle, Ecker contacted an active police detective friend, Scott, who had been involved in the investigation of a number of cattle mutilation incidents. I relayed my various information on human mutes to Scott and asked if he would be willing to send an inquiry through his department's computer to the National Crime Information Center, operated and maintained by the FBI in Washington, D.C., states Ecker. Several days later, Scott, sounding troubled, got back in touch with Ecker. Someone is sitting on something big as hell. Contact was made with a further source, this time in the Department of Justice, who would only state that, if all were smart, they would simply leave this issue alone. As tempting as it would be to dismiss this particularly controversial aspect of the mutilation mystery as nothing more than a hoax, or a friend of a friend tale, the verifiable fact that, as far back as 1976, the FBI had on file records pertaining to later mutilations of human beings must, by definition, mean that we keep this matter open for possible future debate and consideration. An examination of the animal mutilation files that the FBI has declassified reveals that between September 1976 and early 1978, the Bureau had no further significant involvement in the mutilation issue. By mid-1978, however, it had become clear that this was a matter that the FBI could afford to ignore no longer. With the assistance of local police authorities, medical sources, and concerned ranchers, the FBI came to accept slowly that this sickening mystery was all too real, even if the perpetrators remained disturbingly anonymous and free to conduct their butchery on a countrywide scale. When the mutilators focused their attention on Rio Arriba County, New Mexico, it marked the turning point in convincing the FBI that, whoever was responsible for the strange killings, they were here to stay. Following a series of mutilations between 1976 and 1978, Manuel S. Gomez, a rancher who had himself lost a number of cattle, approached the senator for New Mexico and a former astronaut, Harrison Schmitt, and requested that inquiries be made to determine if, finally, some form of investigation could be instigated to settle the problem. Schmitt duly complied, and on July 10, 1978, wrote to Chief Martin E. Vigil of the New Mexico State Police and informed him of the concerns of Manuel Gomez and other ranchers in the area, many of who were also losing livestock to the elusive mutilators with worrying regularity. Aware that police officer Gabe Valdez of Espanola had investigated a number of such cases, Vigil asked Captain P. Anaya of the Espanola Police to forward him copies of all relevant paperwork, which could in turn be made available to Senator Schmitt, should he wish to take matters further. As a result, by October 1978, Schmitt was in receipt of Valdez's files and, armed with the evidence that something truly mind-blowing was taking place, mailed a letter voicing his concern to the Attorney General of the Department of Justice, Griffin B. Bell. During the past several years, ranchers throughout the West, including my home state of New Mexico, have been victimized by a series of cattle mutilations. As a result, these ranchers have as a group and individually suffered serious economic losses. While an individual cattle mutilation may not be a federal offense, I am very concerned at what appears to be a continued pattern of an organized interstate criminal activity. Therefore, I am requesting that the Justice Department re-examine its jurisdiction in this area with respect to the possible reopening of this investigation. Attorney General Bell responded with speed and assured Senator Schmitt, "I have asked Philip Heyman, head of the criminal division, to look into our jurisdiction over the cattle mutilation problem with which you are concerned," adding that, "I must say that the materials sent me indicate the existence of one of the strangest phenomenons in my memory." That Bell took all of this seriously is evident from the following note attached to a letter to Heyman. "Please have someone look into this matter at an early date. Senator Schmitt is our friend, and there have been about 60 mutilations in New Mexico in recent months." For his part, on March 2, 1979, Assistant Attorney General Heyman wrote the following one-page memorandum for the attention of the FBI, under the cover of which were sent copies of Officer Gabe Valdez's files. For several years, the criminal division has been aware of the phenomenon of animals being mutilated in a manner that could indicate that such acts are performed by persons as a part of a ritual or ceremony. The report that some of the mutilations have occurred in Indian country is our first indication that federal law may have been violated. It is requested that the Federal Bureau of Investigation conduct an appropriate investigation of the 15 mutilations and any others that occur in Indian country as a possible crime on an Indian reservation. And so, the FBI's deep involvement in the animal mystery began in earnest. For the men and women of the FBI assigned to deal with the animal mutilations, the first step was to review the files of police officer Gabe Valdez. Between August 1975 and the summer of 1978, almost 30 cases of animal mutilation had been recorded in the Rio Arriba area, with many indicating that the attacks were the work of some well-equipped intelligence. One report that stands out and demonstrates that the genuine mutilations are not the work of predators was filed by Valdez in June 1976. At 8 p.m. on the 13th of June, Valdez was contacted by the rancher Manuel Gomez and advised that he had found a 3-year-old cow on his ranch that bore all the classic signs of mutilation. As Valdez listened, Gomez stated that the cow's left ear, tongue, udder, and rectum had been removed with what appeared to be a sharp instrument, yet there was absolutely no blood in the immediate vicinity of the cow, nor were there any footprints and evidence. However, there were marks of some sort, marks that gave every impression that some form of aerial object had landed and carried out a grisly attack on the unfortunate animal. At 5 a.m. on the following day, Valdez set off for the Gomez Ranch along with Paul Riley of the New Mexico Cattle Sanitary Board, where both intended examining the evidence for themselves. On arriving, Officer Valdez and Riley were confronted by a scene of carnage. There was the cow, just as Gomez had described, 3 years old, laying on its right side, vital body parts having been removed with the utmost precision. But that was not all. There were also strange landing marks. In a 2-page report written shortly afterwards and declassified by the FBI, Valdez recorded the details. Investigations continued around the area and revealed that a suspected aircraft of some type had landed twice, leaving 3 pod marks positioned in a triangular shape. The diameter of each pod was 14 inches. Emanating from the 2 landings were smaller triangular-shaped tripods, 28 inches and 4 inches in diameter. Investigation at the scene showed that these small tripods had followed the cow for approximately 600 feet. Tracks of the cow showed where she had struggled and fallen. The small tripod tracks were all around the cow. Other evidence showed that grass around the tripods, as they followed the cow, had been scorched. Also, a yellow, oily substance was located in 2 places under the small tripods. This substance was submitted to the state police lab. The lab was unable to detect the content of the substance. A sample of the substance was submitted to a private lab, and they were unable to analyze the substance due to the fact that it disappeared or disintegrated. Skin samples were analyzed by the state police lab and the medical examiner's office. It was reported that the skin had been cut with a sharp instrument. 3 days later, Valdez contacted Dr. Howard Burgess, a retired scientist from Sandia Laboratories, and asked him to conduct a radiation test at the scene. The results were astounding. All around the tripod marks and in the immediate tracks, the radiation count was found to be twice that of normal. Valdez came up with an interesting hypothesis as to why this should have been so. It is the opinion of this writer that radiation findings are deliberately being left at the scene to confuse investigators. Valdez discovered something else, too. In the days between his first visit to the Gomez Ranch and the second visit with Dr. Howard Burgess, the mysterious aerial object had returned. It led to a distressing discovery. There was also evidence that the tripod marks had returned and removed the left ear. Tripod marks were found over Mr. Gomez's tire tracks of his original visit. The left ear was intact when Mr. Gomez first found the cow. The cow had a 3-month-old calf, which had not been located since the incident. This appears strange since a small calf normally stays around the mother even though the cow is dead. Valdez also noted in his report that this particular incident was typical of those he had investigated over the course of a 16-month period. They all carry the same pattern, he asserted. Perhaps most pertinent, Valdez had been able to determine that in at least one case, the animal in question was found to have had a high dose of atropine in its blood system. This substance is a tranquilizing drug, reported Valdez. There were also concerns on the part of Valdez that government-associated laboratories are not reporting complete findings. For that reason, Valdez ensured that samples from the slain cattle were later submitted to private chemists for analysis. Fully aware of the theories that all of the mutilations were the work of either satanic cults or natural predators, Valdez added, "Both theories have been ruled out due to expertise and preciseness and the cost involved to conduct such a sophisticated and secretive operation. It should also be noted that during the spring of 1974, when a tremendous amount of cattle were lost due to heavy snowfalls, the carcasses had been eaten by predators. These carcasses did not resemble the carcasses of mutilated cows. Investigation has narrowed down to these theories, which involve 1. Experimental use of vitamin B12, and 2. The testing of the lymph node system. During this investigation, an intensive study has been made of 3. What is involved in germ warfare testing and the possible correlation of these 3 factors: germ warfare testing, use of vitamin B12, testing of the lymph node system." As Valdez's files make abundantly clear, such reports proliferated, including the following of May 1978. This 4-year-old cross Hereford and Black Angus native cow was found lying on left side with rectum, sex organs, tongue, and ears removed. Pinkish blood from illegible was visible, and after 2 days the blood still had not coagulated. Left front and left rear leg were pulled out of their sockets, apparently from the weight of the cow, which indicates that it was lifted and dropped back to the ground. The ground around and under the cow was soft and showed indentations where the cow had been dropped. 600 yards away from the cow were the 4-inch circular indentations similar to the ones found at the Manuel Gomez Ranch on April 24, 1978. This cow had been dead approximately illegible hours and was too decomposed to extract samples. This is the first in a series of mutilations in which the cow's legs are broken. Previously, the animals had been lifted from the brisket with a strap. These mutilated animals all dehydrate rapidly in 1 or 2 days. A third document, also of 1978, refers to another incident where abnormal radiation traces were found. It is believed that this type of radiation is not harmful to humans, although approximately 7 people who visited the mutilation site complained of nausea and headaches. However, this writer has had no such symptoms after checking approximately 11 mutilations in the past 4 months. Identical mutilations have been taking place all over the Southwest. It is strange that no eyewitnesses have come forward or that no accidents have occurred. One has to admit that whoever is responsible for the mutilations is very well organized, with boundless financing and secrecy. Ryder is presently getting equipment through the efforts of Mr. Howard Burgess, Albuquerque, New Mexico, to detect substances on the cattle which might mark them and be picked up by infrared rays but not visible to the naked eye. Strange landing marks, elevated radiation readings, tranquilizing drugs, animals covertly airlifted out of the area. What on earth, or off it, was going on? What had Officer Valdez stumbled upon? Was this some form of highly secret U.S. government or military operation centered on germ warfare testing? Or something even more bizarre? It is evident from examining the surrounding FBI documentation generated as a direct result of Valdez's police reports that the Bureau took very seriously the evidence and official testimony that the officer had collected. A 4-page airtell from Forrest S. Putman, FBI Special Agent in charge at Albuquerque, to the Director of the FBI, and summarizing the events in question, makes this abundantly clear. For the past 7 or 8 years, mysterious cattle mutilations have been occurring throughout the United States, and for the past 4 years, have been occurring within the state of New Mexico. Officer Gabe Valdez, New Mexico State Police, has been handling investigations of these mutilations within New Mexico. Putman went on to describe the way in which Valdez theorized that the mutilations were taking place. Information furnished to this office by Officer Valdez indicates that the animals are being shot with some type of paralyzing drug, and that the blood is being drawn from the animal after an injection of anticoagulant. It appears that in some instances the cattle's legs have been broken, and helicopters without any identifying numbers have reportedly been seen in the vicinity of these mutilations. Officer Valdez theorizes that clamps are being placed on the cow's legs, and they are being lifted by a helicopter to some remote area where the mutilations are taking place, and then the animal is returned to its original pasture. The mutilations primarily consist of removal of the tongue, the lymph gland, lower lip, and the sexual organs of the animal. Much mystery has surrounded these mutilations, but according to witnesses, they give the appearance of being very professionally done with a surgical instrument. And according to Valdez, as the years progress, each surgical procedure appears to be more professional. Officer Valdez has advised that in no instance, to his knowledge, are these carcasses ever attacked by predator or scavenger animals, although there are tracks which would indicate that coyotes have been circling the carcass from a distance. Special Agent Putman then informed the director of the results of Valdez's dealings with officialdom. He also advised that he has requested Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory to conduct investigation for him, but until just recently he has always been advised that the mutilations were done by predatory animals. Officer Valdez stated that just recently he has been told by 2 assistants at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory that they were able to determine the type of tranquilizer and blood anticoagulant that had been utilized. The sheer scale of the events that Valdez had an awareness of was then spelled out by Putman. Officer Valdez stated that Colorado probably has the most mutilations occurring within their state, and that over the past 4 years, approximately 330 have occurred in New Mexico. He stated that of these 330, 15 have occurred on Indian reservations, but he did know that many mutilations have gone unreported, which have occurred on the Indian reservations because the Indians, particularly in the Pueblos, are extremely superstitious and will not even allow officers in to investigate in some instances. Officer Valdez stated, since the outset of these mutilations, there have been an estimated 8,000 animals mutilated, which would place the loss at approximately $1 million. Putman further informed the director that on the previous day, February 15, 1979, he had met with Officer Gabe Valdez, Senator Harrison Schmitt, R.E. Thompson, United States Attorney, USA, and Bureau Special Agent Samuel Jones, and it had been decided that the best course of action was for a conference to be convened in Albuquerque no later than April, where those who have suffered cattle mutilations can discuss this matter to determine what has been developed to date and to recommend further steps to be taken to solve this ongoing problem. He continued, "It is obvious if mutilations are to be solved, there is a need for a coordinated effort so that all material available can be gathered and analyzed and further efforts synchronized. Whether the FBI should assume this role is a matter to be decided. If we are merely to investigate and direct our efforts toward the 15 mutilated cattle on the Indian reservation, we, I believe, will be in the same position as the other law enforcement agencies at this time, and would be seeking to achieve an almost impossible task. It is my belief that if we are to participate in any manner that we should do so fully, although this office and the USA's office are at a loss to determine what statute our investigative jurisdiction would be in this matter. If we are to act solely as a coordinator or in any other official capacity, the sooner we can place this information in the computer bank, the better off we would be, and in this regard, it would be my recommendation that an expert in the computer field at the Bureau travel to Albuquerque in the very near future so that we can determine what type of information will be needed, so that when the invitation for the April conference is submitted from Senator Schmitt's office, that the surrounding states will be aware of the information that is needed to place in the computer. It should be noted that Senator Schmitt's office is coordinating the April conference and will submit the appropriate invitations, and with the cooperation of the USA, Mr. Thompson will chair this conference. The FBI will act only as a participant." Up until this point, Putman had not discussed with the director the theories of who precisely was responsible for the mutilations. That situation was about to change. Since this has not been investigated by the FBI in any manner, we have no theories whatsoever as to why or what is responsible for these cattle mutilations. Officer Gabe Valdez is very adamant in his opinion that these mutilations are the work of the U.S. government and that it is some clandestine operation either by the CIA or the Department of Energy, and in all probability is connected with some type of research into biological warfare. His main reason for these beliefs is that he feels that he was given the runaround by Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and they are attempting to cover up this situation. There are also theories that these are cults, religious, of some type of Indian rituals, resulting in these mutilations, and the wildest theory advanced is that they have some connection with unidentified flying objects. Putman concluded his 4-page airtell as follows. If we are to assume an investigative posture into this area, the matter of manpower, of course, becomes a consideration, and I am unable to determine at this time the amount of manpower that would be needed to give this our full attention so that a rapid conclusion could be reached. The Bureau is requested to furnish its comments and guidance on this whole situation, including, if desired, the legal counsel's assessment of jurisdictional question. An early response would be needed, however, so that we might properly, if requested to do so, obtain the data bank information. If it appears that we are going to become involved in this matter, it is obvious that there would be a large amount of correspondence necessary, and Albuquerque would suggest a code name be established of BOVMUT. On April 20th, 1979, the proposed conference came to pass and was detailed in FBI memoranda 1 week later. Such was the concern surrounding the cattle mutilations that nearly 200 people attended the meeting, which was held at the Albuquerque Public Library. A report to FBI headquarters from Albuquerque dated April 25th outlines the flavor of the conference and addresses the various opinions of those in attendance. Forrest S. Putman, Special Agent in Charge, SAC, Albuquerque Office of the FBI, explained to the conference that the Justice Department had given the FBI authority to investigate those cattle mutilations which have occurred or might occur on Indian lands. He further explained that the Albuquerque FBI would look at such mutilations in connection with mutilations occurring off Indian lands for the purpose of comparison and control, especially where the same methods of operation are noted. SAC Putman said that in order for this matter to be resolved, the facts surrounding such mutilations should be gathered and computerized. District Attorney Eloy Martinez, Santa Fe, New Mexico, told the conference that his judicial district had made application for a $50,000 Law Enforcement Assistant Administration grant, LEAA, for the purpose of investigating the cattle mutilations. He explained that there is hope that with the funds from this grant, an investigative unit can be established for the sole purpose of resolving the mutilation problem. He said it is his view that such an investigative unit could serve as headquarters for all law enforcement officials investigating the mutilations and, in particular, would serve as a repository for information developed in order that this information could be coordinated properly. He said such a unit would not only coordinate this information, but also handle submissions to a qualified lab for both evidence and photographs. Mr. Martinez said a hearing will be held on April 24th, 1979, for the purpose of determining whether this grant will be approved. Gabe Valdez, New Mexico State Police, Dulce, New Mexico, reported that he has investigated the death of 90 cattle during the past 3 years, as well as 6 horses. Officer Valdez said he is convinced that the mutilations of the animals have not been the work of predators because of the precise manner of the cuts. Officer Valdez said he had investigated mutilations of several animals which had occurred on the ranch of Manuel Gomez of Dulce, New Mexico. Manuel Gomez addressed the conference and explained he had lost 6 animals to unexplained deaths which were found in a mutilated condition within the last 2 years. Further, Gomez said that he and his family are experiencing fear and mental anguish because of the mutilations. The FBI then reported on the nature of the lectures delivered by a variety of speakers that had been invited to attend and speak at the conference. Their opinions, as diverse as they certainly were, make for notable reading. David Perkins, director of the Department of Research at Lieber School in Farisita, Colorado, exhibited a map of the United States which contained hundreds of colored pins identifying mutilation sites. He commented that he had been making a systematic collection of data since 1975 and has never met a greater challenge. He said, "The only thing that makes sense about the mutilations is that they make no sense at all." Tom Adams of Paris, Texas, who has been independently examining mutilations for 6 years, said his investigation has shown that helicopters are almost always observed in the area of the mutilations. He said that the helicopters do not have identifying markings, and they fly at abnormal, unsafe, or illegal altitudes. Dr. Peter Van Arsdale, Ph.D., Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology, University of Denver, suggested that those investigating the cattle mutilations take a systematic approach and look at all types of evidence is without discounting any of the theories such as responsibility by extraterrestrial visitors or satanic cults. Richard Sigismund, social scientist, Boulder, Colorado, presented an argument which advanced the theory that the cattle mutilations are possibly related to activity of UFOs. Numerous other persons made similar type presentations expounding on their theories regarding the possibility that the mutilations are the responsibility of extraterrestrial visitors, members of satanic cults, or some unknown government agency. Dr. Richard Prine, forensic veterinarian, Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, Los Alamos, New Mexico, discounted the possibility that the mutilations had been done by anything but predators. He said he examined 6 carcasses, and in his opinion, predators were responsible for the mutilation of all 6. Dr. Claire Hibbs, a representative of the State Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, New Mexico State University, Las Cruces, New Mexico, said he recently came to New Mexico, but that prior to that he examined some mutilation findings in Kansas and Nebraska. Dr. Hibbs said the mutilations fell into three categories: animals killed and mutilated by predators and scavengers, animals mutilated after death by sharp instruments, and animals mutilated by pranksters. Tommy Bland, Louisville, Texas, told the conference he's been studying UFO activities for 22 years and mutilations for 12 years. He explained that animal mutilations date back to the early 1800s in England and Scotland. He also pointed out that animal mutilations are not confined to cattle, but cited incidents of mutilation of horses, dogs, sheep, and rabbits. He also said the mutilations are not only nationwide, but international in scope. Chief Raleigh Tafoya, Ikaria Apache Tribe, and Walter Descheno, Governor, Santa Clara Pueblo, each spoke briefly to the conference. Both spoke of the cattle which had been found mutilated on their respective Indian lands. Chief Tafoya said some of his people who have lost livestock have been threatened. Carl W. Whiteside, investigator, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, told the conference that between April and December 1975, his bureau investigated 203 reports of cattle mutilations. At the conclusion of the conference, a meeting was convened in Albuquerque, and which was attended heavily by the FBI, law enforcement officers from New Mexico, and numerous official investigators from Nebraska, Colorado, Montana, and Arkansas. One of the highlights of the meeting, which had not been divulged during the public conference, was the revelation that in Arkansas, the authorities had investigated 28 cases of cattle mutilation, all of which were the work of intentional mutilators and not of predators, something with which the investigator from Montana concurred. As a result, during May 1979, the District Attorney's Office for Santa Fe, New Mexico, received a $50,000 Law Enforcement Assistant Administration Grant, LEA, to enable a comprehensive review of the evidence to begin in earnest. It was decided, however, that the investigation would be limited to a study of those livestock found solely on Indian land in New Mexico. Oddly, an FBI memorandum of June 1, 1979 stated that, following the announcement that an official investigation was to begin, there have been no new cattle mutilations in Indian country. 4 days later, however, the low-profile approach to which the FBI was hoping to adhere was shattered when the National Enquirer newspaper devoted one page of its June 5th edition to a discussion of the FBI's involvement in the mutilation issue. Among those cited by the Enquirer was one Henry Monteith, an engineering physicist at Sandia Laboratories. Monteith, having spoken with a number of Indians, had no doubt that the mutilations were the work of extraterrestrials, and went on to disclose that amongst those Indians to whom he had spoken, there were some who claimed to have seen spaceships land and unload star people who chase down animals and take them back to the spaceship. And in a moment of light relief, District Attorney Eloy Martinez of Espanola, New Mexico, admitting that UFOs are a possibility, stated, "I might be the first district attorney in the country to prosecute an alien from outer space." Had it come to pass, that would indeed have been a court case worth seeing. Armed with a $50,000 LEA grant, investigators began in earnest under the three-person team of Director Kenneth M. Rommel, Jr., who served with the FBI for 28 years, Diana S. Moyle, coordinating secretary, and an investigator, Cipriano Padilla. Many, however, were critical of the investigation. In July 1979, the Rio Grande Sun reported that the finding of the county's freshest mutilation so far, which curiously went uninvestigated. "I was really disgusted," said Dennis Martinez, a rancher who had discovered the mutilated carcass within 300 yards of his Truckus farm. The news media said investigators would come as soon as they were called. For 7 hours, Martinez waited, but no investigator arrived. "I don't blame them for being upset," commented Senator Harrison Schmitt, expressing his concern that the finding on the Martinez Ranch remained practically unacknowledged, and when advised that Kenneth Rommel had still to contact Officer Gabe Valdez, whose files acted as the catalyst that prompted Schmidt to initiate high-level inquiries with the FBI, he responded, "That doesn't sound like complete investigating." There were other stories in circulation, too, concerning the Leah-funded investigation, as the Rio Grande Sun was only too well aware. Citing a number of confidential sources who had expressed dissatisfaction with Kenneth Rommel's study, the Sun stated, "Persons who have spoken to the investigator complain he is brusque or too flippant, or he doesn't take their ideas or their reports seriously, and they'd rather not discuss with him further mutilation phenomena." This may, of course, represent nothing more than a marked difference of opinion over the source of the mutilations. However, darker rumors were also in circulation. Other persons expressed fears that not only Rommel but the district attorney and the state police are working together to cover up whatever is behind the mutilations, and rumors are spreading fast, added the newspaper. On July 17, 1979, Senator Schmidt announced that the State Appropriations Committee had directed the FBI to continue its investigations. Such action, said Schmidt, is necessary due to the continuing widespread problem of cattle mutilations and the need for federal coordination of the investigation. I hope that the committee's endorsement of this proposal will increase the FBI's investigative activity so that the answer to this bizarre and grisly mystery will be found. Within 2 weeks, however, the FBI office at Albuquerque noted, "Since being instructed to investigate this matter, there have been no reports of mutilations on Indian lands in New Mexico. In view of this, no investigation is currently being conducted regarding mutilations, and the Albuquerque office is placing this matter in a closed status." Come January 1980, the situation had changed little, as an FBI report to Washington discloses. On January 15, 1980, Kenneth M. Rommel advised that his office has pursued numerous investigative leads regarding the possible mutilation of animals in New Mexico. He said that to date, his investigative unit has determined that none of the reported cases has involved what appear to be mutilations by other than common predators. Rommel said he has traveled to other states and conferred with investigators in those areas regarding mutilations, and to date has received no information which would justify the belief that any animals have been intentionally mutilated by human beings. Rommel added that regarding all the dead animals he had examined, the damage to the carcasses has always been consistent with predator action. On January 15, 1980, this matter was discussed with Assistant U.S. Attorney Richard J. Smith, U.S. Attorney's Office, Albuquerque. Assistant U.S. Attorney Smith said that, in his opinion, there is no federal interest in continuing an investigation in this matter in the absence of further reports of acts of suspected mutilation of animals on Indian land in New Mexico. 2 months later, Rommel's feelings were set forth in a letter to the FBI laboratory at Washington. For your information, since approximately 1975, New Mexico and other states, primarily those located in close proximity to New Mexico, have had incidents referred to by many as the cattle mutilation phenomena. Stock animals, primary cattle, have been found dead with various parts of the carcass missing, such as one eye, one ear, the udder, and normally a cord anus. Most credible sources have attributed this damage to normal predator and scavenger activity. However, certain segments of the population have attributed the damage to many other causes, ranging from UFOs to a giant governmental conspiracy, the exact nature of which is never fully explained. No factual data has been supplied supporting these theories. In writing to the FBI laboratory, Rommel requested that an analysis be carried out on some material that was believed to be identical to flakes found on the hides in the Dulce, New Mexico area. He stated, "I would appreciate it if through the use of a GS mass spectroscopy test or any other logical test that these flakes can be identified. This in itself would go a long way to assisting me to discredit the UFO cow mutilation association theory." Rommel was informed that the flakes were nothing more than enamel paint. By the summer of 1980, Rommel had prepared a bound report entitled Operation Animal Mutilation, copies of which were circulated throughout the FBI. The final entry in the FBI's cattle mutilation file reads, A perusal of this report reflects it adds nothing new in regard to potential investigation by the Albuquerque FBI of alleged mutilations on Indian lands in New Mexico. And there matters stand to this day. For all the efforts of Senators Harrison Schmitt and Floyd Haskell, police officer Gabe Valdez, numerous ranchers, media sources, private and official investigators, the final report generated by the Leah's $50,000 grant concluded that the mutilations were the work of nothing more than scavengers. A detailed study of the data set forth in FBI files, however, clashes acutely with the conclusions of Operation Animal Mutilation. Firstly, the decision to limit investigations to those cattle found mutilated on Indian land in New Mexico is curious, particularly in view of the fact that, when it was announced that Rommel's study was beginning in earnest, such killing ceased. Whilst individual mutilations outside of Indian land might not technically have been within the FBI's jurisdiction, surely a detailed comparison with such cases would have been warranted. Indeed it would. And this was something, it will be recalled that, Forrest S. Putman, special agent in charge of the FBI at Albuquerque, noted in early February 1979. If we are merely to investigate and direct our efforts toward the 15 mutilated cattle on the Indian reservation, we, I believe, will be in the same position as the other law enforcement agencies at this time and would be seeking to achieve an almost impossible task. It is my belief that if we are to participate in any manner, that we should do so fully. Putman's proposal was certainly laudable, and it is baffling why the investigation did not fully address the mutilation issue on a nationwide scale. There are other anomalies too. In his letter of March 5, 1980 to the FBI, Kenneth Rommel wrote that with respect to the claims that the mutilations were the work of UFOs or a giant government conspiracy, no factual data to support either theory existed. But what of the files of police officer Gabe Valdez? They may not confirm that aliens from some far-off world are systematically butchering our cattle, but they do confirm the presence of unidentified aerial vehicles in the immediate vicinity of mutilation sites. The disturbing report written up by Valdez after his visit of June 14, 1976, to the ranch of Manuel Gomez is a perfect example. Investigations continued around the area and revealed that a suspected aircraft of some type had landed twice, stated Valdez. And what of the pod marks, scorched ground, elevated radiation readings, and the unidentified yellowy, oily substance found at the site? Is this not the factual data that Rommel asserted was so noticeably absent? Moreover, the reports collected by Valdez in 1978, implying that animals had actually been lifted into the air by some unknown object, are also convincing evidence of a phenomenon beyond mere predators. Both cows were laying on their side, with their left front leg and left rear leg broken, which indicates that animals were lifted by their extremities, reported Valdez. We also note that investigations in Arkansas had concluded that no fewer than 28 cases of cattle mutilation had been recorded, and that in Colorado, a phenomenal 203 accounts had surfaced. Yet the project sponsored by the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration insisted on focusing solely on the aforementioned 15 New Mexico-based incidents. And it should not be forgotten, too, that Dane Edwards, editor of A Brush, Colorado-based newspaper, had informed Senator Floyd Haskell that not only had U.S. Army helicopters been seen in the vicinity of local cattle mutilations, but that he, too, had been threatened by unknown parties. Is it possible that the Rio Grande Sun was close to the truth when it stated that other persons express fears that not only Rommel, but the district attorney and the state police are working to cover up whatever is behind the mutilations and rumors are spreading fast? Did the FBI uncover something about the mutilations that was deemed so shocking that the public and the media had to be kept in the dark at all costs? MLP Moschella of the FBI has informed us that the Bureau has not conducted any investigation of cattle mutilation since 1980, and that all material on the FBI's involvement in the New Mexican mutilations has been released into the public domain without any excisions. A similar assurance comes from the Justice Department, and yet the perplexing points noted above that suggest the existence of a real phenomenon of unknown origin and intent remain. But can they be resolved? Possibly. We have seen that there has been a veritable abundance of such reports since the late 1960s, and that those same reports seem to be allied in many cases with sightings of unmarked helicopters, Army helicopters, and unusual and unidentified aerial lights. Is it really the case, as suggested by the late Colonel Philip J. Corso, that alien creatures are carrying out these macabre acts? Or is there a more down-to-earth possibility? There is, and it is one that is even more terrifying in view of its implications. As a police officer in Fife, Alabama, Ted Oliphant investigated over 30 cases of cattle mutilation in a 6-month period from October 1992 to May 1993. Oliphant has reported that in a number of such cases, pharmaceuticals had been found in bovine blood, including barbiturates, anticoagulants, and synthetic amphetamines. The drugs found are not veterinary drugs, stresses Oliphant. They are pharmaceuticals associated with human beings. Among those law enforcement agents who have thoroughly investigated these bovine excision sites, says Oliphant, there is a consensus that some kind of medical testing is taking place. Oliphant makes a noteworthy observation with respect to the body parts excised from the animals. The jaw is an important part because enzymes are produced there, enzymes that can kill viruses and bacteria. It's an antibody factory. The digestive tract also acts as a filter that absorbs, collects, and stores traces of any chemical or toxin introduced. The rectum is a similar filter, as are the ears. They store traces of toxins and chemicals like a library, because many diseases, like Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease and bovine spongiform encephalopathy, can be inherited. The reproductive system may be a good place to look for clues on how it passed to the next generation. With BSE and CJD being such devastating new diseases, is it possible that many alleged cases of cattle mutilations are actually evidence of our tax dollars at work? A practically identical theory is advanced in Colm Kelleher's 2005 book, Brain Trust, that paints a highly disturbing picture of the United States beef industry and that delves deep into the issue of emerging viruses and the way in which they are advancing into the food chain, and from there into the human species. But the most controversial theory concerning cattle mutilations that has a major bearing upon the data contained within this book is still to come and will be expanded upon in a later chapter. Chapter 19, Somaliland and Vargina, 1996. It is intriguing that in 1996, the same year that Tony Dodd's source in the British Army, James Prescott, surfaced with a story about alien bodies taken to the government's chemical and biological research establishment at Porton Down in 1974, two accounts surfaced that linked alleged UFO crashes with what appeared to be the lethal viruses of unknown origin, one in Somaliland and the other in South America. The facts concerning the Somaliland event, brief as they are, can be found in a 3-page document titled Somaliland President Eagle Speaks on Mysterious Bomb Blast that was declassified by the Central Intelligence Agency in 1999 and concerns a series of mysterious explosions that had occurred in the vicinity. The report that was forwarded to the State Department, Defense Intelligence Agency, and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Dayton, Ohio, among other agencies and departments, stated, from the Focus on Africa program, FBIS, Foreign Broadcast Information Service, transcribed text, there have been reports this week of mysterious explosions in the remote eastern region of the self-declared Republic of Somaliland. They apparently occupied in December, but because of the remote nature of the area have been slow coming to light. The blasts have been attributed to various causes from unidentified flying objects, UFOs, to rocket tests. While Somaliland leader Mohammed Eagle has been looking into the matter. On the line to Hargeisa, Timothy Ecott asked him what he thought had been going on. Beginning with Eagle, We have these mysterious reports from our nomadic population there, and then I sent a 4-man commission, 2 doctors, a veteran doctor, and 1 minister, and they have submitted to us a report which is very, very alarming. They said that they went there almost a fortnight after this thing has taken place, and they found most of the animals in the area are still in a sort of demented stage. They were not grazing, they were just stampeding all over the place. Ecot, you said the animals were demented. What about the people living there? Eagle, some of them who are very close to the area have got skin rashes, and some of them are almost shredding their outer skin. There are boils all over the place, and some of them are having stomach aches, and very unusual motions. Stomach motion and a lot of symptoms have been reported. We are sending back some doctors to actually evaluate the human damage and the animal damage that has been done. Ecot, did anyone get an eyewitness account of what this explosion might have been caused by? Eagle, the people who were there, the stories they tell is that they heard no noise. Apparently whatever exploded was moving at a supersonic speed, because there was no prior noise or anything like that. They just heard a very, very, very loud explosion, which has taken place, and the light, the light of the explosion in the air. The area is so big that they didn't have the capability or the time to investigate the whole ground and try to pick up any debris that might have fallen. They haven't been able to do that. Ecot, whatever your authority is claiming that this might have been, some of the news agencies are talking about UFOs. Eagle, no. We are not making any claims of that or any fantastic claims like that, What we think happened is that there must have been a missile fired from somewhere, which has exploded either deliberately over our country, or whether it has exploded inadvertently, we can't tell. So what we are asking now, people like the English and French, and especially the Americans who monitor the world, they must know what happened, They definitely know what happened. If it was Saddam Hussein who fired the missile, it would have been in the headlines all over the world, but apparently whoever fired the missile is still in the good books of those who know, and they don't want to publicize it. But we want to know what happened to us, so that at least we will know how to deal with it. Econ, is anybody offering to help you to investigate and to look after the people you say have been injured? Eagle, well, we have sent it, yes, to the American Embassy. We have sent it to the British Embassy, we've sent it to the French Embassy, and we've sent it to the BBC, and to the routers and people like that, Nobody has yet responded, but we have made the appeal and we are still making it. Notably, the reference to people having suffered adverse physical reactions to the presence of the unidentified object is not unlike the references contained within the Mj12 First Annual Report that describes individuals having fatal reactions to what was reported as a particularly lethal form of alien virus present at a UFO crash site in New Mexico in 1947. From the research team of A.J. Givard and Dr. Roger Lear comes the following, based upon their in-depth research into a spectacular series of alleged alien body recoveries in the Varginha area of Brazil, also notably in January 1996, that appears to have connections to the alien virus controversy. As the pair states, on 20th of January 1996, around 8:30 a.m., the Varginha Military Police Headquarters began to receive telephone calls from the district of Jardim Andere of Brazil with reports that something strange was being seen in the neighborhood. Apparently, some children had reported seeing a strange creature that looked half man and half animal, and that was making a sound like a sharp, anguished cry. The entity moved only when someone threw a pebble at it. The local police command then informed the ESA, Escola de Sargentos de Forças Armadas, School of Sergeants of the Armed Forces, in the neighboring town of Tres Corações, that something suspicious was being cited and reported from Jardim Andere. The ESA sent off a military truck with 2 soldiers and a sergeant to the scene in Varginha. About 9 p.m., the 13th Company of Special Fire Brigade was ordered to send a garrison to the place under command of Major Maciel, Sergeant Paul Harris, Corporal Rubens, and Privates Navaldo and Santos. Curious civilians were gathering around but were strictly told to evacuate the area. An hour later, a creature was spotted. It was captured with a net to catch animals, offering little resistance, and it was placed within a wooden box loaded on the ESA truck. As it was put onto the truck, according to the fire brigade militaries, the alien let off a faint humming sound. The military truck headed at full speed for the city of Tres Carrizos. Just prior to the capture, shots were heard by witnesses who later saw troops carrying bags with something moving inside. Later that day, around 3 p.m., the young women who would turn out to be the main witnesses of the case, Lilian de Fatima Silva, 16, and her sister, Valkyria Aparecida Silva, 14, and their friend, Katia Xavier, 21, were cutting across a pathway on their way home in the district of Jardim Andir when they were startled by what appeared to be an odd-looking creature that seemed to be in great pain. The creature was crouched and leaning against the wall of a car repair shop. It had large, bulky, lidless red eyes with no irises, and they seemed to be fixed on the witnesses. Its head was disproportionately large with bumps on top and large veins on its base extending from the shoulders up the neck. Its skin seemed to be covered with a thick, shiny, and wet, oily substance. Scared as they were, the three witnesses ran off. Later, as they were interviewed by the researchers, the girls would say the strange bumps on the creature's head resembled horns. Still, on 20th of January between 6:15 and 7:30 p.m., two officers from the intelligence service, Marco Eli Cherez and Eric Lopez, probably had the most unusual experience in their military lives, and that would end up being fatal to one of them. By then, the three girls' story was spreading quickly. Ordered to patrol the Jardim Andir area after a most unusual rain that had fallen over the city, Cherez and Lopez saw something move out of the shadows in a nearby construction work and cross the path in front of their car. The officer driving the vehicle braked immediately. Both men left. Cherez saw it first. The apparent animal looked either hurt or too feeble as it went into the pasture nearby. As both policemen approached the creature, they realized it was certainly not an animal. It was a person. A very different, weird, and apparently deformed person. It was naked and probably dying. In spite of the somewhat repugnant looks of the creature, they put it in their car and drove at once to a first aid station. There, the attendant was appalled at the sight of the thing, realizing that it was something odd, and refused to let it in. The man was scared and recommended that it be taken to a hospital or a zoo, concluding with, "I don't want to be in trouble here." The two officers took the creature to the Hospital Regional de Minas in downtown Varginha, where vain attempts were made to keep it from dying. The hospital suddenly got crowded with police and military personnel. In an attempt to help the dying alien breathe easier, someone set it up with oxygen breathing apparatus, which was probably the cause of its accelerated death. The body was then transferred to Hospital Humanitas. Dr. Fernando Eugenio Prado, responsible for the ER patients in the Hospital Regional that day, was barred from getting in by a stranger wearing medical gloves and apron, but he saw the inert body afterwards. As a matter of fact, he would declare during a medical congress towards the end of 1996 that he could not be sure whether it was a dead extraterrestrial, but it was certainly the strangest thing he'd ever seen. Unfortunately, though, when he was interviewed by two UFO researchers investigating the case, Dr. Prado denied the truth of his statement, explaining that he'd said that only to put a stop to the mockery by some of his colleagues that were teasing him about the Varginha's ET because he lived in the town of Varginha. And that was why he said he'd actually seen something odd, so everyone would stop mocking about his town. On the 22nd of January, a military convoy headed for the School of Sergeants of the Armed Forces in the city of Tres Carrizos, carrying an awkward cargo, all sealed in heavy boxes. The next day, military vehicles would rush to Campinas, in the state of Sao Paulo, going straight to Unicamp, the state university in the city of Campinas, carrying two boxes. In one box was the body taken away from Hospital Humanitas, Varginha. The other box contained something living. It could be the creature captured earlier by the Fire Corps on the 20th. One of the creatures was taken to an underground laboratory in the premises of the state university. The box, with 2 holes on each side, was carried by 2 army men. In the days that followed, a whole staff of scientists and physicians began to virtually live in those quarters of Unicamp, among whom Dr. Fortunato Baron Palhares. Foodstuff was brought in at most irregular hours, including vegetables, fruit, milk, mixed soup, and yogurt. There was no contact between the employees who carried the food around and the working doctors. The food would be passed quickly through a door, which was just as quickly closed. Eventually, serum was requested. On the 26th, American militaries, including some NASA officials, arrived at Unicamp. The official purpose of the visit was to discuss the possible participation of Brazilian scientists in future space missions. One of the most serious and regrettable facts involving the sequence of events in the whole incident was the death of Corporal Marco Eli Cherez. He was one of the officers from the intelligence service of the military police who took part in the capture of the second creature on the night of the 20th of January 1996. Witnesses say that the officer might have died of general infection after having touched the alien, which was specified in the necropsy report. However, his death certificate presents no defined cause for his death. A witness said that at the moment of its capture, the being made a slight movement that led the man to touch its left arm without his gloves. On the 23rd, Cherez's father asked his son what was all the nonsense people had been talking about, with rumors of the military having captured a little monster or a strange being. With a serious countenance, Marco Eli Cherez replied that it was no nonsense, adding that a lot was yet to be said about the affair. And on the 26th, as his family were watching the evening news talking about the Varginhas ET, he said sternly, "Do not watch that sort of thing. It's no good." On February 6th, a little tumor similar to a fur knuckle appeared in Cherez's armpit. The officer complained about severe pains in his back and was taken to the hospital. He underwent a small surgery to have the tumor removed and then sent back home. On the 10th of the same month, Cherez complained of pains in his back and high fever and was sent to Hospital Bon Pasteur, where he was seen by a cardiologist named Dr. Rene. The doctor and his staff were unable to produce precise diagnosis of his illness. He was transferred to Hospital Regional de Sul de Minas, where he died on the 16th of acute respiratory deficiency, septicemia, and bacterial pneumonia. Examinations included urine tests, X-rays from his back, spine, and sacrum, and an orthopedic evaluation performed by Dr. Rogerio Lemos. A disc hernia was possible. Blood tests showed a blood count with leukocytis, left deviation, and toxic granulations of the neutrophils. These are signals of a significant infection with high capacity to cause toxemia. Not to my surprise, there were toxic granulations. 2 antibiotics were prescribed, penicillin and gentamicin, since doctors thought that it might be a case of pneumonia due to the location of the pain or to the urinary infection. HIV tests were also undertaken, since it was realized that he had an immunodeficiency and a simple urinary infection or pneumonia, or both. This would not lead a person to a septicemia condition, taking 2 antibiotics. This is almost impossible, and it only occurs in cases of immunodeficiency. Despite the antibiotics, the infection was getting worse. 6 hours later, he died. His body was taken for autopsy, which revealed a urinary tract infection caused by enterobacteria that was confirmed by examinations at Hospital Bon Pasteur. There was also a lung infection, a small pneumonia. The doctor explained it could not have been a case of congenital immunodeficiency. Otherwise, he could not have lived to 23 in good health. And he didn't have that for sure, or at least didn't have immunodeficiency the day he died. For this reason, the immunodeficiency, was surely acquired. How he acquired that, no one knows. I say the cause of death was not found because it wasn't pneumonia, or the urinary infection, or the abscess that killed him. We still don't know the cause. The blood count issued by the Laboratory of Clinical Analysis of Hospital Bon Pasteur revealed the following information: presence of cytoplasm vacuoles, presence of fine toxic granulations in 8% of neutrophils, little poikilocytosis. Interpreting these data, cardiologist Cesario Furtado stated that the fine toxic granulations appear in the neutrophils of a person when he is being attacked by highly virulent bacteria. That forms a mass of combat, let's call it like that could reach 50 to 60%. The report shows 8% because it was the first blood test. It already shows an infection, which made us prescribe the 2 antibiotics. Their presence indicates a significant and serious infection. It's not very common, but in serious cases, it is very frequent. In all serious infections, you often have the possibility of finding them in the numbers ranging from 5% to 50% or even more. The immediate cause of death was precise, but what led to death is yet unclear. An immunodeficiency for sure. Well, the attack of 3 bacteria in 3 different parts of the body in that space of time is a hard thing to deal with. I assure you that no abscess can cause an immunodeficiency. An abscess may even cause septicemia, but it can't kill a person. Besides, any antibiotics can cure it. That was not the case. It was not the bacteria penetrating the arm that caused the infection. It was a strange death without any clear explanation. During my professional life, I've seen 2 people around 25 dying of an infection like that, but both were reportedly immunodeficient, and both had the spleen removed, splenectomy, due to past accidents. According to Dr. Furtado, Marco Elcherez had a strange death without a rational explanation. In the course of my professional life, I've already seen 2 individuals aged about 25 die of an infection, but we knew that both had immune deficiency. Both of them, if I recall, had had removal of the spleen, splenectomy, following a past accident. After a certain delay, that causes immunodeficiency. In that situation, the person may decease rapidly if he finds himself in the condition of a septicemia. But once again, it was not the case. In the same year, 1996, and not long after the creature's appearance as reported by Liliane, Valkyria, and Katya, as well as by other civilian and military witnesses, other mysterious incidents were reported in Varginha that may or may not be related to the ET from Varginha as the creature, or better yet the creatures, came to be known, but which certainly bring to mind the affairs involving the capture of both beings on January 20th. On April 21st around 9 p.m., Ms. Teresina Gallo-Klepf, 65, was at a birthday party at a hall used for celebrations in a wooded area nearby Varginha Zoo. She went out to smoke and suddenly glimpsed among the bushes something that nearly scared her out of her wits. It was a creature standing on a guardrail, leaning against it. She described it as very ugly, apparently wearing an elm on its large head, and it had bright red eyes. Teresina was frightened, went back inside, and told her husband she wanted to go home. Prior to that, during the first week of April, several animals in the zoo had appeared dead for no apparent reason. Their entrails were sent to Belo Horizonte, the state's capital, for a thorough analysis, but the cause of death was not determined. Dr. Elaine Maria Santos Gomez, veterinarian in Belo Horizonte, stated that the finds suggested the presence of a caustic toxin. Some of the animals had had a diffuse hemorrhage. Nearly a month later, on May 19th at 7 p.m., Hildo Gardingo, 20, was driving to Varginha and suddenly saw, illumined by the headlights of his car, a creature in the middle of the road that was approximately 5.25 feet tall and was trying to run across the road from a farm. Gardingo described an almost identical creature to the one described by Liliane, Valkyria, and Katya, sighted on January 20th, except he thought he saw hairs covering its body. As the beam from the car lights focused on the animal, it covered its eyes with its hand and ran back into the bushes by the side of the road. The young man was scared and drove away from the scene as fast as he could. Before Gardingo's frightening experience, however, on April 28th, a disturbing episode involving 2 of the 3 girls occurred, bringing to mind the idea of an inevitable cover-up around the Varginha sightings. On that same date, Luzia Helena Silva and her daughters, Liliane and Valkyria, were visited by 4 men who refused to identify themselves and who were not wearing military uniforms. The men were ready to pay a huge amount of money to make the women go public and deny their story. If the girls had accepted, they would have had interviews on a TV channel and said what the strange visitors had coached them to say. They refused to comply, though. Whether or not the military was involved in the attempted bribes may be a matter of speculation. Fact is, though, that aiming to cover up the evidence presented by the UFO investigators, the head department of the School of Sergeants of the Armed Forces, under orientation of General Sergio Pedro Coelho Lima, started on the 10th of May 1996 an internal investigation to find who among its members were in any way linked to the events revealed about the case. General Lima also summoned a press conference, promising everything would be explained. It was a tense and eagerly expected moment, for it could be the second time the Brazilian authorities would go public about the UFO phenomenon. The first time was in 1986, when the Minister for the Aeronautics had confirmed in a press conference that fighter planes had actually chased several unidentified objects over Brazilian territory. But when General Coelho Lima spoke up, he vehemently denied that his men and instruments had had any involvement whatsoever with the so-called UFO sighting or retrieval with the capture of possible alien beings. He concluded by saying that, "We'll be at your disposal here in the school to discuss anything that involves our end activity. We will always be open to your inquiries." As a TV reporter approached him later, the general, refusing to give an interview, and said, "Whatever I had to declare, I have just done it in my official note." The reporter pressed on, asking, "Where are those militaries that were cited by the UFO researchers on the day of the incident?" And the commander replied, "Working for the army and for the nation." "Can this be proven?" asked the reporter, to which the general replied, "Proven to whom and why?" Well," said the reporter, unsatisfied, "the goal is to prove facts, isn't it?" The general then said firmly, "I don't have to prove anything. Whatever I had to say, I've already said." And he left the room. Some time after, a serious contradiction came to the surface. Major Calza, who together with General Lima took part in the release of the official version, appeared on a BBC video saying that day there was a malformed and mentally disabled dwarf who was injured by a hailstorm and therefore wandered by Varginha, scaring residents together with his wife, another dwarf, who besides that, was pregnant and just about going into labor. However, during the sequence of the interview, Major Calza slipped by saying, "That was when we, the Army, caught that creature." A further attempt at forcing the main witnesses to withdraw their story was made in early 1997, on January 18th, when Luzia Helena was leaving her job around 2 a.m. She worked as a housekeeper. She was approached by 2 of the same men who had showed up in her house before, offering her money. The men wanted to convince her at any cost to say that everything was nothing but a joke. They did not threaten her, but they were very insistent. "They tried to silence me," says Luzia, but she still wouldn't give in to them. Later on, seeing that it was useless to waste time on her, the same men approached Luzia Helena's employee and tried to persuade her to convince Luzia to agree with them and deny the whole alien story. The woman, who is an employee at Varginha's Forum and has a bachelor's degree in law, wished to remain unknown and does not want her name made public amongst the UFO research community. As if those bribe attempts were not enough, many UFO investigators and others in charge of the case were threatened with mysterious phone calls. The phone calls were made by unidentified people who had the clear intention of scaring or discouraging the researchers. Early in 2003, American UFO researcher and orthopedic surgeon Roger Lear was in Varginha to gather information about the case. At that time, he talked to another physician who refused to reveal his name, but he had assisted in the capture of the creature at Hospital Regional. According to the Brazilian doctor, the body had different kinds of injuries, but he was sure that the creature was alive at the moment it entered the hospital. He stated then that when trying to examine the injuries of the creatures, he suddenly felt as if my hands were automatically driven, and also believed that it was as if the lights in the room had suddenly changed, becoming yellowish. It also appeared that the perception increased somehow. However, he could not understand well the physiological constitution of the body he was examining, although it was anthropomorphic, with a head, trunk, and limbs. The doctor did not hear any sound that might possibly have been made by the creature, nor did he mention the existence of the much-commented thin and bifurcate tongue, reported by other medical and military witnesses, but he confirmed seeing the being's slow movements when showing life signals, and refused to say that the creature seemed to breathe. On January 12th, Brazilian UFO researcher Fernando Teo was scanning the skies over the city of Cruzeiro, state of São Paulo, after hearing rumors of strange moving lights. He did notice what appeared to be stars moving about, and soon afterwards 2 of those luminous points stopped just under the Alpha Star and the Centaur constellation. Next, the objects began to move again, and this time in a straight line towards each other, giving the impression they would mingle, but they suddenly broke apart. One of the light points moved towards Serra do Mar, a mountain range along the coast, and the other shot towards the frontier with the state of Minas Gerais. Also prior to the sighting and capture of the alien creatures, researchers have dug out the somewhat polemical report of a possible UFO crash not too far away from Varginha. The first references to the crash date to January 13th. The NORAD, North American Aerospace Defense Command, alerted Brazilian authorities about an unidentified artifact flying over the southern region of the state of Minas Gerais. It appeared to be about to crash. Glider pilot Carlos de Souza was driving on route BR-381, connecting São Paulo to the city of Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais, when he saw an elongated cigar-shaped flying object move about the sky at an unsteady altitude, leaving behind an apparent trail of smoke or fog. The object disappeared suddenly, and Souza assumed it had crashed. He pulled over next to a farm where the UFO had probably crashed, and he found pieces of metallic-like debris, which were light at the touch, and that returned to its original shape after being crumpled in the witness's hand, similar to what was reported in the 1947 Roswell incident in the USA. The place reeked of ammonia. Subsequently, a police corporal approached Souza, accompanied by other militaries, and severely admonished him, demanding that he leave the place immediately and refrain from talking about the incident. Though apparently bombastic, Souza's testimony would help explain the promptness with which ESA's officers appeared on the spot to capture the alien creature in the district of Jardim Andir a few days later, January 20th, probably having been informed about and in pursuit of something unidentified since the 13th or even before that. Still, on January 13th, Walter Xavier da Silva, mayor of Monsignor Paulo, a town 23.7 miles from Varginha, and his wife were driving to their farm in the neighborhood when they saw in the sky a large elongated object, shaped like a train car, he would say later, with 4 lights around it. Static at first, the UFO suddenly began to move, making a strong roaring noise like an activated vibrating engine, until it disappeared behind some hills. The sighting was immediately followed by a glare that illumined the ground. Mayor Silva felt sick and had conjunctivitis for several days. Essentially, that is where the case stands to this day. Javerd and Lear, however, continue their investigations. Chapter 20. The AIDS Cattle Mutilation Controversy, 1999. There can be absolutely no doubt at all that the most controversial, and some would say outrageous, development in this particular story is one that surfaced in 1999, when researcher Philip Duke, Ph.D., suggested that both cattle mutilations and alien abductions were connected with a nefarious extraterrestrial plot to conquer the Earth by infecting the human population with HIV. According to Duke, cattle mutilations are logically explainable only as extraterrestrial activities. The mutilation body materials taken all correspond with sites of HIV transmission or replication, blood, in humans, except for the ear, which may contain a locator device. Circumstantial evidence suggests cattle are mutilated primarily to harvest HIV antibodies. and virus from blood in quantity, and to obtain information relating to possible HIV transmission in humans by study of the materials taken from corresponding cattle mutilation sites. The left ear is always taken, presumably to facilitate locator retrieval. Healthy, live fetuses are also taken from animals to be mutilated. The primary reason for cattle mutilations may be to harvest HIV antibodies. Cattle mutilation phenomena support the AIDS-ET connection. Duke asks, why do the aliens want the relatively large amounts of HIV and antibodies, so far entirely in theory, to be found in the mutilated cattle blood they harvest? Why are they going to such trouble to obtain these materials in quantity? What uses might they be put to? Duke answers the question himself. According to the work of Dr. David Jacobs, some abductees will be usefully employed prior to and during the colonization process. Then it would be only logical to protect these valued abductees against HIV. And it may be necessary to protect the aliens themselves against HIV infection, especially if HIV should become much more readily transmissible. According to the AIDS-ET connection concept, the gray aliens may require ongoing sizable production and research sources of the virus and its antibodies for new strains. Although at least 3 different pandemics are well underway, BW, biological warfare theory, dictates the development and deployment of different strains, as well as continual monitoring of present strain performances by examination and testing of human abductees. Duke elaborates on his highly contentious scenario. Why have they come here? To answer that, ask yourselves, what would we be doing in their place? Obviously, exploration comes first, and then taking for our advantage. Explorers have always done this. What do they want? We have a whole new wonderful world, teeming with life, just waiting for them. There is only one thing standing in their way. That is us. Attack us openly, we would retaliate, and they would inherit a radioactive biosphere wasteland. No. The smart thing is to secretly destroy our civilization, and with it our means of organized, atomic retaliation, by employing a biological warfare BW agent. That agent is HIV. When enough people are sick, dying and dead from AIDS, then alien colonization will proceed openly. Other people know about the alien agenda and have published concerning it. Certainly, Duke's theories have provoked a huge amount of debate. It should be noted that a variation on this theory exists, suggesting that the United States government engineered AIDS as a form of biological warfare. History has shown, however, that the original allegations to this effect surfaced from disinformation experts and psychological warfare operatives within the former Soviet Union's KGB. While there is certainly a wealth of data at our disposal suggesting that utterly lethal alien viruses may very well be a reality, such is the sensitivity surrounding the AIDS crisis that a wealth of additional research definitely needs to be undertaken if such controversial claims are to be firmly embraced or discarded. Background data on the KGB's involvement in spreading rumors to the effect that the United States government deliberately engineered HIV as a weapon of biological warfare were addressed in a 2005 paper that originated with the Department of State, titled AIDS as a Biological Weapon. It states, when the AIDS disease was first recognized in the early 1980s, its origins were a mystery. A deadly new disease had suddenly appeared, and with no obvious explanation of what had caused it. In such a situation, false rumors and misinformation naturally arose, and Soviet disinformation specialists exploited this situation as well as the musings of conspiracy theorists to help shape their brief but highly effective disinformation campaign on the issue. In March 1992, then Russian intelligence chief and later Russian Prime Minister Yevgeny Primakov admitted that the disinformation service of the Soviet KGB had concocted the false story that the AIDS virus had been created in a U.S. military laboratory as a biological weapon. The Russian newspaper Izvestia reported on March 19, 1992. Primakov mentioned the well-known articles printed a few years ago in our central newspapers about AIDS supposedly originating from secret Pentagon laboratories. According to Yevgeny Primakov, the articles exposing U.S. scientists' crafty plots were fabricated in KGB offices. The Soviets eventually abandoned the AIDS disinformation campaign under pressure from the U.S. government in August 1987. In a section of the document titled "The Real Origin of AIDS," the Department of State notes, "In the mid-1980s, there was still considerable confusion about how AIDS had developed, although scientists universally agreed that it was a naturally occurring disease, not one that was man-made. In the intervening years, science has done much to solve this mystery. There is now strong scientific evidence that the AIDS virus originated as a subspecies of a virus that commonly infects the western equatorial African chimpanzee, Pan-troglodytes troglodytes." An article in the February 4, 1999 issue of Nature magazine called "Origin of HIV-1 in the Chimpanzee Pan-troglodytes" explained how scientists used mitochondrial DNA analysis to determine that all HIV-1 strains known to infect man were closely related to a simian immunodeficiency virus, SIV, found in the Pan-troglodytes chimpanzee. The article also notes that the natural range of Pan-troglodytes chimpanzees coincides precisely with the areas of HIV-1 group endemicity. The less common HIV-2, which also causes AIDS, has previously been determined to be related to a virus infecting another African primate, the Sudi-Mangabe. The Department of State elaborated, "Dr. Beatrice Hahn of the University of Alabama and her colleagues made this discovery after analyzing frozen blood and tissue samples from 4 chimpanzees, including a lab chimp named Marilyn, which had died in 1985. Modern tests for HIV reactivity were not available at that time, and Marilyn's tissue and blood samples were rediscovered only in 1998, making the new analysis possible. Dr. Hahn and her colleagues estimate that SIV may have existed in Pan-troglodytes chimpanzees for as long as several 100,000 years, although it cannot be known with certainty how the virus gained a foothold in humans. Hunting chimpanzees for food, which is common in West Equatorial Africa, could have provided a source of transmission from chimpanzees to humans." Other scientific discoveries place the oldest known human case of HIV as occurring in 1959. A February 5, 1998 article in Nature, "An African HIV-1 Sequence from 1959 and Implications for the Origin of the Epidemic," reported that a plasma sample obtained in early 1959 from an adult Bantu male living in what is now known as Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRG, had tested positive for HIV-1. In 2000, scientists at the Los Alamos National Laboratory used their powerful supercomputers to analyze the relationships among various strains of HIV-1. Their calculations showed that the main HIV-1 virus probably established itself in humans in about 1930, as explained in an article in the June 8, 2000 issue of Science magazine called "Timing the Ancestor of the HIV-1 Pandemic Strains." Thus, although a simian immunodeficiency virus appears to have existed for very long periods of time in Pan-troglodytes chimpanzees, it did not lead to a pandemic in humans before the 20th century. The beginnings of modernization and urbanization in Western Equatorial Africa in the early 1900s may have contributed to the rise of the AIDS pandemic. Between 1900 and 1961, the population of what is now Kinshasa, DRG, increased approximately 100 times, from a few thousand in 1900 to 420,000 in 1961. This exponential growth in urbanization and related dislocations of traditional rural life may have led to conditions that were conducive to the spread of AIDS. Such possibilities are explored at greater length in an article, "Origin of HIV Type 1 in Colonial French Equatorial Africa," published in the journal AIDS Research and Human Retroviruses, Volume 16, Number 1, 2000, pages 5 through 8. The Department of State document concludes, "HIV-1, the virus that caused the AIDS pandemic, could not be man-made because direct evidence shows that AIDS has existed in humans at least since 1959, and scientific analysis shows that it was probably present some 75 years ago, which is long before humans had the means to genetically engineer microbes. HIV-1 is very closely related to a similar virus found in equatorial West African chimpanzees. The scientific evidence indicates that the HIV-1 virus resulted from cross-species transmission, which is known to occur in other human diseases, including influenza, plague, tuberculosis, and many other diseases, especially since this species of virus has a strong predilection for frequent mutation, making adoption to humans relatively easy. Social and economic conditions in Western Equatorial Africa changed dramatically in the 20th century, which could explain why the AIDS pandemic emerged at this time, and not previously. The data contained within the pages of this book strongly suggests that we should not ignore the theories of researcher Philip Duke, Ph.D. However, we should also not forget that Russia's KGB was busy in the 1980s concocting bogus stories, and perhaps even concocting bogus documents, similar to some of the Mj12 documents that referred to lethal viruses of undetermined origins, designed to reinforce allegations that the United States government had created HIV. As a result of these two observations, it behooves us to tread very carefully in this emotion-driven area. Chapter 21, Strange Deaths, 2001 to 2005. From the latter part of 2001 to 2005, numerous individuals working within the elite field of microbiology, which is defined as the study of organisms that are too small to be seen with the naked eye, such as bacteria, viruses, and yeasts, and in various countries around the world, died under circumstances that some within the media and the general public have come to view as highly suspicious in nature. Many of the deaths appear, at first glance at least, to have prosaic explanations. There are those, however, who maintain that the sheer number of such deaths, the majority of which occurred within a matter of months, cannot be explained away so easily. More intriguing is the fact that many of those dead microbiologists had links to worldwide intelligence services, including the United States CIA, Britain's MI5 and MI6, and Israel's Mossad. Inevitably, this strange cluster of deaths in such a tightly knit area of cutting-edge research has led to a proliferation of theories in an attempt to resolve the matter. Some believe that a cell of deep-cover terrorists from the Middle East is attempting to wipe out the leading names within the field of microbiology as part of an ongoing plot to prevent Western nations from developing the ultimate bioweapon. A darker theory suggests that this same weapon has already been developed, and now, with their work complete, the microbiologists are being systematically killed, one by Western intelligence, in an effort to prevent them being kidnapped by terrorists who will then force them to work for the other side. And an infinitely more intriguing scenario, born out of the admittedly intriguing fact that some of the microbiologists were working on theoretical ways to counteract the effects of a deadly plague that might surface on the Earth if a virus of unknown origins was brought to our planet by meteorite, has led to assertions that just such an alien virus has been found, studied, understood, and finally harnessed in the event that it may one day be needed as an offensive weapon. The controversy largely began on November 12, 2001, when Dr. Benito K., a cell biologist working on infectious diseases, including HIV, was found dead outside of his laboratory at the Miami Medical School. Police said he was possibly the victim of a mugger. The Miami Herald stated that his death occurred as he headed for his car, a white Ford Explorer, parked on Northwest 10th Avenue. Furthermore, according to the Herald, the word was that K had been attacked by 4 men equipped with baseball bats. This was later recanted, however, and it was stated that Dr. K had died of cardiac arrest. Police later refused to comment on the death. 11 days later, Dr. Vladimir Pasechnik, a former microbiologist for Biopreparat, a bioweapons production facility that existed in Russia prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union, was found dead near his home in the county of Wiltshire, England. At the time, the London Times newspaper stated, "The defection to Britain in 1989 of Vladimir Pasechnik revealed to the West for the first time the colossal scale of the Soviet Union's clandestine biological warfare program. His revelations about the scale of the Soviet Union's production of such biological agents as anthrax, plague, tularemia, and smallpox provided an inside account of one of the best-kept secrets of the Cold War. After his defection, he worked for 10 years at the UK Department of Health's Centre for Applied Microbiology Research before forming his own company, Regma Biotechnics, to work on therapies for cancer, neurological diseases, tuberculosis, and other infectious diseases. In the last few weeks of his life, he had put his research on anthrax at the disposal of the government in the light of the threat from bioterrorism. According to British intelligence, Pasechnik died of a stroke. On October 8, 2001, a report contained within the British Guardian newspaper said that the victims of the Spanish flu had been victims of the world's most deadly virus. Moreover, the newspaper added, British scientists hope to uncover the genetic makeup of the virus, making it easier to combat. Professor John Oxford of London's Queen Mary School of Medicine, the British government's flu advisor, acknowledged that the exhumations and subsequent studies would have to be done with extreme caution so that the virus was not unleashed to cause another epidemic. The uncovering of a pathogen's genetic structure is the exact area that Dr. Pasechnik was involved with at Regma. Pasechnik died 6 weeks after the planned exhumations were announced. 24 hours later, on November 24, 2001, the FBI announced that it was monitoring an investigation into the disappearance of a Harvard biologist because of his research into potentially lethal viruses, including Ebola. Dr. Don C. Wiley, 57, had last been seen in Memphis, Tennessee, where he attended the annual meeting of the Scientific Advisory Board of the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. His rented car was found at 4 a.m. on the 16th of November on a bridge over the Mississippi River with a full fuel tank and the key still in the ignition. Wiley had left the Peabody Hotel just 4 hours previously. He was due to meet his wife and 2 children that same day in Cambridge, Massachusetts. FBI agents took an interest in Wiley's disappearance because of this expertise and as a direct result of our state of affairs post-September 11th, said Memphis-based FBI agent William Werney. Wiley was a Harvard biochemistry and biophysics professor and was considered a national expert on Ebola, HIV, herpes, and influenza. In 1999, Wiley and another Harvard professor, Jack Strominger, won the Japan Prize for their discoveries of how the immune system protects humans from infections. Wiley's sister-in-law said that it was uncharacteristic for him not to leave a message. Days earlier, for example, he had left a note for his 85-year-old father, telling him when he would be back from a jog. Why he did not do so on this occasion is a mystery. Wiley was last seen only hours before his disappearance at the St. Jude's Children Research Advisory Dinner at the Peabody Hotel, Memphis, where he was reported to be in good spirits and not in any way depressed or showing suicidal tendencies. Wiley is known to have left the hotel around midnight. However, the bridge where his car was found is only 5 minutes' drive from the hotel, which leaves 4 hours unaccounted for. According to Walter Cruz of the Memphis Police Department, we began this investigation as a missing person investigation. From there, it went to a more criminal bent. Notably, on the same day that authorities were searching for Wiley, 3 more microbiologists were killed when a Swiss Air flight from Berlin to Zurich crashed during its landing approach. 22 were killed, and 9 survived. Among those killed were Dr. Yatzkov Matzner, 54, Dean of the Hebrew University School of Medicine, Amirab Eldor, 59, head of the hematology department at Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv, and a world-recognized expert in blood clotting, and Avishai Berkman, 50, director of the Tel Aviv Public Health Department. On December 12, 2001, it was revealed in the media that a leading researcher on DNA sequencing analysis had been found dead in the secluded Northern Virginia farmhouse where he lived alone. Robert M. Schwartz had been found by neighbors on the 10th of December after co-workers at his place of employment reported that he had skipped work and had missed a meeting. "We're all stunned," said Ann Armstrong, president of the Virginia Center for Innovative Technology, a nonprofit agency where Schwartz worked. "We don't know anything. What we're assuming is maybe he walked in on something." Loudoun County Sheriff Stephen Simpson said that detectives had some leads. Schwartz was a founding member of the Virginia Biotechnology Association, worked at the center for almost 15 years, and had served as the executive director of research and development and university relations. He also worked on the first national online database of DNA sequence information. On the other side of the world, 48 hours later, equally disturbing events were occurring. Seth Van Wyn was a microbiologist who worked at the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization's Animal Diseases Establishment at Geelong, Australia, and had been employed there for 15 years. According to police at Victoria, Australia, Seth Van Wyn, 44, appeared to have died after entering an airlock into a storage laboratory filled with nitrogen. His body was found when his wife became worried after he failed to return from work. He was killed after entering a low-temperature storage area where biological samples were kept. He did not know the room was full of deadly gas, which had leaked from a liquid nitrogen cooling system. Unable to breathe, Mr. Van Wyn collapsed and died. It was at this same establishment that, as Nature magazine reported in January 2001, Australian scientists Dr. Ron Jackson and Dr. Ian Ramshaw accidentally created an astonishingly virulent strain of mousepox, a cousin of smallpox, among laboratory mice. They realized that if a similar genetic manipulation was carried out on smallpox, an unstoppable killer could be unleashed. Also on the same day, much publicity was given to a story that had originally appeared on November 15, 1998, in the London Times, and that discussed how Israel was working on a biological weapon that would harm only Arabs. The Times had reported that the intention is to use the ability of viruses and certain bacteria to alter the DNA inside their host's living cells. The scientists are trying to engineer deadly microorganisms that attack only those bearing the distinctive genes. The program is based at the Biological Institute in Ness Ziona, the main research facility for Israel's clandestine arsenal of chemical and biological weapons. A scientist there said the task was hugely complicated because both Arabs and Jews are of Semitic origin, but he added, "They have, however, succeeded in pinpointing a particular characteristic in the genetic profile of certain Arab communities, particularly the Iraqi people." Dr. Dan Goosen, head of a South African chemical and biological warfare plant, said that in the 1980s, his group was ordered to develop a pigmentation weapon that would only target black people. It was announced on December 15, 2001, that 3 people had been charged with murder in the case of the scientist Robert M. Schwartz. Police revealed that he had been killed with a 2-foot sword in a planned assassination, and that an X had been carved into his back. "I have no idea what this means," said the prosecutor Robert Anderson. Police in Maryland arrested Kylie Hulbert, 18, Michael Fall, 21, and Catherine Inglis, 19. They were acquaintances of the victim's daughter, Clara Schwartz, a James Madison University student, said Loudoun County Sheriff Stephen Simpson. "We don't know how familiar they were with the father, but we know they knew him," Simpson said. Police revealed that Hulbert had an interest in witchcraft, was widely read on the subject, always dressed in black, and had been planning to form a coven. A local, Fran Brumo, who let Hulbert stay in his home during the fall, stated that he had seen no evidence of any sort of occult practices on Hulbert's part. Hulbert's father told the Washington Post that his son had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder and had been off his medication for months. Foll had lived with Inglis after his parents kicked him out of the family home. An unidentified source said that the killing had cult overtones. It was additionally revealed that there was no sign of a forced entry into the Schwartz home. The victim's wife had died of cancer some years previously. Colleagues of Schwartz described him as a brilliant man who was skilled at translating complex scientific data to computers so it could be more easily analyzed. The next day, a revelation surfaced to the effect that one of those arrested in the killing of scientist Robert Schwartz, namely Katie Inglis, had in January 2001 reported to the Naval Recruit Training Command Center in Great Lakes, Illinois. Navy officials stated that she had been trained to work in aviation, but had suddenly left on May 28th. One of the other suspects, Michael Foll, had expressed an interest in joining U.S. Special Forces. 4 days later, police announced that they had located the body of missing Harvard University scientist Don C. Wiley. A body-carrying identification was found on December 18th near a hydroelectric plant in the Mississippi River, and about 300 miles from where Wiley was last seen. Police Lieutenant Joe Scott said that a positive identification was planned when the body was returned to Memphis for an autopsy. A number of scientific organizations, including St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital where Wiley worked, put up rewards totaling $26,000 for information leading to the arrest and charge of anyone responsible for Wiley's disappearance. As soon as the body gets in our morgue, the medical examiner will begin the autopsy to help answer a lot of questions, said Memphis Police Director Walter Cruz. Interestingly, Reuters News Service stated that Wiley's death had triggered alarm bells due to the current bio-warfare fears and the nature of his work, but did not elaborate as to who the alarm bells had been triggered with. The FBI stated that it was leaving the investigation of Wiley's death in the hands of the police. Friends and family of Wiley stated that he would not commit suicide. On January 14, 2002, a medical examiner, O.C. Smith, stated that Wiley's death was not murder or suicide, but was accidental. Smith added that Wiley's end was just the result of a tragic series of accidents that began when he hit a series of construction signs on the Hernando de Soto Bridge, a mile-long span over the Mississippi that connects Tennessee and Arkansas. After the 6'3", 165-pound professor stopped to investigate the damage to his rental car, said investigators, he was swept off the 135-foot-high bridge by a gust of wind, possibly from one of the many 18-wheeled trucks that crossed the bridge at that time. Smith said Wiley had drunk several glasses of wine and suffered from a seizure disorder that sometimes caused dizziness when he was tired or under stress. Smith ruled out suicide because he said that there were indications that Wiley's body had struck a support beam as he fell. Suicides, said Smith, would miss the beams if they leapt from a bridge. The possibility of Dr. Wiley's death having been a suicide was carefully considered and rejected. The manner of the death is therefore accidental, was the final verdict. Exactly 2 weeks later, on January 28, 2002, microbiologist and member of the Russian Academy of Science, Alexei Brushlinsky, died as a result of a bandit attack in Moscow. Then, on February 2, 2002, the following appeared in the Washington Post under the heading, "Daughter Charged in Slaying of Scientist." A daughter of the respected Loudoun County scientist who was stabbed to death with a sword was arrested yesterday and accused of conspiring with friends to kill her father, authorities said. Loudoun County Sheriff's deputies arrested Clara Jane Schwartz, 21, around 4:30 p.m. at James Madison University and charged her with first-degree murder, Schwartz planned the killing of her father, Robert M. Schwartz, 57, with at least one of the suspects already charged in his death, the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office said, citing unspecified documents recovered in a search. Clara Schwartz appeared before a Loudoun County magistrate last night and was denied bail. She was being held at the county jail and did not yet have an attorney. The newspaper continued that Robert Schwartz, one of the nation's leading researchers on DNA sequencing analysis, worked at Virginia's Center for Innovative Technology. He was slain in his secluded Mount Gilead home December 8th. Investigators who have described the killing as a premeditated assassination said Schwartz had been stabbed and cut repeatedly. An X was carved in the back of his neck, they said. 3 friends of Clara Schwartz, Kyle, 18, Catherine Inglis, 19, and Michael Fall, 21, were charged with murder December 12. Court papers allege that Halbert, with a 2-foot sword strapped to his side and wearing a black trench coat, strode alone into Robert Schwartz's log and fieldstone farmhouse, saying he had a job to do. Then, on February 9, 2002, microbiologist Viktor Korshunov, 56, was hit over the head and killed at the entrance of his home in Moscow, Russia. He was the head of the microbiology subfaculty at the Russian State Medical University and an expert in intestinal bacteria. And 4 days after that revelation, a similar story surfaced from England, as the Times newspaper of February 13th demonstrated. Detectives were last night trying to unravel the circumstances in which a leading university research scientist was found dead at his blood-spattered and apparently ransacked home. The body of Ian Langford, 40, a senior fellow at the University of East Anglia Centre for Social and Economic Research on the Global Environment, was discovered on Monday night by police and ambulance men. The body was naked from the waist down and partly wedged under a chair. It is understood that doors to the terraced home were locked. It was stated further by the newspaper that a post-mortem had failed to establish how Dr. Langford, who lived alone in the house in the English city of Norwich, had died. His work began in 1993 after he gained his Ph.D. in childhood leukemia and infection, following a first-class honors degree in environmental sciences. He had worked most recently as a senior researcher assessing risk to the environment. Professor Carrie Turner, director of the center, said, "We are all very shocked by this appalling news. Ian was without doubt one of Europe's leading experts on environmental risk, specializing in links between human health and environmental risk. He was known for his work on the effects on health of bathing water and air pollution, for example. He was one of the most brilliant colleagues I have ever had." 48 hours after the events in England, the media began reporting on the fact that on October 4, 2001, a commercial jetliner traveling from Israel to Novosibirsk, Siberia, had been shot down over the Black Sea by an errant Ukrainian surface-to-air missile, killing all on board. The missile was over 100 miles off course. Despite early news stories reporting it as a charter, the flight, Air Sibir 1812, was a regularly scheduled flight. According to several press reports of February 2002, the plane was carrying 5 passengers who were all leading microbiologists. Notably, both Israel and Novosibirsk are homes for cutting-edge microbiological research. Novosibirsk is known as the scientific capital of Siberia. There are over 50 research facilities there and 13 full universities for a population of only 2.5 million people. At about the time of the Black Sea crash, Israeli journalists had been sounding the alarm that 2 Israeli microbiologists had also been murdered. Also on February 15th, it was revealed that the representative of British intelligence that had informed the media that the aforementioned microbiologist Dr. Vladimir Pesechnik had died of a stroke in England was Dr. Christopher Davis, presently living in Virginia. Dr. Davis was also the member of British intelligence who debriefed Dr. Pesechnik at the time of his defection. When he was asked why a former member of British intelligence would be the person announcing the death of Dr. Pesechnik to the U.S. media, Dr. Davis replied that it had come about during a conversation with a reporter he had had a long relationship with. Journalist Michael Davidson made the following intriguing comments and observations about Pesechnik. Vladimir Pesechnik spent the 10 years after his defection working at the Center for Applied Microbiology and Research at the UK Department of Health, Salisbury. On February 20, 2000, it had been announced that along with his partner, Casey Harlington, Dr. Pesechnik had formed a company called Regma Biotechnologies Limited. Regma describes itself as a new drug company working to provide powerful alternatives to antibiotics. Like 3 other microbiologists who died in this clearly delineated period, Pesechnik was heavily involved in DNA sequencing research. Most notable of all was the following from the British Guardian newspaper that also surfaced on the same day. Almost immediately at the outset of the anthrax scare, the Bush administration contracted with Bayer Pharmaceuticals for millions of doses of Cipro, an antibiotic to treat anthrax. This was done despite many in the medical community stating that there were several cheaper, better alternatives to Cipro, which has never been shown to be effective against inhaled anthrax. The Center for Disease Control's CDC own website states a preference for the antibiotic doxycycline over Cipro for inhalation anthrax. CDC expresses concerns that widespread Cipro use could cause other bacteria to become immune to antibiotics. After 3 months of conflicting reports, it is now official that the anthrax that has killed several Americans since October 5th is from U.S. military sources connected to CIA research. The FBI has stated that only 10 people could have had access. Yet at the same time, they are reporting astounding security breaches at the biowarfare facility at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Breaches such as unauthorized nighttime experiments and lab specimens missing. The militarized anthrax used by the United States was developed by William C. Patrick III, who holds 5 classified patents on the process. He has worked at both Fort Detrick and the Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah. Patrick is now a private biowarfare consultant to the military and CIA. Patrick developed the process by which anthrax spores could be concentrated at the level of 1 trillion spores per gram. No other country has been able to get concentrations above 500 billion per gram. The anthrax that was sent around the eastern United States last fall was concentrated at 1 trillion spores per gram. In recent years, Patrick has worked with Kanachin Alebekov, now known by the Americanized Ken Alebek. He defected to the U.S. in 1992. Before defecting, Alebek was the number 2 man in the former Soviet Union's biowarfare program. His boss was Dr. Vladimir Pesechnik. On February 19, 2002, the following appeared on the Space Daily e-newsletter. If microbial life is found on Mars, will it be native to the planet or something carried there from Earth? Either way, will it be safe to return samples of such organisms to Earth? Astrobiology, the search for life elsewhere, says a University of Illinois microbiologist, is making us look a lot closer at microbial life on Earth, how it adapts, and its relationship to emerging infectious diseases. Even if we don't find life on other planets, we are learning a lot about life on the Earth, particularly microbial life, Abigail Sawyer said in an interview about her speech today at the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. She challenged scientists to consider far-reaching possibilities in a talk titled, "Are There Medical Implications of Geomicrobiology?" As we will become apparent shortly, the death of a microbiologist working in the fields of alien microbes, and, as the media dubbed it, space germs, would soon be added to the ever-growing list of strange deaths. Pizza delivery may have been ambush. Suspect later found dead, reported the San Francisco Mercury News a week later. Dr. Tanya Holzmeier, a pioneering scientist, was surprised Wednesday night to find a Domino's pizza delivery man at the front door of her Mountain View home. Moments later, a former colleague appeared out of the dark, shot her dead, and ran off, police said. Weiyang Matthew Wang called his wife in Foster City with the news, "I just killed my ex-boss." Now I'm going to kill myself. Within an hour, a jogger found Wang's body. Off a path near the San Mateo Bridge, a cell phone was in Wang's pocket, and a .380 caliber handgun lay near his hand. Investigators on Thursday were just beginning to put together the details of the deadly nexus between the two immigrant scientists. It looked like an ambush, said Mountain View Police spokesman Jim Bennett. He may have used the pizza to lure her out. A former colleague of both Holtzmeyer and Wang thinks he knows the motive. Holtzmeyer fired Wang from his job at PPD Discovery, a biotech company in Menlo Park, according to Dr. Igor B. Ronenson. She told me she got orders from senior management to fire him, said Ronenson, a genomic scientist with the University of Illinois Chicago and a consultant for PPD. She had to fulfill those orders, but was very upset. She had no choice, no options. But this is a year later. A company spokesman said Wang left PPD in June, but she wouldn't confirm that he was fired. Neither Wang nor Holtzmeyer were still with the company. Holtzmeyer had quit in December to start her own biotech venture. Both Holtzmeyer, 46, and Wang, 38, were highly regarded in genetics. She was a Russian-born genomic scientist who had co-invented a tool that has helped find hundreds of molecular targets to combat cancer and HIV. He was a brilliant scholar, scoring 11th out of 230,000 students on his college entrance exams in China, and an activist who fought for reform in his homeland once he came to the United States to study in 1986. On March 24, 2002, Denver car dealer Kent Rickenbaugh, his wife Carolyn, and their son Bart were killed on this day in a plane crash near Centennial Airport. The pilot, Dr. Stephen Mostow, was also killed. Kent Rickenbaugh, 64, owned 2 car dealerships in the Denver area. Carolyn Rickenbaugh, 62, was known for her involvement in the community. Bart Rickenbaugh, 35, lived in Bozeman, Montana. Mostow, 63, was one of the United States' leading infectious disease experts and was Associate Dean at the University of Colorado Health Sciences Center. Mostow was a crusader for better health, an early advocate for widespread flu vaccinations, and more recently, an expert on the threat of bioterrorism. He was a champion for rural health care and childhood immunizations. For the past 3 years, he had been helping to expand the 9 Health Fair, a program that benefits thousands of people in Colorado. Investigators returned to the scene of the plane crash to try to figure out why the twin-engine Cessna 340 went down. The plane was headed to Centennial from Gunnison when Mostow reported engine trouble around 4:30 p.m. Federal Aviation Administration spokesman Jerry Snyder said. The plane crashed near mile marker 190 in unincorporated Douglas County. Witnesses say they saw the plane go down. As we came over the hill, we saw the plane coming fairly straight toward the highway, actually, and swerving from side to side, losing altitude fast, Willin Geyer said, adding, I think the guy saw the highway and turned away from it, and when he turned left, he just went nose down into the ground. The weather was cloudy, with snow flurries. However, National Transportation Safety Board investigators said weather did not appear to be a factor in the crash. Douglas County Sheriff's Office spokesman Bernie Harris said, a memorial service for Dr. Mostow was held at 3 p.m. on Thursday, March 28th at the Denison Auditorium on the University of Colorado Health Sciences campus. Funeral plans for the Rickenbaugh family have not been made public. And on the same day that Dr. Mostow was killed, another life ended, in England again, when 55-year-old microbiologist David Wynne Williams was hit by a car while jogging near his home in Cambridge. He was an astrobiologist with the Antarctic Astrobiology Project and the NASA Ames Research Center, and was studying the capability of microbes to adapt to environmental extremes. An obituary that appeared on March 27, 2002 in the English Times newspaper revealed the extent of David Wynne Williams' work. A microbiologist who had for 25 years studied the survival of primitive organisms in the Antarctic environment and the implications for the wider universe, David Wynne Williams had been using his findings to assess the likelihood of the existence of some form of life on Mars. These studies, which had led to an exchange of ideas with NASA in the U.S., explored the behavior of life forms on the frontiers of existence. In the course of a series of 10 visits to Antarctica, from the mid-1970s onward, Wynne Williams had assessed the capability of microbes to adapt to environmental extremes, including the bombardment of ultraviolet rays and global warming conditions which might parallel those of the early primary era of Earth's existence, or of present-day Mars. Besides his links with NASA, he had also collaborated with the Italian Antarctic program at Terra Nova Bay, with the New Zealand program at Scott Base, and with American research programs in the Antarctic at McMurdo. In 2000, he was appointed leader of the Antarctic Astrobiology Project, which explores the effects of environmental stress at the limits of life on Earth, analogous to conditions which might subsist on Mars. This drew Wynne Williams into collaboration with the NASA Ames Research Center and Johnson Space Center and Lunar and Planetary Institute, Houston, and Montana State University to develop and evaluate a miniature confocal microscope and Raman spectrometer, CMARS, for use on a Mars landing vehicle. CMARS has been adopted as the prime instrument for the proposed UK-led Vanguard Mars Lander rover mission, to be submitted to the European Space Agency. His publications were numerous and covered subjects diverse as recent aqueous events in Martian impact craters, the need for collaboration in astrobiology, and leach-ins at the limits of life. His pioneering work had been acknowledged with the award of a Polar Medal as early as 1980. Similarly, on March 28, 2002, under the heading of Spacebug Specialist Killed in Crash, the following was reported by Britain's BBC on its website news. A pioneering British scientist who is leading studies in Antarctica to understand the likelihood of life existing on Mars and elsewhere has been killed in a car accident. Dr. David Wynne Williams died after he was involved in a crash involving two vehicles near his home in Cambridge. He was the Antarctic Astrobiology Project leader at the British Antarctic Survey and studied the way microbes survive in harsh conditions as a model for how life might exist on other planets. He was jogging when the crash happened. Professor Chris Rapley, director of the British Antarctic Survey, said, "Staff at the British Antarctic Survey are deeply saddened to hear about the tragic death of Dr. David Wynne Williams. David has worked at the survey for over 25 years as a microbiologist. He was a talented scientist who, at the early start of his career, pioneered work on the role of microbes in the Antarctic. David will be sorely missed by colleagues and friends, not only for being a brilliant and innovative scientist in the area of microbiology, but for his overwhelming enthusiasm for his work, the Antarctic, and everything he did. Our thoughts and sympathy are with his family at this time," he said. Dr. Wynne Williams made 10 trips to the South Pole and collaborated with Italian, New Zealand, and U.S. colleagues. He worked with American Space Agency to develop and evaluate equipment for a Mars lander and advised researchers in Britain working on the Beagle 2 Mars lander, part of the European Mars Express program. He was also involved in a biology experiment which is to be flown on the International Space Station. In 1980, he received a Polar Medal for his outstanding contribution to polar science. The drivers of the two cars involved in the crash which killed Dr. Wynne Williams were not seriously hurt. Cambridgeshire Police would like to speak to anyone who saw the crash. Then, on March 29, 2002, it was reported that MI6, the British equivalent of the CIA, was spearheading an investigation into the mysterious deaths of a top microbiologist, Vladimir Pesechnik. He is linked to Porton Down, Britain's ultra-secret biodefense establishment. He is also one of 5 high-ranking scientists who have died mysteriously in the past 5 months. Like Pesechnik, they all worked in the doomsday world of biochemical weapons. Colleagues of Pesechnik had confirmed that in Russia, he had been working on a bioweapon that could wipe out a third of the world's population. Pesechnik had been attached to the Center for Applied Microbiology and Research in Salisbury, Wiltshire, England. He was a foremost specialist with DNA sequencing, sophisticated research that is a vital element in designing biological weapons. Dr. Ken Alibek, another Russian defector, who is now a consultant to the Pentagon, has confirmed China very probably is not yet fully advanced in that area. Defense analyst David Jensen said it would be logical for China to want Pesechnik on board. When he refused, it would be equally logical to eliminate him. That's how China handles competition. Kills it off. On November 21, 2001, shortly after his last visit to Porton Down, Pesechnik was found dead in his village home outside Salisbury. The cause of death was certified as a stroke. There are a number of nerve agents that can mimic a stroke and leave no traces, said Dr. Leonard Horowitz, a U.S. specialist in the field of toxic poisons. The next death of Dr. Leland Rickman, a UC San Diego expert on infectious diseases and, since September 11, 2001, a consultant on bioterrorism, occurred on June 24, 2003. Rickman was 47 and died while on a teaching assignment in Lesotho. The physician had been working in Lesotho with Dr. Chris Matthews, director of the U.S. San Diego Medical Center's Owen Clinic, teaching African medical personnel about the prevention and treatment of AIDS. Rickman, the incoming president of the Infectious Disease Association of California, was a multidisciplinary professor and practitioner with expertise in infectious diseases, internal medicine, epidemiology, microbiology, and antibiotic utilization. On July 18, 2003, it was reported in the British press that David Kelly, a British biological weapons expert, had slashed his own wrists while walking in woods near his home. Kelly was the British Ministry of Defense Chief Scientific Officer and Senior Advisor to the Proliferation and Arms Control Secretariat and to the Foreign Office's Non-Proliferation Department, the Senior Advisor on Biological Weapons to the UN Biological Weapons Inspections Teams, UNSCOM, from 1994 to 1999. He was also, in the opinion of his peers, preeminent in his field, not only in this country, but in the world, too. Biological weapons expert with a reputation for thoroughness was the obituary that appeared in the July 19, 2003 edition of Britain's Guardian newspaper. It also linked Kelly with none other than Vladimir Pesechnik, who had also died under circumstances that many saw as questionable. According to The Guardian, Kelly was the Ministry of Defense's Chief Scientific Officer and Senior Advisor to the Proliferation and Arms Control Secretariat and to the Foreign Office's Non-Proliferation Department, the Senior Advisor on Biological Weapons to the UN Biological Weapons Inspections Teams, UNSCOM, from 1994 to 1999. He was also, in the opinion of his peers, preeminent in his field, not only in this country, but in the world. After the eviction of the Iraqis from Kuwait in 1991, the UN invited Kelly to join UNSCOM to force Saddam into compliance with the peace agreements. Kelly made 36 visits to Iraq and, from New York, continued his work into the late 1990s. What made him the obvious candidate for such work was his earlier and continuing experience in Russia. In autumn 1989, he had been called in to assist MI6 in debriefing Vladimir Pesechnik, a leading Soviet biochemist and defector. 18 months later, armed with Pesechnik's evidence of a gross violation of the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, Kelly co-led the U.S.-British delegation to inspect suspect Russian sites. His sympathetic manner was an asset. At Vector Laboratories in Novosibirsk, Siberia, a researcher mentioned that the lab was studying the smallpox virus in contravention of WHO regulations and the Biological Weapons Convention. This was a major discovery which revealed the seriousness of the Soviet undertaking. Later, he was an observer on the reciprocal trip the Russians made to the U.S. The son of an RAF officer and school teacher, Kelly was born in Rhondda Valley, but raised in Tunbridge Wells. His early interests were in agriculture, and in Oxford, he was an expert on biological pesticides. In 1984, he was appointed head of microbiology at the Chemical and Biological Defense Establishment, Porton Down. A colleague of Kelly added, "As an environmental toxologist, I've covered chemical and biological warfare issues since the 1970s and met David Kelly at many conferences, notably the Pugwash gatherings, which brought together scientists from many countries to talk issues through as professionals, not bound by national or political rivalries. Pugwash and those other meetings simply relied on people like David. There is no Pugwash party line. It is simply a place where expertise is paramount. Meetings aside, when I needed to talk to somebody on a key issue of the moment, like the anthrax in the post-scare following 9/11, David was there. There was no other person I would have gone to as such a source of unvarnished truth and of such funny asides. The two key areas where his insights were invaluable were around the biological weapons inspections in Russia in the 1980s and in Iraq in the 1990s, where in both cases he had a central role. He would have absolutely ensured that the weapons and the weapons material were dismantled. The complete professional, he had such an eye for detail that nothing got past him. Such talent served him less well when sucked into the controversies of the last few months. I dread to think of the pressures he must have been under within the MOD. To see him on television before that parliamentary committee, almost inaudible, was to see him involved in a quite different process over which he did not have control. A week ago, I spent 40 minutes trying to get through to him at the MOD to wish him well. They would not put me through to any of his numbers. After I finally got through by mail, telling him to take care, he replied that he wanted to get back to Baghdad and some real work. By September 2003, the British media was voicing its concerns about this strange rash of deaths. The Norwich, England newspaper, The Evening News, said on September 9th, John Eldridge, editor of Jane's Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Defense Weekly, told a national newspaper that Dr. David Kelly's and Dr. Ian Langford's deaths were linked, and thought other microbiologists should be concerned for their safety. The Royal Navy expert Mr. Eldridge said scientists involved in microbiology were terrorist targets and under close scrutiny from the U.S. and Russia. He branded Dr. Langford's death mysterious. Conspiracy theorists have since speculated Dr. Langford could have been murdered, along with another 24 scientists, because of their links to biological or chemical weapons. Dr. Kelly is the latest death in unusual circumstances to set the theorists gossiping. The suggestion that the deaths of a string of weapons experts could be linked was first reported in the Evening News last year. A spokeswoman for the Norwich Coroner's Office today confirmed they had never received any details of Dr. Langford's death, with police listing it as natural causes. John Eldridge, editor of Jane's Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Defense Weekly, told a national newspaper that Dr. Kelly's and Dr. Langford's deaths were linked and thought other microbiologists should be concerned for their safety. The Royal Navy expert Mr. Eldridge said scientists involved in microbiology were terrorist targets and under close scrutiny from the U.S. and Russia. He branded Dr. Langford's death mysterious, although Norwich Coroner's Office said they had no reason to suspect any foul play. In 2003, an article titled Microbiologists Would Link to Race-Based Weapon Turning Up Dead appeared on the internet on this date and stated, Dr. David Kelly, the biological warfare weapons specialist at the heart of the continuing political crisis for the British government, had links to 3 other top microbiologists whose deaths have left unanswered questions. One of the men he was in touch with was a former Russian defector, Mj12 Alibekov. When he arrived in America, he changed his name to Ken Alibek. He is now president of Hadron Advanced Biosystems, a company specializing in medicines against biological terrorist attacks. Kelly was himself considering resigning from his senior post at the Ministry of Defense to work in America. Before his death, he had been discreetly headhunted by 2 companies. One was Hadron Advanced Biosystems, which has close ties to the Pentagon. Hadron describes itself as a company specializing in the development of technical solutions for the U.S. intelligence community. Hadron also has links to William Patrick, who has 5 classified patents on the process of developing weaponized anthrax. He is a biowarfare consultant to both the Pentagon and the CIA. The other company is Regma Biotechnologies, one that Kelly helped its founder, Vladimir Pasechnik, to set up in Britain, arranging for it to have a laboratory at Porton Down, the country's chem biowarfare defense establishment. Regma currently has a contract with the U.S. Navy for the diagnostic and therapeutic treatment of anthrax. Kelly had told family friends he wanted to go to America so that he could obtain the specialized treatment his wife, Janice, requires. He also felt that working in the U.S. private sector would relieve him of the intense pressures which came with this government work, said a colleague in the Ministry of Defense. The two American scientists he had worked with were Benito Koo, 52, and Don Wiley, 57. Both microbiologists had been engaged in DNA sequencing that could provide a genetic marker based on genetic profiling. The research could play an important role in developing weaponized pathogens to hit selected groups of humans, identifying them by race. A paper titled The Secret World of Dr. David Kelly revealed even more. Dr. David Kelly, the top British microbiologist and whistleblower, had close links to the dark world of secret intelligence. Dr. Kelly was not employed by MI5 or MI6 or any other intelligence service, but he had enjoyed unique access to all the world's top spy agencies in Britain, France, Germany, North America, Japan, and Australia. They all consulted him. Into his office, room number 235, in the Ministry of Defense Proliferation and Arms Control Secretariat in London, came emails and phone calls asking him for his help. He had been the only outsider allowed by the CIA to question a top Chinese defector, Colonel Zhu Zhengping, head of the People Liberation Army Foreign Affairs Office, about China's biowarfare program. 4 days later, on November 20, 2003, scientist Robert Leslie Berghoff, 45, was killed by a hit-and-run driver that jumped the sidewalk and plowed into him in the 1600 block of South Braeswood, Texas. At the time, he was studying outbreaks of viruses on board cruise ships. On May 5, 2004, a Russian scientist at a former Soviet biological weapons laboratory in Siberia died after an alleged accident with a needle laced with Ebola. Scientists and officials said the accident had raised concerns about safety and secrecy at the State Research Center of Virology and Biotechnology, known as Vector, which in Soviet times specialized in turning deadly viruses into biological weapons. Vector had been a leading recipient of aid in an American program. 2 months later, specifically on June 3, 2004, Dr. Paul Norman, 52, of Salisbury, Wiltshire, England, was killed when the single-engine Cessna 206 aircraft he was piloting crashed in Devon. He was married with a 14-year-old son and a 20-year-old daughter, and was the chief scientist for chemical and biological defense at the Ministry of Defence's laboratory at Porton Down, Wiltshire. The crash site was examined by officials from the Air Accidents Investigation Branch, and the wreckage of the aircraft was removed from the site to the AAIB base at Farnborough. The crash was ruled accidental. 6 weeks after that, on August 12, 2004, Professor John Clark, head of the science laboratory that created Dolly, the cloned sheep, was found hanging in his holiday home. Professor Clark led the Roslin Institute in Midlothian, one of the world's leading animal biotechnology research centers. He played a crucial role in creating the transgenic sheep that earned the Institute worldwide fame. Professor Clark also found 3 spin-off firms from Roslin: PBL Therapeutics, Rosgen, and Roslin Biomed. And as a new year dawned, still the deaths continued to pile up. On January 7, 2005, Korean Jong H. Im, a retired research assistant professor at the University of Missouri and primarily a protein chemist, died of multiple stab wounds to the chest before firefighters found his body in the trunk of a burning car on the 3rd level of the Maryland Avenue garage. MUPD, with the assistance of the Columbia Police Department and Columbia Fire Department, were conducting a death investigation of the incident. A person of interest, described as a male 6 foot to 6'2", wearing some type of mask, possibly a painter's mask or drywall-type mask, was seen in the area of the Maryland Avenue garage. Then, in May 2005, Australian scientist David Banks, a 55-year-old who is the principal scientist with Biosecurity Australia, A company described as being a quarantine authority by the Australian newspaper on May 9th, was killed in an aircraft crash at Queensland. At the time, he was undertaking a survey for the Northern Australia quarantine strategy. Were the deaths of so many microbiologists in such a clearly delineated period simply a bizarre coincidence, or was something stranger afoot? In today's climate of uncertainty, it should of course be recognized that any suspicious deaths in the field of microbiology, and specifically where many of the victims had links to the intelligence services of a number of countries, might be an indication that a terrorist-based assassination squad was at work in at least some of the deaths. It should not be overlooked, however, that many of those same microbiologists who met untimely ends were intimately linked with activities at Britain's chemical and biological defense establishment at Porton Down, to where it had been claimed alien bodies were taken following a UFO crash in North Wales in 1974, and, as has already been demonstrated, one of the dead scientists, David Wynne Williams, was a key player in the study of primitive organisms in the Antarctic environment and had conducted theoretical work on the existence of some form of life on Mars. Not only that, Wynne Williams had also had an exchange of ideas with NASA that explored the behavior of life forms on the frontiers of existence. In an earlier chapter, the large body of highly intriguing data that ties the Mj12 group with the deaths of countless players implicated in the JFK assassination of 1963 was revealed. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that those with intimate knowledge of the alien virus may, in the period 2001 to 2005, have been targeted for termination by Mj12. Chapter 22. The Blue Boy Revelations, 2006. In addition to the data that has surfaced suggesting an extraterrestrial link to the bacteriological, biological, and viral angle of the Roswell controversy, it is intriguing to note that these same issues surface in a number of other distinctly terrestrial theories pertaining to Roswell, all of which emanate from whistleblowers and sources within the world of intelligence, military, and government. For example, Albert Collins, who had worked in the early to mid-1940s at Berkeley and at Occidental College on the Manhattan Project, and who died on New Year's Eve 1990, was interviewed by Timothy Cooper and advised Cooper that during the war, New Mexico was abuzz with unusual research into nuclear-powered aircraft and bizarre biological experiments. Similarly, Cooper interviewed a nurse who had served within the medical laboratory at Los Alamos in approximately the same period. As Cooper recalled, she casually mentioned to me over coffee that bodies were being flown to Los Alamos periodically from late 1945 to sometime in 1947. I asked her if she had seen these bodies, and she said no, but others had. I asked her where these bodies were coming from. She said she did not know, but it was rumored that they were experiments for biological and nuclear medicine research. She thought they may have come from Japan after the war. She said they were small bodies with deformed heads and limbs. The eyes were abnormally big, she was told. She said they were being flown in on special transport planes equipped with refrigerator units to keep the bodies from decomposing. On broadly a similar track, in 1991, in his last but one status report on crashed UFOs, the late Leonard Stringfield revealed that a concerned informant had contacted him to relate that he had been reliably informed of some new and nagging information that is in concurrence with the early critical days of the Foo Fighters, ghost rockets, green fireballs, and the New Mexican saucer crashes, all of which may have a German World War II connection. One item of note was that a saucer had crashed in July of 1947 that had ties with a U.S. biological experiment. Incongruously, another item, according to my source, made reference to a retrieved saucer with artifacts exhibiting Paleo-Hebraic inscriptions. But the gist of his revelations was that the reported crashes of UFOs with alien bodies in 1947 was the beginning of a colossal cover-up to hide secret U.S. rocket experiments. On a practically identical path, Nick Redfern's 2005 book, Body Snatchers in the Desert, revealed that he had been informed by a variety of elderly and retired intelligence sources that the crashed UFO stories of 1947 were carefully orchestrated covers to hide something else, and arguably something more disturbing, namely the fact that the American authorities had done a Faustian deal with elements of Japan's notorious Unit 731 that undertook all manner of terrible biological warfare research on human subjects at the height of the Second World War. According to Redfern's sources, those same Unit 731 elements were given permission to continue their research in the United States in the post-war era, and it was the crash of several experimental platforms, aboard which were guinea pig crews supplied by Unit 731, that led to tales of UFOs and alien bodies having been found in the New Mexico desert. And incredibly, there is another explanation for Roswell that has a biological warfare angle to it, and it is an explanation that has not publicly surfaced, at least until now. In 2002, after Timothy Cooper had sold all of his UFO files to Robert Wood, Nick Redfern spent a week ensconced in an Orange County, California motel room, carefully logging every one of the items contained within Cooper's vast document collection. One of those items was an 8-page extract from a longer document titled UFO Reports and Classified Projects, the CIA Perspective. Provided to Cooper by a source at the CIA that he referred to as the Blue Boy, it is this document that details a further theory that links Roswell with down-to-earth, as opposed to extraterrestrial, biological warfare activities. The document appears to be a draft of a briefing paper and provides a concise history of the role of the United States government and military with respect to UFOs, according to the document, under the heading Historical Perspective. Since 1961, the United States government has taken the official position that unidentified flying objects, UFO, do not exist and do not pose a threat to national security. This position is based on the conclusions reached by Project Blue Book, the official United States Air Force UFO study program which began in early 1948 and was terminated in December 1969. According to General Charles P. Cabell, USAF, and Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, this view was not accepted until the successful moon landing of Apollo 11 and several scientific studies. In January 1953, the CIA conducted its own review of the UFO phenomenon known as the Robertson Panel, chaired by Dr. H.P. Robertson, a CIA employee, and its conclusions are mirrored by Project Blue Book files. The only threat was of UFO reports, not UFOs. Freedom of Information Act responses by the CIA state that the only involvement by the CIA ended after the Robertson Panel submitted its report. Since then, the agency has not authorized any intelligence collection project nor has received a mandate from the National Security Council to continue UFO intelligence and operations at the scientific level. A review of declassified CIA and NSA intelligence documents suggests that this may not be the case, which in either event, a re-examination of all CIA and NSA intelligence documents dealing with UFOs since 1953 is warranted. I might also add that continued reporting of UFOs and related phenomenon across the United States and foreign countries, most noticeably in China, Korea, Australia, and Russia, would require some form of surveillance as was done by the CIA up until 1991. Based on past CIA conclusions, a positive identification was never reached. The need for an American Central Intelligence and Coordinator of Information, COI, to advise the President of impending political and military developments among hostile governments arose in pre- and post-World War II era through the efforts of Sir William S. Stevenson of British intelligence, General William J. Donovan, and President Roosevelt. In this case, technological advantages in unconventional aircraft and weapon systems of Nazi Germany became the focus of Military Intelligence Division, MID, Army Intelligence, G2, Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, and COI, later director of the Office of Strategic Services, shortly after Germany's capitulation in May 1945. Interest in securing all available rocket and aircraft technology was generated from earlier reports of incursions over the United States by yet unidentified aerial objects believed to have been advanced aircraft from a foreign power. This technical intelligence collection effort was carried out through a vast and comprehensive manhunt known as Operation Paperclip, whose purpose was to bring back to the United States leading German rocket and aircraft scientists and engineers to begin work on military defense projects while preventing the wholesale recruitment of remaining German scientists by Soviet military intelligence still in Germany. During the war, OSS Technical Intelligence had secured reliable information that German advances in high-speed, high-altitude, long-range fighters and bombers were all-wing, circular-shaped, employing innovative airfoil designs capable of eliminating boundary layer restrictions achieved by their V-2 ballistic missile, coupled with the fact that American and British intelligence were gravely concerned that such aerial machines could deliver atomic bombs anywhere in Europe and the continental United States, given the fact that Germany's atomic bomb program had a 2-year head start of the Army's Manhattan Project. 1st of January 1948, the Department of Army circulated a classified intelligence document to all concerned intelligence chiefs that the German High Command indicated a definite interest in the Horten type of flying wing and were about to embark on a rigorous campaign to develop such aircraft toward the end of the war. The report suggested that the Gotham manufacturing plant was the proposed site where such aircraft were to be built and warned. This plant is now in the hands of the Russians. The report also indicated that such information was highly desirable and requested any additional information on aircraft whose shape approximate that of an oval, disc, or saucer, including boundary layer control method by suction, blowing, or a combination of both, and special controls for effective maneuverability at very slow speeds or extremely high altitudes. The OSS had information regarding such developments as early as 1943, based on transcripts taken from the flying wing seminar given by the Horten brothers at Bonn, Germany on April 14, 1943, in which the newly created Central Intelligence Agency had classified and did not disseminate in 1947. British intelligence also had this information and provided the CIA technical specifications for delta-shaped, right-angled triangle, tailless, and semicircular aircraft. Other specifications included designs for boomerang shapes under development in Britain, Canada, and the United States, which are enumerated in General Nathan F. Twining's September 23, 1947 Air Materiel Command Flying Saucer Report to Air Intelligence Headquarters after numerous UFO sightings subsided during the previous summer. During the ensuing 50-year development efforts of the CIA and defense contractors, these designs evolved into today's delta-shaped stealth aircraft and uninhabited reconnaissance drones. Some of the reported UFO sightings of the 1960s and 1970s were classified CIA and Air Force satellites developed under high security and for national security reasons were not divulged publicly, which fueled considerable speculation among the news media and civilian UFO researchers. One basic rule of military secrecy: you don't allow a rival service to gain control over a new area of operations. 2 days after the Air Materiel Command released its Flying Saucer Report, the Air Staff instructed the AMC to evaluate a research and development (RAND) study on the feasibility of putting Earth-orbiting reconnaissance satellites about the Earth based on the opinions of German rocket experts employing state-of-the-art photographic techniques and optical imagery. The Blue Boy then turned his, or perhaps her, attention to Roswell. Another rule of secrecy was, you always camouflage your operations from prying eyes. It was not widely known to too many that the Air Force and Navy were conducting classified rocket-launched reconnaissance payloads from White Sands, New Mexico, which failed to reach orbiting altitudes and subsequently crashed off-range and generated considerable public interest in the United States and abroad. As part of a top-secret Air Force atomic weapons detection project called MOGL, involving radiation dispersal in the atmosphere, Selected monitoring sites across the United States were not acknowledged to by the Air Force and Central Intelligence Group, CIG, and as a result, wreckage from one of the payloads was accidentally discovered by a sheep rancher not far from the Air Force's Roswell Army Airfield. Also, another fact not widely known among military intelligence was that CIG had planned to utilize artificial meteor strikes as decoy devices ejected from V-2 warheads at 60 miles above the Earth to record dispersal trajectories and possible psychological warfare weapons against the Soviets in the event of a war in Europe. One of the projects underway at that time incorporated re-entry vehicles containing radium and other radioactive materials combined with biological warfare agents developed by I.G. Farben for use against Allied assault forces in Normandy in 1944, when a V-2 warhead impacted near the town of Corona, New Mexico on July 4, 1947. The warhead did not explode, and it and the deadly cargo lay exposed to the elements, which forced the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project to close off the crash site, and a cover story was immediately put out that what was discovered was the remains of a radar tracking target suspended by balloons. In 1994 and again in 1995, the Air Force published what it considered the true account of what lay behind the Roswell story, but omitted the radiological warhead data for obvious reasons. It may also be pointed out here that this kind of experiment was very similar to those conducted by the Atomic Energy Commission and the military in the late 1940s. It was known in the CIA that the Soviets were conducting the same kind of radiological and biological warfare experiments in the early 1950s, after their successful detonation of an atomic bomb based on stolen documents and materials from Los Alamos forwarded to Moscow by communist espionage agents in the United States. Turning away from Roswell, the Blue Boy continued thus. Prior to the August 1949 Soviet atomic bomb experiment, Army, Navy, and FBI intelligence officers had classified flying saucer sightings in the United States as top secret, as indicated in a January 31, 1949 FBI memorandum, which located Los Alamos as an active area of investigation by USAF Office of Special Investigations and described the UFOs as an unconventional type without wings and resembled rocket ship configurations similar to the German V-2. Almost a year prior to the United States' 1947 flying saucer wave, State Department military attachés reported similar sightings over Sweden and other parts of Northern Europe, and it was assumed that the ghost rocket phenomenon was of Soviet origin and was in response to U.S. atmospheric tests of atomic weapons in the Pacific. In March 1949, the CIA did a review of flying saucer sighting data conducted by the Office of Scientific Intelligence, OSI, and based upon submitted reports from Air Force Project Sign, did not concur with the extraterrestrial hypothesis reached by project officers. Dr. Stone of OSI drew other conclusions, suggesting that many of the objects may be free meteorological sounding balloons, and that the sightings were classified projects. They would not be launched from many locations across the United States and would be closely coordinated with USAF or commercial designers. Stone also ruled out foreign aircraft reconnaissance flights because of the great distances involved, and guided aircraft lacked the range required for such flights and was beyond technical capabilities of any government at the time. The CIA had the best intelligence available on Soviet capabilities and for security reasons would not discuss classified secret weapons programs that were under development within secret establishments in the U.S., which would be compromised if Stone made some obscure disclosure to Project Sign staff officers. And for the same reasons, General Twining did not elaborate on physical evidence for recovered wreckage of failed rocket launches conducted at White Sands. The CIA paid particular attention to reports originating out of New Mexico as indicated in an April 24, 1949 CIA intelligence report detailing a theodolite track of a white spherical object that was traveling too fast to be a balloon described as an ellipsoid about 2.5 to 1 slenderness ratio at an altitude of 60 miles with a course heading that would have covered White Sands, Holloman Air Force Base, and Los Alamos. At this point, the CIA did not comment on such reports and drew no conclusions without disclosing the existence of classified programs to unauthorized agencies. Scientific intelligence, UFO identification and analysis. The sharing of scientific intelligence between British and American agencies in missile and atomic weapons research was instrumental in defeating Japan and Germany in World War II. In exchange of aviation advances and electronics, the OSS supplied technical and scientific intelligence and kept General Groves appraised of German scientific activities in atomic fission. The use of atomic weapons in war and the spread of scientific knowledge was anticipated and magnified by the Soviet penetration of U.S. atomic secrets, enlarging the horror of a nuclear Pearl Harbor, with a growing possibility that some UFO sighting reports collected by the CIG were Soviet devices. Admiral Sidney Sowers in 1946 undertook the task of coordinating scientific intelligence with the Office of Scientific Research and Development and directed the Central Planning Staff to look into the problem of surprise attack by unconventional means, and recruited Dr. H.P. Robertson as his scientific consultant and established the Interdepartmental. The remaining pages of the document were not found within the files of Tim Cooper, and while the data imparted by the Blue Boy concerning the Roswell crash and biological warfare is certainly provocative, can it be substantiated? With respect to the theory that a mogul balloon was responsible for creating the legend of the UFO crash at Roswell, the United States Air Force firmly embraced, and still does embrace, this particular explanation. Mogul was a project that utilized balloons to carry radar reflectors and acoustic sensors aloft for the purpose of determining the state of Soviet nuclear weapons research. As far as the reference to IG Farben is concerned, this too is provocative. IG Farben was the company that made the Zyklon B gas that was utilized in the Nazi death camps of the Second World War. Indeed, at the height of its production in 1944, IG Farben ran a slave labor plant at Auschwitz using no less than 83,000 people. Arguably, any biological work undertaken at White Sands involving people allied to IG Farben would have created intense controversy and would have been subject to stringent security measures, particularly if a V-2 rocket with such a deadly cargo had indeed strayed off course and crashed near the town of Corona. And it is quite true that a wealth of tests of captured Nazi V-2 rockets were undertaken at the White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico, in the period of 1946 to 1952. Indeed, in total 67 V-2 rockets were assembled and tested at the range, and ultimately provided the United States with valuable experience in the assembly, pre-flight testing, handling, fueling, launching, and tracking of large missiles. The scientific experiments conducted aboard the rockets also yielded significant information about the upper atmosphere. One series of tests, the Blossom Project, was responsible for undertaking the first biological experiments in space. Interestingly, in its July 1994 document titled Report of Air Force Research Regarding the Roswell Incident, the Air Force did address the question of whether or not a V-2 rocket was to blame for the monumental fuss at Roswell. A crashed or errant missile, usually described as a captured German V-2 or one of its variants, is sometimes set forth as a possible explanation for the debris recovered near Roswell. Since much of this testing done at nearby White Sands was secret at the time, it would be logical to assume that the government would handle any missile mishap under tight security, particularly if the mishap occurred on private land. From the records reviewed by the Air Force, however, there was nothing located to suggest that this was the case. Although the bulk of remaining testing records are under the control of the U.S. Army, the subject has also been very well documented over the years within Air Force records. There would be no reason to keep such information classified today. The USAF found no indicators, or even hints, that a missile was involved in this matter. As far as can be determined, the Army Air Force was playing it straight with regard to the V-2 theory. There is a table that provides a comprehensive listing of all of the V-2 launches from White Sands. and none of them correlate with the approximate dates of the Roswell affair. This is a public record of 65 firings of V-2 rockets from White Sands Proving Ground from March 15, 1946 through November 20, 1947, with scientific objectives that included cosmic and solar radiation, winds, magnetic field, air glow, sky brightness, photography, ionosphere and air composition, temperature, pressure, and density. These experiments were defined by 8 institutions that included government agencies, universities, and 1 corporation. Author Robert Wood, coincidentally, was employed by General Electric Schenectady, New York, during a summer job as an undergraduate in 1946 to plot some of the performance data from the V-2 firings as his first professional job as an engineer. Whatever the true nature of the Roswell events of July 1947, it is a curious and intriguing fact that all of those sources that imparted the data and documentation to Leonard Stringfield, to Nick Redfern, to Timothy Cooper, and to Robert Wood, that is specifically cited within this chapter, suggested that Roswell was connected with biological experimentation. However, the fact so many conflicting theories were provided to the above researchers is something that ensures that the question of whether the biological experimentation was alien-originated or human-originated remains both unanswered and confusing. Some might argue that, all along, that was the exact intent of the shadowy whistleblowers that provided these accounts. Chapter 23. The Area 51 Revelations, 2006. The following account comes from John, who was born in Bloomington, Minnesota, and served from 1948 to 1959 in the New York Police Department. He stated that from the latter part of 1957 until January 1958, he and a number of police colleagues were tangentially involved in an FBI undercover operation to locate and arrest a Soviet spy ring that was believed to be targeting and infiltrating a defense-related company in the city. John stated that it was suspected that someone within the company had been compromised by the Soviets, although this was never ultimately proven, and that this was the area that the police were involved in, mainly because the compromised individual also had suspected links again that were never ultimately proven with a money laundering mob-based operation. John stated further that arrests of Soviet citizens were made in connection with this operation, along with 2 American citizens, partly as a result of his involvement in this operation and also because he was very ambitious. John says that after leaving the New York police, he was involved in additional work with the FBI that began in late 1959 and that continued, although sporadically, until October 1970. John declined to describe fully the nature of his work with the FBI, but stated that it centered upon Soviet attempts to obtain classified files of an intelligence, military, and defense nature. In July 1970, John was approached and offered a position with Wackenhut. He began working with Wackenhut in December 1970, and in February 1971 was asked if he would be interested in doing contract work for an arm of the intelligence community that, he was told, operated out of Nevada. John was told that the pay would be very good, that the contract would be for 1 year only, and the work would ensure that he would develop contacts within the intelligence community and would be extremely good for his future career. Having spoken with his bosses at Wackenhut, who strongly urged him to accept the job, John elected to accept the position. John says that he was then subjected to a very stringent background check and was interviewed on 4 occasions, twice by representatives of an unnamed agency, once by someone who identified himself as a representative of the National Security Agency, and once by a former senior colleague at the FBI. The interviews were apparently satisfactory, as he began working at the location in Nevada on April 13, 1971. John stated that part of the reason for accepting the posting was because, as a bachelor, he would be required to be on base for 27-day stints at a time, and then would return to Las Vegas for 3 or 4 days, depending on whether there were 30 or 31 days in the month. This, John said, would not necessarily be ideal for a married man, and he speculated that his bachelor status might have had something to do with the reason why he, specifically, was approached. John states that the location where he worked was within the confines of the location now openly described as Area 51, Nevada. He would be flown both into and out of Area 51 in a small aircraft, usually a Cessna, along with 3 colleagues who he got to know well. There were blinds on the windows of the aircraft that had to be pulled down after takeoff from Las Vegas and that had to remain pulled down after landing. Upon landing at Area 51, everyone was required to put on a pair of goggles. These were not normal goggles, however. These goggles had split lenses, like bifocal glasses, and the top section was so thick that it prevented any effective vision, and all that one could make out was a vague blur and nothing else. The only part of the goggles that could be seen through with any real effectiveness was a small section at the bottom of each lens. As a result, the wearer was forced to look only at the floor and his shoes to see where he was going. This was, without any doubt, he stated, done to ensure that the person wearing the goggles was unable to make out the details of anything they might inadvertently view on the base. They would be guided to a bus, again with blacked-out windows, and would then be driven for a few minutes to another location. On getting off the bus, they were still required to wear the goggles on, and were be directed to their place of work. The location was a small concrete building, approximately 60 feet square. Security at the door was very stringent, John adds. On entering the building, which was simply a bare concrete room, he took off his goggles and viewed 2 things only: the entrance to an elevator and a concrete staircase. Sometimes, John said, they would enter the elevator and sometimes they would use the staircase to descend the 2 floors to their place of work. He had no idea what work was carried out on the first floor. On arriving at the second floor, there was a second rigorous security screening procedure, a procedure that would follow every time he returned to the base after his 3 to 4 days back in Las Vegas. However, he recalled that after passing the second security screening he entered, via a large pair of thick metal doors, a long corridor that was around 180 feet in length and that had 6 doors leading off it, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. His office was the second on the right, and it had a simple lock, identical to a standard lock on a house door. John was directed to his office and given a briefing by 3 men. He was advised that the location where he would be working was classed as the history department. It was related to John that the overall location he was working at, he says that the term Area 51 was never used during his employment there, was involved in the development of prototype and radical aircraft, biological warfare, chemical warfare, exotic weaponry, and something else. That something else, John was told, was research into things that happened in the 1940s. It transpired that John and his colleagues were being employed as custodians of historical files on all of the above subjects, files that would from time to time be required by base employees in the nature of their work. John stated that there were 3 reasons, and 3 reasons only, why the files that he was the custodian of were never accessed by anyone. On a regular basis, scientific personnel would require access to the files as part of their work. The files would be used to brief new employees to the base if it was required, and there would be regular and random checks on the part of security personnel to ensure that all of the files were present. According to John, the files were never allowed out of his office. The briefings for new personnel were conducted in his office by a 4-man team, and if anyone needed to access the files as part of their work, they would have to make pencil notes from the files. Those pencil notes had to be exclusively written on a bright orange paper that John had never seen before or since. He speculates that perhaps this curious color could somehow have been picked up on security screenings if anyone tried to smuggle the paper out of the base. John stated that one of his colleagues was the custodian of historical files on prototype aircraft at the base. Another was custodian of historical files on exotic weaponry being developed there, and another was responsible for historical files on biological weaponry. John was the custodian of historical files on UFOs. He says that the first 2 weeks were spent receiving briefings from personnel on the base, and because he was the custodian, he was allowed to read the files and acquaint himself with the file names in a fashion that would allow him to identify them with ease if they were requested by visitors to his office. John stated that the files covered the period 1943 to 1968. He added that, like most people, he knew from magazines and television that the Air Force had investigated UFO sightings via its Project Blue Book, but also knew that the project had been closed down a few years earlier. However, he elaborated that the files in his office told a far more in-depth and sinister story of official and highly classified UFO investigations in the United States. He stressed several times that he never saw any UFOs, aliens, or alien bodies at Area 51, only documents that dealt with alleged UFO crashes in the 1940s. However, the fact that there were people who required access to the files led him to believe that there were crashed UFOs and alien bodies on the base. According to John, in 1947, an incredibly well-hidden group was established deep within the confines of the American intelligence community that was known as Majestic. In the late 1960s, John is unsure if it was 1968 or 1969, Majestic was reorganized. Instead of each of the various agencies, such as the NSA, the CIA, etc., playing a part in the Majestic program and having their own files and their own input, all of the work, data, and documents were transferred to a centralized body that operated out of what is now known as Area 51. Interestingly, the allegation that there was a big reorganization of the Majestic Group in 1968 or 1969 is something that was also claimed to Timothy Cooper in 1997. On July 3rd of that year, Cooper received a copy of a document that has become known as the Important Memo, the reason being that the word important is stamped across its pages. Cooper's source of the document that became known as S1 is described in the document in his own words as having an association with the intelligence community. According to the data related to Cooper by S1, Mj12 does not exist as a government intelligence entity. It ceased to exist in 1969 and became a private concern financed by big money and big science. In 1969, President Nixon was briefed by Mj12 on all aspects of UFO activity and the EBE, extraterrestrial biological entity problem, since 1947. Fearing possible leaks within his NSC, National Security Council, and National Security Advisor Kissinger, Nixon approved a special classified executive order that required the U.S. intelligence community to purge all references to Mj12 in the UFO files. Ryan Wood expanded upon background data concerning S1. Source S1 got his name because the return address and many of the documents had a -1 on the first page. The return address is Las Vegas, Nevada, and he mailed information on 3 different occasions during the summer of 1997, with postmarks of Big Bear Lake and Fort Meade, Maryland, with return addresses of Las Vegas and a suspiciously torn return address. The material supplied included some typed personal cover letters to Tim Cooper, of which one was the Important Memo. Other photographs arrived as undeveloped film, and upon developing were pictures taken of a TV displaying the Ray Santilli alien autopsy film. Yes, said John, the new Majestic Group continued to have the same input from intelligence personnel that it had before, and much of the membership stayed the same. The only major difference was that all of the Majestic documentation was removed from the vaults of the many and varied intelligence agencies and was transferred to Area 51, and anyone in the intelligence field or the military that worked on the Majestic projects was required to transfer to Area 51 too. John says that he feels that it is for this reason that no one has been able to access any Majestic-related documents via the Freedom of Information Act. All of the relevant records that might have been Majestic-related were removed from agency files and vaults back in the late 1960s, and, as a consequence, will never surface for declassification. According to John, this process was not without its problems. There were people allied to the Majestic program who were considered rogue and who had gone way beyond their normal limit to keep Majestic hidden from the public, the press, and even from the regular government. This, said John, was part of the reason for having a centralized location for the files. They referenced various controversial and highly secret activities that had been done to hide the truth, and that were, in many ways, more sensational than the UFO truth itself. If the files were in numerous locations, explained John, there was a chance they would leak out. Those rogue individuals, said John, had not complied with orders to relinquish their Majestic files, and as a result, some files were found to be missing from secure vaults. Other files supposedly had been shredded when it was strongly suspected by certain unnamed figures in the story that they had not been. And some people with Majestic clearance simply vanished or were found dead under questionable circumstances. No one could work out how deep the Majestic program ran, and there were suspicions of an even deeper Majestic program than the official one. John stated that, in his briefing, he was told that aside from the documents that existed in his office, all of the other Majestic papers that had been pulled from the agencies had been destroyed, because essentially they duplicated the files in his office, apart, that is, from files that were suspected of having been stolen by Majestic personnel with their own agendas, and more likely, says John, to cover their own tracks. John says that the files he read all had one curious similarity. The cover page on each was missing. He explained that all of the files were stapled. However, many of the documents had a tiny piece of torn paper stuck under the staple, indicating that the cover page had been carelessly torn off. In turn, a new cover page had been added, a blank piece of paper with a pencil-written new title that was affixed with a paperclip to the second page. He was told that these surviving copies of the Majestic papers had come from the office of a man who had a major role to play in Majestic in the late 1950s and 1960s, and that, in addition to the files that he had legal access to, the man had obtained some of these files after they had been literally lifted from other agencies, and he had kept them in a secure location and had assigned his own filing and naming system to the files. The man was also suspected of having shredded numerous Majestic files for reasons of his own, files from the mid-1940s that were not duplicated and that told stories that were now utterly lost forever. John alluded to the possibility that this man was none other than James Jesus Angleton, who was appointed counterintelligence chief of the Central Intelligence Agency by Director Allen Dulles in 1954. The earliest document that John recalls was, he said, also the most disturbing. It was dated from 1943 and was a long letter memo of complaint from a medical man working at Los Alamos, whose team had been required to carry out certain tests and experiments on a group of unusual-looking people. The doctor was complaining to a military officer about the nature of what was being asked of his team and was highly concerned about why these people looked the way they did. John said that he remembered clearly that at some point in 1943, 17 people of unusual appearance were brought to Los Alamos. They all looked very alike, around 5 feet in height, hairless, with enlarged heads, large eyes, an appearance that made them look not unlike victims of progeria, the rapid aging disease that afflicts a very small percentage of children. They were brought to the base in a covered army vehicle and were totally naked and walked in a slightly stiff fashion. He stressed that the eyes of the people were normal apart from their size. They were not the black eyes, as ascribed to the stereotypical alien. The people were taken to a secure location at Los Alamos, and over the course of 4 months, subjected to a variety of medical tests. Blood was taken, skin samples were taken, and several were used in radiation experiments and controversial and then fledgling bacteriological warfare experimentation. The doctor described all of this in truly nightmarish tones. The people never spoke and only made strange noises, like a cross between a seal's bark and a hiccup that was very loud and disturbing. They would have to be restrained by military personnel before any of the tests could be performed, They were fed on a diet of a mashed and very condensed mixture of various fruits and drank only water or milk. According to the doctor, he was told by the military that they were malformed people. As a medical man, he said, he found this explanation highly suspicious. There was no way that 17 people could all be afflicted in such a strange way, and for the world's medical community not to know this, he considered. The doctor advised that rumors at Los Alamos suggested that no one, not even the military who brought them to Los Alamos, knew who or what these people were or where they were from, but that they had been found somewhere in the Arizona desert. All of the people died before the end of 1943, and their bodies had been removed by the military as they died, one by one. No one was ever able to communicate with any of the 17 people, and the doctor complained about the way in which he and his team were threatened by the military never to discuss this. The file, said John, referred to additional documents on these people that, he was told in his briefing, had been destroyed by the man who the files had been taken from. Bizarrely, John was informed no record of these experiments now existed, apart from this one solitary letter. The location of the bodies of the 17 creatures or people was unknown, and the entire paper trail appeared to have been destroyed by the people involved in this project. It was suspected, however, that this was linked with similar events that occurred in New Mexico in the summer of 1947. John says that there was a very large file titled Autopsies, Bodies Unknown Origin 47, that dealt with the bodies of 8 people found in the New Mexico desert. There was no reference in the autopsy report to a spacecraft or vehicle, just the bodies, in the summer of 1947. All were substantially like the creatures taken to Los Alamos in 1943. There was no name on the document to identify the writer. However, John suspects that the name was probably on the missing original title page. He recalls that the file stated that of the 8 bodies, 4 were preserved intact, 2 were autopsied, and the remains were then disposed of, and 2 were dissected and their body parts and organs were preserved separately. John says the document referred to photographs. However, at no time did he ever see any photographs in any of the files in his possession. Several of the bodies were badly damaged, and the rest were in good condition. The report was very detailed and covered the major body organs: brain, eyes, ears, skin, which was a sickly white-gray, fingers and toes, blood analysis, limbs, teeth. Interestingly, there was also a file that had the handwritten title of Autopsies, Bodies Unknown Origin 47, Biological Problems and Deaths, that dealt with an unknown virus that had contaminated and killed a medical team that had examined one of the bodies. All of the personnel were dressed in protective suits, however. These were apparently useless with respect to providing adequate biological protection. Curiously, however, none of the other bodies exhibited any signs of this virus. John stated that there was a report that interested him greatly that was titled Suit Study 48 Armageddon, that was a lengthy document dealing with a scientific study of the clothing that the people had been wearing. The clothing was a yellowish color and a one-piece outfit that extended from the lower neck right down to the bottom of the feet. It apparently took several hours to remove the clothing of the creatures by forcibly cutting through the material. Upon examination, it was determined that the suits were put together in what today we would term a Velcro-style fashion. However, the suits almost seemed to be alive or had an inbuilt memory, because not only would the individual fibers rebond when brought close together, they would rebond with the same corresponding fibers, time and again. The most bizarre aspect of this file centered around one of the scientific personnel, the shortest member of the team, who chose to try one of the suits on. Having learned how to open the suit, his colleagues held it open for him to climb into, and the suit molded itself around him. Due to his size, the suit was not comfortable, but could be worn. However, something curious and ominous then occurred. The man began to get images in his mind of a dark and frightening future for the Earth, of an irradiated world, ruined cities, huge atomic mushroom clouds looming miles upwards into an ever-black sky as strange objects flew across the wrecked landscape, and perhaps, most significantly, a human race reduced to minimal levels as a direct result of a killer virus of unknown origins that destroyed the human immune system. The man got a distinct and disturbing impression that whatever these creatures were, they hated us with a vengeance, and that there was a plan on their part to spark off a nuclear holocaust between the United States and the Soviets. Interestingly, this accords well with several entries in a number of Mj12 files about the fear of nuclear war being sparked by the Soviets misidentifying UFOs as American nuclear warheads. Sensing he was in distress, the man's colleagues and friends ripped the suit off him, and a report was referenced that stated that the man was briefed intensively by a team from the CIA that had expertise in psychological matters. The file also stated that this bizarre episode was a further clue to the fact that the suit was somehow alive and linked with the minds and memories of the creatures that had previously warned them. Perhaps most weird of all was a note in the file that stated that the suits were themselves kept locked away in a vault and considered an intelligence hazard. Most of the other files, recalled John, fell into two categories. There were dozens and dozens of very technical files on two aircraft that had been found in the New Mexico desert in 1947 that dealt with propulsion, structure, landing gear, internal mechanics, and much more that John couldn't recall. There were also hundreds of one-page and two-page memos from and to various Majestic personnel discussing ongoing Majestic-related projects, many of which focused upon biological and bacteriological issues. John said that there was never any reference in the files to the creatures or the aircraft being alien in origin. Indeed, no one seemed to have any awareness of what they were, or their point of origin. John did assert, however, that there was a brief file from July 1947 speculating that this was all an ingenious hoax on the part of the Soviets, until it quickly became apparent that even they would not have the expertise to do this, much less biologically alter a number of human beings into something else, or that it was a domestic cover to hide Cold War atrocities undertaken on handicapped people. John stated that among the people with whom he worked, however, there were three possibilities that were considered the most viable: that these things were from another world, that they were from somewhere on Earth, other dimensions, and even the more remote parts of the world were discussed, and that they were, incredibly, from our future. John adds that, in discussion with colleagues at Area 51, he learned that even by the turn of the 1970s, there was still no definitive proof as to what these creatures were or where, or indeed when, they were from. He did state that there were 2 points in favor of the future theory. One was that while the aircraft recovered in New Mexico were highly advanced technologically speaking, several components within the craft were constructed in feet and inch measurements. Also, there were references in the files to extensive studies done on the possible existence of alien life, and numerous experts had been consulted. The overriding conclusions were that there was nothing to deny the possible existence of alien life in the universe, that it was even possible that alien life was coming here, and that this is precisely what these creatures were. The most suspicious aspect of this whole affair, however, was that not only were these creatures apparently comfortable breathing our air, but they were also perfectly synchronized for the Earth's atmospheric pressure, and this seemed to be simply too coincidental. John said that this split the teams into 2 camps, one that favored the idea that the creatures were from the Earth, but from a time far in the future, or from some location on the Earth in our present, or that they were indeed alien and had been genetically altered to allow them to comfortably operate on our planet. John said that other files he read, and was custodian over, were titled White House Brief, that was a summary of the 1947 incidents, and that appeared to be a document that could have been used in various presidential briefings since there was no direct reference to any president in particular. Majestic Soviet Problem 55, that dealt with fears Unfounded, it transpired that the Soviets had infiltrated the Majestic program. An empty folder with the curious but somewhat amusing title of Body of Unknown Origin, Where is Number 5? The apocalyptically titled Majestic Four Horsemen that dealt with the visions of the man that donned the creature's suit. Majestic Security Problems 47 to 65 that focused its attention upon people allied to, or with knowledge of, Majestic, and who it was feared would reveal the secrets of Majestic to the outside world. And one with the unusual title of Majestic 59, Speak to Charles P. Olivier, is 4 enough. This can only be a reference to the noted astronomer Charles Pollard Olivier, an expert on meteors and comets, whose correspondence files can be found at the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Interestingly, the collection of 400 items includes correspondence with alleged Mj12 member Donald Menzel, Lincoln LaPaz of Project Twinkle Green Fireball fame, Otto Struve, and Gaylord Harnwell of the Research and Development Board. John stayed with the program for the prearranged 1-year contract and then carved out a career for himself in the private sector before retiring in 1981. Notably, his thoughts and theories on this curious affair and his exposure to the files at issue are intriguing. As he rightly points out, he had no expertise in the area of UFOs, and why, if this was such a huge secret, was he briefed on it at all? In addition, he asks, given the alleged magnitude and significance of the operation, is this not the type of job that a person would be drafted into for life, rather than for a mere 12 months? Taking the above into consideration, John stresses that although the documentation at issue looked genuine, he does not dismiss the possibility that his exposure to the files could have been a part of some larger, spook-sponsored mind game. Since his highly successful post-Area 51 career surfaced as a direct result of his FBI contacts, John speculates that his superiors exposed him to bogus materials at Area 51, and then watched his every move to see if he spoke out of turn. The fact that he did not, at least not until now, and was thereafter considered utterly trustworthy, led him to be rewarded with a near decade-long career in the private sector that saw him move within highly influential circles in the world of U.S. intelligence. Whether genuine or not, the files were carefully crafted, told an astonishing story, and again promoted the idea that alien viruses were a reality. Not only that, those same viruses were incredibly deadly too. Conclusion. This book was finished in 2006, on schedule by Nick Redfern, who applied his talents with remarkable efficiency to help create this book. I personally feel that this book is unique because it blends the British and American UFO cultures about UFOs. It systematically and chronologically provides a perspective of the concern about alien pathogens, such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, or prions, that might cause epidemics. It is exceptionally systematic in referencing the sources. It contains summaries of documents you have never seen. It addresses the issue of weapons of mass destruction pertinent to all of us. If the aliens want to kill us, this will be the way it's done. Dr. Robert M. Wood, with deep appreciation to collaborator Nick Redfern, to son and colleague Ryan Wood, and to publisher Richard Dolan. About Robert M. Wood. Bob Wood received a B.S. in Aeronautical Engineering from University of Colorado in 1949, a Ph.D. in Physics from Cornell in 1953, worked for General Electric Aeronautics and Ordnance, served in the U.S. Army at Aberdeen Proving Ground for 2 years, and then completed 43 years with Douglas Aircraft and its successors, a longtime director of the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, a counselor for the Society for Scientific Exploration, and member of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics since 1947. He has garnered a reputation for integrity and scholarship in this field over the last 2 decades. His aerospace career included the thermodynamics of keeping missiles cool, managing and selling the independent research and development projects of a couple of dozen scientists and engineers, designing radars to discriminate between Soviet ballistic missiles and their decoys, applying advanced technology to make the space station cheaper, better, and sooner, and finally helping to sell the Delta launch vehicle as the workhorse for NASA orbital payloads. In the late 1960s, he ran a proprietary project to try to discover how UFOs worked, and has been studying the UFO topic ever since. Upon retirement, he became involved in the forensics of authenticating questioned leaked UFO documents, collaborating occasionally with his colleague and son Ryan, author of Magic Eyes Only. He recognized the excellence of Nick Redfern's attention to high standards and asked him to provide his international reports concerning aliens and viruses. Alien Viruses, Crashed UFOs, Mj12, and Biowarfare, written by Dr. M. Wood, narrated by David Godfrey.
Truth, Audiobook, The People